We're on live, and welcome everybody to Movie Busters episode 33. The Batman.
Catwoman back.
Episode 33, the Batman franchise, the Burton Schumacher era. And of course, I'm Alex 3.0, aka just Alex. And I'm joined by Thomas, aka HorrorFan34, aka Philly Boy, aka Stop Farting All the Time. Yeah. Save that for later. And of course, I'm also joined by Rob, aka Rob from Rob's Collection.
And
anything?
Look
You're just gonna
here.
you're just gonna like do this.
And look who's back, folks.
Look who's back.
It's Dan from Dan's Collections.
Well, you do collect yourself, so.
Oh man.
So,
Project Go for it.
Oh my god.
So Dan's back. Yeah.
I forgot about that. That's what I called it, didn't it?
Yes.
What an a-hole.
Dan's back from retirement. Yeah. Yeah. So, you know, Dan didn't like the retired life of streaming, so he decided to come back and do his thing, right? Yes. It's good to have you back, Dan.
We got the crew back, man.
Yes.
Yeah.
The bro.
I'm nobody and everybody.
Yeah, you have the most subscribers on any of us combined.
Hell yeah.
That's true. I don't know why
Yeah,
the hell
so-
I'm doing it.
we're the ones that are really nobodies. Yeah. But,
You
I make
inspired them.
I make one new video every 3 years. And
you still get more views than us. Yeah,
Your
yeah.
tagline on your channel should be "Go for it" because that's what it is. You just don't
Yeah.
give up. Just go for it.
Go for the
Yearly
video.
Yeah. All right, and of course we have a special guest on this show, Wesley.
Wes.
What's up?
AKA
Wes-
Wesley
oh,
Perez,
howdy.
AKA Wes. Yes.
AKA social media guy.
AKA
Yeah.
this is the guy that promotes our shows.
AKA.
Yeah, so-
I am trying to do that, yes.
Yeah, so
Mhm.
that's why he gets a special guest spot. He's been promoting our show, so thank you, Wes. Uh-huh.
Yes, thank you.
He was
Yeah, Wes, we appreciate it.
we were wrestlers.
Yeah, we were all wrestlers.
We were
back in the day,
wrestlers.
and we sucked at it.
Before we get to the show, what do you guys think of Razor Ramon?
That's-
passing?
Oh, sad.
Oh yeah.
Rest
Razor
in peace,
Wrestling.
Scott Hall.
Yeah.
He was
and
he was a pretty good
also
wrestler too.
Yeah, he
also
was.
to rest in peace to William Hurt as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, for Marvel. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
General
Yeah,
Ross.
William Hurt was in.
He's in a bunch of movies. Other
No,
than
I'm saying like,
Marvel.
well, in the Marvel movies.
Iron
He was
Man,
General-
I think.
He was General Ross.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Iron
he's
Man.
a
in
lot
the
of movies
Incredible
now.
Hulk, and he was in the later Marvel films. Remember?
And of course, yeah, the Incredible Hulk. with
Go
the-
watch our MCU shows for that.
Scott Hall. I'm just glad that he didn't suffer. They said like they just took him off the ventilator.
Yeah.
So it's
Oh,
like
Scott Hall. Yeah.
I think he just
He went in for hip surgery.
Yep.
yeah.
And I don't. And then he was out of surgery in a blood clot form.
Yeah.
So that's what.
Well, I know they said a few years before he was
Several.
diagnosed with cancer. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's you know,
Yeah.
Here
and what's sad, I think today's his birthday.
Mhm,
Is
I
it?
think so.
Oh, man.
He died 9 days before his 72nd birthday.
That
Who?
sucks. Scott Hall. Oh, Razor Ramon.
77.
Yeah.
I didn't think he was that old. No, he was 63.
No, we're talking about William Hurt.
Oh, well,
mhm.
okay. I'm sorry. My bad.
Yeah, Razor Ramon was a lot younger than that.
Well, on a lighter note, it's the 1 year anniversary of one of the greatest movies of all time that just came out last year. Alex, do you know what movie I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, yeah.
What came out? What came out last year?
Zack
2021.
Snyder's Justice League.
Man, you know that masterpiece, that long movie.
Oh, that movie that everyone's fucking spamming all over social media.
Oh,
That
you've
movie?
heard then.
I've heard. Yeah.
Jared
Hurt.
Leto's a good Joker, Alex.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I just had to.
I know that movie that like 90% of the
All right.
world wanted.
Okay.
Jared Leto's actually
I
good.
mean,
in
you
the
might have been in that
Justice
other
League.
10%, which it sucks, but it was all
Hey, I love being in the minority. That's all good with me.
Yeah.
Then again, I'm a minority, so again, makes
Well, I
sense.
wasn't going to go.
I was gonna say.
wasn't
I
going to go
was
there.
gonna say.
Well, I went there for you. But anyway, yeah, let's get to it, guys.
Yeah, let's
All right.
start this Batman show.
Unless you have any objections.
Nope.
Okay, I didn't think so. Just kidding.
Really quick, is Batman your favorite?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yes.
Out of any superhero, and I'm talking even Marvel, is
Yeah,
Batman?
Batman's my favorite superhero.
Yes. Yeah, he's the first one I got into.
Yeah,
Yeah.
me
Same
too.
here.
Me
Yeah.
too.
Nice. All right. Well,
Actually, I got into Batman from the Death in the Family comic series.
the
Anyone
thing
remember
is,
that?
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, Alex, like you in Thomas, you're such big Spider-Man fans. That's why I didn't
Yeah.
know if you put Batman above Spider-Man.
Well, the two superheroes I grew up with the most when I was a kid was Batman and the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies.
Mm.
So, like, Batman and Spider-Man were definitely a big part
Like,
of my childhood.
all the comic
Wow.
book characters, like Batman's the only one that I actually read the comics for.
Mine would be
Yeah.
the Batman and Christopher Reeves Superman.
Yeah.
Superman, yeah.
Mhm.
I have that steel. That's a good steel book.
Superman show coming next year.
Next year. Wow.
I just love
I'm just setting up so many Easter eggs, throughout the show.
I just
That's
love
why.
that like background artwork right there.
Yeah, that's cool.
Um,
Well, that's the best Batman right there. So
spoiler alert! Shit.
I might be lying.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I know. Yeah.
Wait and see.
Whoa.
Clooney. I mean, everyone knows it.
So
I think it's
It's-
hard to compare, but
I know it's funny people say that, but yeah, everyone has a favorite.
well, but every Batman, just like every Joker, comes from a different era of the Batman mythos.
True.
Mhm.
True.
Yeah.
It depends which
I
one.
mean,
which
Michael Keaton's still my
which type
favorite.
of Joker Batman you like?
Hmm
So since Dan is the one that has returned to us,
Batman. He returned from the Batcave.
yeah, his man more like a man cave, right?
The Rocky Cave.
The Rocky Cave, yeah.
Not anymore.
Basement.
Uh-huh.
There's bats
The
in it.
basement.
The-
There was.
I remember trying to get that bat.
oh,
We did. We actually tried to get a bat out of his house one time. It was terrible. It was like so hard to like.
that's good that you mentioned that. Like, this is a bat show.
But like I said, it's the Batcave. He really has the Batcave.
It really has bats. Oh wow! So like, Dan, you really are Batman then. You're the real Batman.
Yes,
So,
hey, no, you guys stop that. We're live.
Yeah, but no one's gonna believe it though,
They might.
because everyone thinks like if it's Batman, it's gotta be someone who's rich, obviously, right?
Well, you never know about those Karens out there.
Yeah.
They might try to cancel him.
Kieran Cave.
Yeah. So let's get to it, Dan. What is your history with Batman 1989, directed by Tim Burton, starring Michael Keaton?
Okay, so I did see this in the theater. I was
You're old.
Yep, I was 10, and I was in the Chicago area, and my cousin and aunts and uncles they had already seen it, and they wanted to go again, but my mom was hesitant because it was PG-13, and I wasn't allowed to watch PG-13 until I was 13 for most of the case. So anyway, they were like, "Oh no, it's okay," and I really wanted to see it. And yeah, I mean, I don't quite. I remember, like I said, setting up to go to the theater. I don't remember my theater experience, but I do know the movie had a huge impact on me, and I thought it was just. I think everyone was blown away by it.
Mhm.
The cinematography is the first thing I think I want to talk about. Is that movie did so well at making it look like Gotham City. In fact, up until the new Batman movie that just came out,
Mhm.
that was the best representation, and I still think it holds up. I mean, even though some of it looks painted. What I'm saying is it was done in the style of what Gotham should have been. So that was a definite plus. The feel of Gotham City, the look of Gotham City was great. I want to mention Danny Elfman. That is still the best Batman score for that character, in my opinion. He did a phenomenal job on that. Michael Keaton, he was great. No one thought Mr. Mom could pull it off back then. And back then there wasn't the internet. So it was like, and again, I didn't know that at being young, but I knew there was backlash. I learned that there had been backlash. But
Nothing's changed.
Well, the thing was that
Nothing's changed since then. There's still backlash to things.
true.
Yeah.
But Keaton was actually more of a comedy movie style actor, and then Tim Burton wanted him to play Batman. However, the studio was very hesitant because all they knew him was, like you said,
Mr. Mom.
Mr. Mom. So they used actually Beetlejuice as kind of like a dry run of what can he do more than just be a comedian? Can he pull off something a little more darker, even if it was a little bit humorous, because Beetlejuice was more comedy than just complete dark horror. Tim Burton enjoyed what he did. And it's like, yeah, that's my guy. That's who I want to play as Batman.
Yeah, and bringing up Tim Burton, he did such a good job because, again, I think another reason this movie did so well is because it brought Batman more to the dark tone. I mean, everybody was associated with like the 60s Batman, like that was a popular thing back then, and that's kind of how he was looked at. Even in the comics,
they should have brought back Adam West to do this one. Just saying.
Then there's the show too. The Adam West, the show.
Yes,
the show and the movie, and then even in the comics, they were trying to send Batman on a darker path. I mean, the comics,
the graphic novels in the 80s,
they were still dark, but in the media that the majority of people were seeing, it wasn't that case. So that was a drastic change in a good way. And again, I'm a big Tim Burton fan, and I thought he just did a great job. You also have Jack Nicholson. I mean, there's not much.
He's the star. He's the star of the film.
Jack Nicholson is a great actor. Good in everything he does. He was, great as the Joker. So those are all highlights for me for that movie. And I just recently watched this again, and
Me too.
And so those are the positives. I'll name some negatives real quick. Even back then, I wasn't a big fan of the Prince music in the movie. I'm just not really a Prince fan. He has some good songs, but like I never cared for that music in the movie. That was always something I didn't really care for.
Yeah, and the Prince songs did feel a little out of place. Yes,
definitely.
And recently watching this, and again, I was just telling Bob this before we got on. A lot of the times I'm rewatching these movies, my kids are watching them because I want them to be movie cultured like I am. And they'll point some things out that like I didn't ever think of before that make perfect sense.
Yeah, but one thing.
What's that?
I want to hear like what's one of the things.
Okay, this one. So I never thought about this, and I don't know why, but Alfred in this movie was really shitty. And I don't mean the actor, but
the character.
He brought Vicky Vale into the Batcave.
I don't have a problem with that at all.
And
that's one of the controversial things about this movie, like with Batman, like fans, like the comic fans, like they hate that part of the movie. But like I never had issues with that because I think it makes sense.
Didn't Batman bring her in first?
No, he did, but as Batman, you know what I mean? Like she didn't know where she was.
Yeah, but
like he was the scene he's talking about was when Alfred brings Vicky Vale to the Batcave, and then
basically Alfred gave away his identity.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
So that is, if you've ever, Alfred would never do that. Alfred would never do that in any media because here's my reason on that. And again, let me just say this too. I never had an issue with that. But when we're watching this, my kids brought that up, and I was like, you know what? I'm like, you're right. And I'm like, he would that is.
I have a problem. I have a problem with something else in the movie, but that's not it.
What was
Okay.
it? Maybe it was because of the love story.
Okay, and
but I
yes.
mean, it didn't go that far yet, though.
And then that's another thing. And again, I don't. Michael Gould, I think that's how you pronounce it.
Michael Goth or whatever.
I think it's Gould. But anyway,
Yeah,
I still like him as Alfred. Okay.
Yeah.
But I say that then that was not his choice. He's an actor. I'm saying
Yes.
like as a character.
Hey, Kenny.
That
Kenny.
was
Hey,
a
Kenny.
bad move. Because like he's supposed to be Bruce's confidant. Like for him to, and here's the thing too. And again, this is an era thing, but like I don't feel like this has aged very
It's
well.
funny that you never thought of that. Like people talked about this for like the message.
Yeah,
book
I don't
for, like,
know.
decades. Yeah.
And this is another issue I had with the movie, seeing it this time. But and again, it's an era thing. I never really had a problem with it, but now when I watch it, I'm like, Vicky Vale was kind of like a bad character, and she was a damsel in distress, which is okay, but the first time she meets Wayne, they have dinner, she gets drunk, and then he has sex with her. It's just like, and then he leaves her. It's like very, like, that's how the character was written. Kind of like not a great...
Are you saying, wait, are you trying to say it's
Well,
misogynist?
Yeah, it is, in a way it is.
Wow, okay, I never thought you were
Bruce
actually going to say
Wayne
that. I didn't want to put words in your mouth, but like, okay.
It fits Bruce Wayne more, though, because that makes the Playboy persona stand out.
Right.
Yeah,
it was funny because
smart
it was funny
bachelor
if
or
you
like
watch that scene again, when they're going upstairs, she's like totally drunk, and she admits she's drunk, and he's not. And so he kind of takes advantage. In a sense, he's taking advantage of her.
Yeah, but like, here's the thing though. The morning when they wake up, she's cool with it. She likes him, so it's like.
Well, yeah.
That's keep seeing him.
But that's what I'm saying. Like as far as the character of Vicky Vale written, I mean, like
it's funny like okay, that what you just said right now. I never even thought of that.
If she was drunk in
Whole
front
drunk
of
thing.
you, you'd do it too.
he raped her. He raped her. No.
So it's like the Rocky scene with Adrian and the apartment?
Yeah. Hey, at least. Well, she
I never even
wasn't
thought of that, dude.
She could have just walked down the stairs, but instead she went into the bedroom.
And then, how about the fact that?
But she remembers everything though. It's like so. It's not.
How about when she has the camera footage in her dress, and he's like, "There's something you want," and then he puts the cape up. He probably knocked her out, so then he felt her up and stole the.
Yeah, that part is a little kind of odd.
So that's what I'm saying. It's like literally,
This
is stuff I never thought of because it shows the time, the era of time.
Yeah.
And again, like you know me, like
it's problematic.
Yeah, you know me. I've talked about like I'm trying to be logical about it. Like I'm not like women's rights all the time. You know what I'm saying? Because
or it's offensive or whatever.
Yeah, you know how I feel about Ray. It's just like in the Star Wars movies. But what I'm saying is it goes.
Yeah, but there was no rape there though.
Yeah, Rocky pretty much raped Adrian. I mean, he didn't let her leave, so
it's at the time. It's
But and then so it's like then then it's like Joker's after Vicky too. It's like her whole role in that movie was pointless. Really, it was like a love interest.
I wouldn't say pointless, but like it wasn't greatly written. You know, it wasn't the best writing.
And then like remember how I'm gonna help Batman in the Bell Tower by going down on Joker. It's just like that's her whole character is sexualized.
Oh, I love purple.
Yeah, so that's anyway. Again, I on a rewatch, that's something that stuck out that I never thought of before, and I was just like, she's not a very well written character.
She did her job, like her job, so to say. But it's like, she kind of fell. She kind of fell into like Bruce, the whole persona of Batman. But like, do you think that like kind of happened too quick? I mean, I know she was drunk, but it's like, do you think she kind of like?
Yes, it did, and that's.
I don't want to say shoehorned because that's not the right word. I think it's
rushed.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe rushed. Well,
and I just want to add to that. I feel like that happens especially in the because we're so familiar with 80s and 90s movies. I think that was a cliche thing that always happened. It's like in those movies, it's like you have a female lead and a male lead, and they always have to get together.
Yeah.
And that was just something that always happened. So again, it never bothered me before, but I feel like
every Batman movie we're gonna talk about has a love interest, so we'll see how that. compares to this one.
Yeah. And I've been
Well,
talking
not
a long
really.
time.
Okay.
Batman
I
and
want to
Robin,
get
not
your
Well, those
really.
are good points you made.
Oh.
I never.
Yeah,
probably,
you know what's funny? I'd never even
Yeah,
thought about the whole
think about
drunk
it.
thing and all that shit.
like, I don't know why I didn't think about Alfred taking.
So-
like, yeah, what the hell, Alfred?
Because then it's like all of Alfred's scenes. It's like the first time Vicky stays there, all of a sudden Alfred's like, "Oh, she's so great for you."
I think
It's like-
Alfred had a thing for her.
Because it's like, we don't know. The backstory is Bruce is supposed to be like a playboy type person, but like that movie made it seem like
He was the
Alfred
recluse.
immediately was like, she's the
No,
one.
no,
Oh,
no.
yeah,
I see him more like as a recluse because she didn't know how he looked like. Like didn't like her and Knox didn't know what he actually looked like, so they didn't know that was him at first at the party.
Oh, that's true. That's a good point.
Yeah.
But in any case, it doesn't distract from the fact that Alfred should never. I mean, I'd love to hear your rebuttal on that. But anyway,
The Batcave thing. Oh yeah, okay.
So I guess the last thing I'll say is I applaud Tim Burton also for killing the Joker. I mean, like at that time, I don't think they were thinking of sequels. Like I think nowadays there's no way they would have done that.
No.
So I think like I said, all the gadgets were great. The Batmobile was awesome.
Oh yeah, love the Batmobile.
Yeah, so I think I've covered everything I want to cover. The only other thing I want to cover is screw every person that gave Batfleck a hard time about killing people, because Michael Keaton's Batman killed more people than any of the Batmans.
Bell Tower guy.
The end. Everyone got quiet there.
No, because like I agree, but I agree with that what you just said. But with me, I'll just speak for myself. I have issues with the Keaton thing.
Oh,
So,
okay. Remember how he
more in return, especially. I know, especially in
that was like 7 people he
no,
exploded.
especially when we come to the next one, like oh dude, I got issues with that. So,
But yeah, I talked a long time.
so Dan, Dan thinks the movie holds up except for the rape.
And I was never a real fan of the Prince music. Those
Oh,
were
yeah, the
probably
Prince music.
my biggest.
So
thing.
Dan loves Batman '89, but doesn't love Prince or rape.
Well, hi, Steven.
We got Steven in here.
Hey, Steven.
Thanks for coming on.
Oh hey, Sunlight.
And Kenny, thanks for showing up.
Yep. All right.
Hopefully, Horror Mania comes in here at some point.
Wes,
Yeah, what's up?
what are your overall thoughts and your history of Batman '89?
Okay, well, first of all, my history with Batman '89 was I didn't watch it in the theater, unfortunately. I remember I was about 10 years old watching it for the first time, and I was blown away because I remember watching the old
VHS?
60s, the old 60s Batman show, and we were real campy, real just very cartoonish. And then when I saw the Batman movie, I was just like, this is what Batman should be.
Right.
Not that other stuff. I have to agree with a lot of what Dan said. This this Batman 1989 seemed very gritty. It seemed darker. It seemed like what a Gotham should be. The city itself seemed kind of alive, and it Gotham seemed to be in its own character with some of the Gothic style architecture, the cloudiness, the gloominess, the people. I definitely would say I agree to that. And I liked the actual set pieces and just the way it was constructed. The acting, I thought Keaton did a really good job as Batman. And I know it goes back and forth who's the best Batman, and I do believe that Michael Keaton set the standard of what Batman should be.
Mhm.
And granted, like I
Yes.
said off camera, that each Batman though is from a different era of the comic books. Just something about this one just takes what Batman should be and I guess pushes it, not pushes it, but I don't know. I'm just thinking that Batman should be a darker character,
But
more
I
gritty
agree.
character,
I agree.
more adult oriented character. That and I know we're going to talk more about this next week with the Christopher Nolan stuff. That's kind of what I liked about his. It seemed more adult, more darker in tone than say the 60s Batman. But
Mhm.
that's definitely what I loved about the uh, the Batman 1989 movie. And actually, I did like some of the songs from Prince. The one when he walked into the museum is probably my favorite.
Yeah.
Party
That's-
Man.
Yeah, that was probably my favorite Prince song of
I
that
had the
soundtrack.
soundtrack. I had the soundtrack to this.
But I do get what even Thomas was saying is that it just didn't seem like it fit.
Mhm.
But I definitely think that song was probably the one that fit the most.
It's better when you listen to by itself when what than watching the movie.
Definitely.
Yeah.
The song itself though I think is a
It's good. Yeah.
decent enough song. But the rest of the music I just doesn't seem like it fits with the
Mhm.
movie.
Yeah.
And also too, I think that soundtrack was more of a what do you call it? An experimental soundtrack, experimental album.
Right.
Kind of like what Queen did with Highlander. That was the same basic idea
Oh,
That's a
behind
soundtrack.
Yeah,
I
that's right.
love that song.
same
Here we
same,
are.
same basic idea and concept where you take one artist and you pretty much have that artist create the whole soundtrack.
Yeah.
What I that was the big thing I didn't like about some I like didn't like. I think my issue is them bringing Harvey Dent and not capitalizing more on the Two Face character. I just don't think it was really necessary of that character. And
Wait, you mean you think they should have went to Two Face in added that plot
not
in?
necessarily, just I don't think he really needed to be there.
Ah, yeah.
Well, I mean, you do make a good point. They didn't really do anything with his character
No.
other than presenting him as Harvey Dent.
Yeah.
There's
Well,
nothing
the
really
thing is
to
too, like Harvey Dent, like Billy D. Williams is supposed to be Two-Face in the future.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He would just they're just I guess setting him up.
they're
for
setting him up.
sequels.
Yeah, but it's like
Which
I don't
doesn't
know.
go anywhere.
Do you think they were really set back then? I don't know if they were like thinking. Like every now it's like superheroes. They always think it's a sequel ahead of time, but I don't know if they were planning that.
I mean, they're gonna use
hard to
Two Face
tell
eventually anyway,
because-
so it's like
I mean, I can't. I really cannot picture Billy D. Williams as Two Face.
Yeah,
though.
I
just
agree.
I try to picture that in my head, and I'm just like, I don't know.
well, you get to play Two Face in the Lego Batman movie, so there's that.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm gonna flip a coin, you pirate! I'm a pirate!
Because we're so used to
That's okay. Yeah. They were supposed to set Billy D. Harvey Dent. They were setting his character up. I was just looking at it right now. It says that they were going to reprise his role as Harvey Dent and create Two Face for Batman Returns, but it was scrapped.
right.
Yeah, because when the backlash of Batman Returns came out, they fired Tim Burton, and then they got Tommy Lee Jones instead.
Right, because he was a bigger star. Than
Right. Yeah.
No offense, Billy D. So
And we'll talk about that later, though.
yeah,
My issues.
Lock!
but we'll get to Batman Forever later.
Forever and ever.
Yeah.
And that scene that Dan was talking about too, I remember because I just watched it the other day. I don't. I think Dan is right when he said that because of the era. Now I don't think you could get away with some of those types of scenes without any kind of backlash.
True.
With what's her name going up the stairs,
Vicky
all
Vale.
drunk. Yeah, Vicky. Going up the stairs all drunk, and Batman and
How's the
Bruce
suit?
Wayne-
Excuse me?
Oh, like
Can
his
you
Mr.
pass the salt?
His Mr. Burns table.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
I just don't
it's funny
think
they
that-
mentioned that 'cause, like, yeah, even the Wonder Woman 84 got backlash for that plot. You know,
That movie.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
so it's like
Still make a wish.
There was no reason for that. What was the point on that scene?
Age of Ultron has backlash because of that kind of stuff too.
But look who directed it. You know. So.
Well, right, that's true.
Yeah,
Speaking of when we were doing the RIPs, RIP Joss Whedon's career.
pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, savage.
Like,
But overall, I enjoyed the movie. I think it was a great movie, and it's probably one of the better, definitely one of the better ones of the first four.
yes. All right. Rob, what's your story?
I really like. You all know how I feel about this movie.
This is your worst, right?
You hate it.
I hate it. Yeah, no. You know what? Like, I think I was 7 when this came out, and I didn't see it. I didn't see it till I think the early 90s. And I was blown away. Like I did watch the Adam West show. It was on TV a lot, and I'd watch it. And my dad loves it. Burgess Meredith and all that. And like when I saw this Batman, I'm like, oh my god, like he's kind of scary. Like, the part where those two criminals is like, hey, there ain't no bat. I heard it was the bat guy, and then he comes down for the first time. I'm like, oh my god. I'm like, shut up. And so, like, the whole look of Batman was totally flipped. It was like, wow, like he's dark, he's gritty, his suit looks awesome. It's intimidating. At least I thought it was back.
Oh, definitely, it was.
They updated the suit. Yeah.
But I remember the marketing. Like, I remember toys, like shirts and on cereals, the Batman cereal.
Yep.
Remember the Batman cereal?
Yeah.
Like all this stuff, like all this nostalgic stuff I remember about this movie. Like all the advertising and stuff, it was big. It like blew up. I had a Batman Michael Keaton bank, like I put my coins in.
I know.
Remember that?
I had one too.
I think it came in the cereal.
Yeah. Yes.
So, like, oh my god! And then Dan, he had like all the toys, like the action figures from Batman and Batman Returns. But what I just want to say, like this movie really is the turning point. And or even the starting point of Batman taking off.
Yeah, it established what Batman should be.
Yes, and I do like the dark atmosphere, the way the city looks, and there's like gas go, like steam and like the dark alleyways and
gritty, very
and
gritty.
and when Bruce's parents get killed, and like it's just it really kind of hits home when I first saw it, but like Dan mentioned some of that stuff about Alfred with Vicky. Like I honestly, I never would have thought about that. Like I'm a huge fan of this movie, and it's like when I think about that, I'm like, oh my god, like why didn't I think of that? But I still think this movie holds up to be one of the best Batman's movies in the entire series. Whatever we're talking about, Nolan, whatever. I still think this is one of the best ones, though. And it's because great cast. Michael Keaton, Jack Nicholson hits it out of the park as Joker. I mean, he's like a Caesar Romero, like an upgrade from Caesar. And it's like, the part where he first gets the chemicals on and he's sitting in the chair and the doctor's on. He's like, there's nothing I can do. And he's like, mirror. And like he starts laughing because there's nothing they can do. And
He's like nuts.
He's nuts. And it's like, oh my God. Like, Bob. God. Love all that stuff is great, man. And I want to say too, Michael Keaton, not only is he a good Batman, but he is a great Bruce Wayne. I think his Bruce Wayne is spot on. Like, I don't think he's like when they're in their armory, Vicky and Knox, they're in the armory and they're like they're like making fun of all the statues or whatever, and he comes in and he's like, oh yeah, he's like that, it's like he's like sarcastic, but then at the same time he's a smart guy, and like I don't know, I think he hits it home.
He's trying to be sarcastic, but maybe in a funny way.
In a funny way, yeah.
Well, he tells Knox that he's gonna give him a grant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he probably meant it.
Yeah.
to me,
Well,
to me,
we never find out.
to me, this movie has one of the best endings. When Joker falls, it's like that whole thing is so
that
memorable.
last scene, like
It's scary.
what?
And oh man.
Yeah.
And I like too on this movie, like Batman, he gets hurt too. Like he gets,
Yeah.
he fights a lot, but he gets by the end of the movie, he's pretty hurt. So all in all, I just want to say, like, amazing soundtrack. I do like some of the Prince songs, but I agree with Dan. I'm not the biggest Prince fan, but I do think the songs kind of fit in certain areas here, especially when Joker's dancing around the museum. It just kind of,
That's a good scene.
it's back in the era, so whatever. All in all, like, this is my favorite. I freaking love this movie, and I always will. When there's a Batman theme in this house, or like something we want to watch Batman related, we'll put this one on. So yeah, that's all I have to say.
Okay.
Batman 89.
Thomas, I think you're gonna be the first one to talk about this movie, like, not being alive when it came out. So
Yeah,
interesting.
because I was not alive when this movie came out.
Neither was I.
There was wait. Kenny says there was a petition to have Mike.
Yes,
Yes.
there was.
Yeah, there was.
Yeah.
There was.
Yeah, there was a petition. Yep.
And who's laughing now?
Yeah. Screw you.
Yeah.
Petition.
So,
man.
Yeah.
I mean, they did the same thing to Ben Affleck when he got casted.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Batfleck. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Gone Girl.
Uh,
Gone Girl.
That's not the best example, but
Alex's favorite movie ever.
that's not the best example. But, like, I see what you're
Daredevil.
saying. Yeah.
Alex's
Okay.
favorite movie
I actually
is
like Daredevil, so I don't know.
The extended cut, the director's cut. Sorry.
It don't matter. I like it.
Okay. All right, Thomas. What are your overall thoughts of Batman '89? Watching it in the
This
'90s.
was actually one of the ones I didn't see until later in life.
Oh, right, okay.
Because
Same here. Same here.
It's kind of funny. My history with Batman was that.
Well, this movie.
Well, I'm just saying. I'm just gonna say real quick. The first one I ever saw was actually Batman and Robin.
Oof. Oof.
I'm sorry, Thomas.
Yikes.
That's a bad introduction to Batman.
This will
Yeah.
be interesting. This will be
It's
interesting though, because
interesting. Yeah, I want to hear it.
Dude,
You watch
okay.
it after, I wanna-
I'll get into it when we get to Batman and Robin.
Yeah, but okay. When was the first time you saw this one? Though?
I saw this one probably when I was in middle school.
Oh, so like
Probably
already
like
in the 2000s.
about 7th or 8th grade, maybe.
Okay.
So probably like when I was like 13.
Mhm,
I didn't see this till like when I was like a teen.
mhm.
Because I mainly saw like a lot of the Batman the animated series and the animated movies like Phantasm and Sub-Zero and
Which
so-
a lot of those are based off of Batman 1989.
Sure.
And then I saw this and I'm like, because I always saw like promotions for this on a lot of Warner Brothers VHS tapes.
Yes.
So I remember like the 75 years of Warner Brothers, like they would show clips from Michael Keaton's Batman. And I would say like, oh, like I like Michael Keaton because I grew up with Jack Frost and all that stuff. So when I saw this for the first time, I was like, wow, like Keaton really is an amazing Batman. And he really did knock it out of the park as both that and Bruce Wayne. And I mean, everybody else pretty much hit the nail on the head when it comes to the film. One of the things I really like about the Tim Burton Batman is the tone. And what I mean by the tone is like it's a great mixture of dark, but also still has the feel of a comic book. Like it's still a comic book, sort of like mixed movie mixed with a dark gritty. It's like a good balance in between. It's like, okay, it's more of a darker version of Batman, but still at the same time, it still has a feel of a comic book superhero film that you would remember like reading as kids as comic books and all that stuff. So it has a good balance of both. And I really like the way that, like you guys said before, that Tim Burton created Gotham. I really like the way Gotham looks. I still think, it really showcases what Gotham would look like in a comic book sense, because like with the dark alleyways and the smoke coming out of the sewers and the dark, you know what I mean? It's like it really does showcase what Gotham City would be like.
The criminals, the prostitutes, and everything.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
And even like the vehicles and all that stuff. Like this seems like something like how Gotham would look in real, like if it was real life. And you know, like going on to the casting, what more can you say? Michael Keaton, fantastic as Batman Wayne. Like you guys said before too, I know this was a heavily controversial casting choice because of considering Michael Keaton as a comedian. Because before this, you know, Mr. Mom, Night Shift, Gung Ho, things like that. Like people never thought he would ever be able to pull it off, but he sure proved everybody wrong, and it kind of opened the doors in a way for Michael Keaton to do other things too. Because you figure Michael Keaton, after he did this dramatic performance, he would have films like Pacific Heights and Batman Returns and One Good Cop, but like a lot of pretty good dramatic roles.
The Founder.
Oh yeah, like he would do like a lot of
Birdman.
and
yeah.
it just in this film right here.
Look, that just goes to show that we should never judge an actor on just casting. We should actually see the damn performance.
Kenny also makes a good point here about Michael Keaton and Clean and Sober. That's a great performance that he does.
And like I think comic book movies are like the main staple of that example. Like people, every time someone gets casted, like you normally don't think like, oh, I can see the actor like in your head like from the get go, but you gotta wait till they actually perform because you're just judging the actor from past movies and like what the hell, you know? It happens all the fucking time, you know. Like more times they prove us wrong. So
that's true.
And going
most
into
of the time,
more, it's like, you know, it's
Jesse Eisenberg.
one of the things too is like they went to everyone and their mother for the role of Batman. They went to everybody you can think of.
But Tim Burton only like he said Michael Keaton's the guy. Like
but they went to people like Kurt Russell,
and like bigger stars,
like Kevin Costner. They went to Pierce Brosnan. They all said no. And really, Michael Keaton. Well, the reason why Tim Burton was hired on to do this was because of Pee-wee's Big Adventure and Beetlejuice being big hits.
Yeah.
For Warner, and they
being like dark.
And they were
films themselves.
And they were Warner Brothers Studios films.
Yes.
And now this was also Warner Brothers. So we're like, okay, how about we get this guy?
Yeah.
And
like funny you mentioned Beetlejuice and Pee-wee's Big Adventure. Even though those movies are comedic, they have some really fucking dark moments in those.
Yeah, Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
Pee-wee's Big Adventure, like his dreams are fucking weird.
Those are great movies.
Yeah.
Beetlejuice like used to scare me.
The snake, when he turns into a snake in
a lot of
that
things.
part,
I'm still kind of torn. Like, what my favorite performance of Michael Keaton is either Batman or Beetlejuice because they're pretty close.
Jack Frost, easily.
Favorite performance of Michael Keaton for me is The Founder.
Well, I mean, like characters, like
yes,
Batman, Beetlejuice.
Oh, I thought you meant like acting. Like as far as acting goes, like The Founder is my favorite.
Well, he's really good as Ray Kroc in The Founder. Yeah.
So I agree with Alex, Jack Frost.
Oh yeah. No one can play a snowman better than Michael Keaton.
And Jack Nicholson knocked it out of the park as the Joker.
Oh yeah.
Jack Nicholson, one of my favorite actors ever. Great. The man's good in everything he does. The Shining and just tons of stuff like
Bucket List,
and As Good as It Gets.
That was a joke. I should never seen Bucket List.
One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and Chinatown. Great actor.
Just a little off topic. One movie that Jack Nicholson did that no one ever fucking talks about nowadays is Wolf.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah. Joker and Catwoman.
Yeah, Michelle Pfeiffer.
Yeah, Michelle Pfeiffer and
Ultron. James Spader.
James Spader. That's right.
Yeah. See you if you come back.
Hey. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, it's like
we got three more movies to talk about. So
both Michael Keaton and Jack Nicholson knocked it out of the park, and I think they were. And thank God, Tim Burton chose Michael Keaton because it opened a lot of opportunities for Michael Keaton to do other things, and Michael Keaton proved with this one that the man could do anything. He can do comedy, he can do drama, action, like he can do anything. He's
Now, Thomas,
very talented guy.
do you agree with what Dan mentioned earlier about the rape?
Yeah, that stuff is highly questionable. Yeah, I didn't really think of that going. I didn't really think of that over the years, and then all of a sudden, like once he brought that up, I'm like, you know
was
what?
so
He kind of
serious.
does make a good point right there.
Jesus.
I'm gonna be the Alba and say I have no issue with that.
Of course you are.
I got no issue. Man.
Of course you are, oddball.
Yeah,
you
so,
got any
No,
vape drugs?
what?
Based
Because
on what I'm
okay
seeing
with
in
the
the
rape?
chat right here,
because
based
if it was like she said like I don't remember what happened last night, then okay, yeah, I'll give you guys that. But like she remembers everything, so it's like whatever.
He even made her do the what do you call that? What's that? The shame walk in the morning. Remember,
he
he
made
left.
her.
He left before she got up, and she's walking down the stairs all like disheveled
And
putting her clothes on. And Alfred's like,
and-
"I know what happened with
Wait,
you."
wait! I gotta point something out. Didn't she wake up and she sees him hanging upside down? Isn't
yeah,
that boy?
Yeah, and then she went back to sleep because she was drugged.
Why is he hanging upside down? That's not an exercise. Oh my god!
because he's a bat.
he's one of the Lost Boys.
He's a bat. Yeah.
Because he's drugged. Oh, she takes her shoes off because she can't fucking walk.
I know Steven's not the biggest fan of Robert Wool based on these chats over here.
Yeah, what's with the Robert Wool hate? I think he's funny.
I thought that was
I
odd.
don't mind Robert Wool.
Robert, whoa.
Well,
I like him as Knox.
yeah, he's funny.
Was he needed though?
No, I think
You
he
need
was-
a comic relief though.
I already talked to him about this. I thought he was kind of annoying.
They're a 6 foot.
Oh, okay. So you find Knox annoying, but you like Franklin.
That's a different. We're talking about a horror movie. We have dumb characters. Look, we have dumb characters in Friday 13th Part 5. Come on now.
So if Knox was like,
it's your fucking slop.
so if Knox was like,
I'm not saying that Franklin is not annoying, but it just doesn't bother me as much. This is like a movie. This is a comic book movie. This is a different movie.
okay,
Franklin got what came to him, right?
That's true,
Knox didn't, so.
Yeah. Knox,
Yeah, Franklin dies, and that's
yeah, but Knox actually helps out a little bit at the end.
Oh,
When he's
what?
trying to like get the goons off the balloons where they're poisoning the people. He's actually trying. He's not completely useless.
I mean, he's like getting the car, and then he was like hitting people with bats.
Yeah, the goons like trying to stop.
Yeah,
him.
he hit like 2 people, and then he jumped on top of the
And then
car.
she ran him over.
Oh, no, that was a dumb scene.
No, it is dumb that she runs him over. Like, what the hell?
Hey, you know what's dumb is the fact that he was left there, and why didn't he get the Joker toxin?
He was trying to get in Vicky's pants.
Yeah,
That is true.
that relationship made more sense than gangman rape.
Can't rape. Fuck.
Nocturnal rape. Oh man.
But Thomas, are you done? Or are you?
No, I'm gonna say a couple of quick cons with the film. Like
The rape.
some of the like the Prince songs out of place for me, even though I do like Prince. I just think the songs are just like not really fit for a Batman movie.
Mhm.
And I will admit, like I like Kim Basinger. I think she does fine for what she has to do with Vicky Vale. But if they reduced her screaming, that would have been better.
Yeah, she does scream a
He was
lot.
just-
There's a lot, a
He was
little
a
too much
damsel in
screaming.
distress, like the whole movie.
I like when they eat with Alfred.
When he tells the story
Also,
about
too,
going off-
another thing I'm
They
going
eat
to
in that little pantry area.
I really like the look of the Batmobile.
Oh yeah,
The Batmobile
yeah.
was fucking badass.
I mean, like even to this day, people say like that's the best Batmobile on screen.
Alfred is the grandpa.
He's bad grandpa. He's dirty grandpa.
He wants Vicky and him to get tie the knot.
I mean, like, I know you guys say that, but like even Bruce jokes about that. Like, you know what, Alfred, why don't you marry her?
Yeah, really. Stop telling me what to do, Alfred. You bitch.
I mean, that's his job, right? He's always telling Bruce Wayne what to do.
Who makes his? Hey, who makes Batman's gadgets and stuff?
Alfred. In this continuity,
Burton movies. I think it's all Keaton.
Yeah, it has to be.
You don't
'Cause
see Alfred just being a
oh,
butt.
no, oh, okay, maybe in the Burton movies, but in Schumacher movies, like Alfred always is like, "Well, I did this for you, sir."
That's like, yeah, I think it's more realistic if Keaton did it, or like
Yeah.
that,
That's true.
because you don't have Fox.
No,
Nah, not until the Nolan films.
Yeah.
Alfred helped a little bit in Batman Returns, but
Yeah, that's true.
You only made him with that terrible soup.
It's cold. It'd be cold.
Yeah.
oh, and
I'll warm this up.
I gotta mention two things real quick. One is even in Batman Returns, Alex,
Yeah.
Batman says, Alfred, who let Vicky into the Batcave? He's like, why? He's like, you screwed up with that, and Alfred doesn't deny it, so he is stupid.
Well, they put that in the movie because there was backlash, so they made a
I
joke of it.
forgot about that.
That's true. Yeah. That's a funny part. I like that part though.
I
They acknowledged. Okay.
I also like at the beginning of this movie when that prostitute hits on that 10-year-old boy. Hi, honey.
Yeah, dude. That's right.
It's
Yeah.
not even the dad.
That would not.
She's
even,
like, hey, honey, to the boy.
Yeah.
that wouldn't even fly today.
Oh no.
Oh my god, this movie would be canceled.
And
Right,
to answer the question about his gadgets, Lucius Fox has been around since the late 70s in the comic books.
Yeah, I know, but like he wasn't in these films.
No, he wasn't.
I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
But he was because I was just looking that up. Yeah, they didn't put him into the series, but I guess in the
Hey,
background
little boy.
things that you didn't see,
Hi,
he
honey.
was. I guess he was the one that was creating him.
Yeah, because like I
Yeah,
always thought it was
Lucius
weird. Like
wasn't-
Alfred's too old to be built and stuff like that.
Lucius wasn't in this.
No, but
universe.
Alfred had a lot to do with the ideas.
Alfred made
He
sure
may have
the
not
toy was
created
well.
it, but he helped with the ideas of them.
Yeah.
Alfred brought the fishy swear.
She swore.
You know what? I always thought it made sense, like that Alfred's doing all the work because look what happens to him, Batman and Robin. Like poor old guy's doing all the fucking work.
That's his fault. Stop doing it.
I
He
cancel the pizza.
But he put the nipples on the bat suit.
Oh yeah, they don't fucking ever acknowledge that.
You know, he
That
has
is
a
true.
what he has a passion
That is
for.
That is true. Yeah,
Yes, the
He's
passion
the
of
one.
Christ.
He's the one who creates it.
Sorry, Thomas. Sorry.
Nah, it's all right.
Just ranting on.
Thomas doesn't like the movie.
No, this movie fucking sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So
overall,
finish your thoughts. I want to trash this movie.
but overall, this is a fantastic flick.
Oh God.
Like I said, great. Love the actors. Love the look of Gotham. Love the look of the Batmobile. And I mean, I explained. You guys pretty much nailed all the stuff on the head, and I added a few more things to it. I mean, Batman '89 is one of my favorites of all time. It's definitely one of my favorite '80s movies of all time too. I still think I agree with what Rob said too. I think this is still to this day one of the best Batman films ever made.
Yeah.
Because it gave birth to a darker
gave birth.
Batman
I mean,
character.
yeah,
They
and
did.
There aren't really a lot of
Medium.
bad Batman movies, really.
Not. I mean. Yeah.
Most of them
you're
are
right.
pretty good.
most of them. But you know what? It's better that most of them are good than like
Right.
almost none are good. You know.
But yeah,
part
but
of
overall,
Warner Brothers.
that's my overall
That
thoughts
is
on
hard.
Batman. That's my overall
Well,
thoughts.
what
I
else
like,
do we have banged on?
I like Batman.
Blue Beetle.
Yeah.
I like Batman. All right.
Booster
Off-man.
Gold.
Just like for me, just like Thomas, I didn't see this movie. Because I didn't exist when this movie came out.
Nope.
A year later, you would be.
Yeah, sure. But
You
even
and
then, I was
Thomas
too
are
young.
youngsters.
Yeah. So, and out of the first 4 Batman movies, this was the last one I saw.
Okay.
Why?
Um,
No, the last one.
but-
the last,
but the
last
thing-
one-
but-
This is all about watching
every
things out of order.
every stream we do, you're like,
The last
I
one I
watched
saw was
the
this
fourth
one.
movie or the third movie. Like
No,
man.
But
you're
here's the
so
thing.
out of order.
I know,
Yeah.
right? But like, unlike Thomas, my introduction to the Batman movies, or Batman like at all, was Batman Returns, not
Okay.
Batman
Oh,
Robin.
that's
so.
a good one to start.
So-
that's a good
So in a
intro.
way, I did grow up watching Michael Keaton's Batman.
Yeah.
Just not this one. It was Returns. But I do remember in the '90s watching like 2 scenes of this movie on a friend's house. I was over a friend's house, and it was the scene at Vicky Vale's apartment.
Mm-hmm.
I distinctly remember that scene. And the ending where Joker dies and he falls to his death. But yeah, I really like this movie. I think it does hold up for the most part. I don't. The thing you guys mentioned, the whole, all jokes aside, like the whole like rape thing, like I even I look at it now, like it doesn't bother me that much. Like
You're a
really,
denier. It was rape.
it's not nearly as uncomfortable like the Rocky scene.
I'm just joking.
No, but it's not. It's not. It's when I look at the Rocky scene in comparison, like yeah, that's like oh.
Yeah, I mean, he
yeah.
shut the door. He wouldn't let Adrian out.
Mhm.
It's like he's either
I mean, like Vicky
Wait a
was
minute, wait. The difference. Sorry, Alex.
Vicky was there. Vicky was comfortable throughout the whole time.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
It was a
but
date. She
you're-
wanted to go.
Wait a minute. You're right in
The
that
context is completely different.
Vicky was okay with that afterward, which is fine. So I don't think it was rape at all. But Bruce did take advantage of her for sure because
Yeah.
she was drunk.
Yeah.
Okay,
Whereas
I mean,
it,
that's,
whereas
that's a
in-
fair point.
Well, Rocky took advantage of Adrian's shyness. You could tell Adrian anything, and she'd just be like,
he did. He held her at his will, but then when they started making out, I think Adrian relented.
he broke.
Mm.
Got into her mind.
but
He
but
was-
yeah,
he
I
was
mean,
in the mind.
and the Batcave scene where Alfred brings Vicky Vale into the Batcave.
Yeah, the scene.
I don't. Okay, here's the thing. That doesn't bother me either because two reasons. One, at that point in the movie, Vicky already suspects Bruce is Batman anyway.
She
I mean, like-
suspects it, but she don't know.
Because like when he rescues her from the Joker and then he takes her to the Batcave, she keeps looking at him, like throughout that whole sequence.
Oh
And he keeps turning away, and he knows that she knows that she suspects. So he's trying to hide, but like
Yeah,
doing
but
his
you know
best.
what? The Batman's motto is to keep people away from him so that his loved ones can't be
that's
hurt. And
Mhm.
Alfred just threw that out the goddamn window.
yeah. But the thing is, like Bruce does want to be a Vicky. He even tries to tell her that he's Batman.
Oh, the
Yeah,
only thing
there's-
I can think of is maybe Alfred wants him to have a different life or a better.
That's true.
He
Yeah,
wants
exactly.
maybe he wants Bruce to finally.
Be
You know,
normal.
he has to tell somebody if he wants to have a normal life, is as a wife, let's say, or like
Yeah.
a girlfriend.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can think of. Otherwise,
Yeah, because they discussed this in the movie, like him and Alfred, like you like her, obviously, you be with her, tell her that you're Batman, have like don't you being Batman, that shouldn't be your whole life,
Yeah, I agree.
got
But
to-
Alfred,
got
has
to
never made- Alfred doesn't make decisions. Alfred would never, I think, go above. Alfred
maybe
would
I
never
mean,
make a-
Alfred was sick of his shit.
he would never make a decision.
But here's the thing, like
ahead
I think
of
what that
Bruce,
scene needed,
'cause he's
what-
his butler in a sense, and
You
he's
know what
also
this-
a father figure.
I
but-
think what that scene needed is to have the scene that show Vicky Vale go to the mansion again and tell Alfred, "Look, I know Bruce is Batman. Take me to him." Something like that. Maybe that would work better. But I know Burton plays it off like, "Oh shit, it's a shocking moment." Like, "Oh shit, she's in the Batcave."
yeah.
The
Yeah.
one thing I do have an issue with, and I don't know what you guys think about this because none of you have mentioned it at all, surprisingly, is the fact that Joker is the one that kills Thomas and Martha Wayne.
I was going to bring that up,
Mhm.
but go ahead.
That thing I don't like. That thing I don't like because I always because the point for me in my opinion the whole point of like having a random criminal like Joe Chill kill Bruce Wayne's parents is like okay he's supposed to represent just the crime in Gotham in general. Joker is different. It's a whole different level. So it's like you make it a completely revenge film, and it's like once it's over, like then what?
Yeah, but Joker
like-
doesn't have a set origin. Actually, it's nothing.
They give-
Like,
I
no
know
one
they
knows
give
the
him-
set origin.
They
Like
give
I
him an
thought,
origin in this movie.
I thought
What is
this.
this
I thought this
No,
kind of
I don't mind.
blended-
I don't mind like him being like Jack Napier, the gangster, like all that. Like that's all good. I like that stuff. What I mean is intertwining his origin with Batman's origin like that. Which I know the movie Joker almost kind of does the same thing, but they change
but-
it just enough. Where like okay, you're not changing too much.
To me, it makes sense because the
Personally.
Waynes were so big, and it's like anybody would be out to get them. And not just him. It's just random that it just happened. But I'm just saying, like it to me, it's like it brings it more personal.
And I think that's the reason why they did that because in the comic books, his parents were killed by just a basic, run of the mill thug named I
Joe
think it was
Chill.
like Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it wasn't by Joker. It wasn't by anyone else. I think the reason why they did that is to establish his hatred for the Joker.
Yeah, but you
Like
can
like
still,
they've already.
but you can still make that story without Joker being
I know.
his parents' killers. Which
Yeah, I know that.
you know, like it's like that change. I don't think was necessary. You know,
Here's
but I
my
get
thought.
it's interpretation.
Here's my thoughts on it, and I actually have a question actually for everyone that will relate to that. But again, also I did not have a problem with it in the movie. The I guess the issue I had with it was after the fact, because after that movie came out, the general public all thought that's the backstory that Joker killed Batman's parents. I
It
remember.
wasn't.
No,
So
yeah,
people that aren't comic book readers, they thought that's how it always was, which is not
Yeah.
the case. But in the movie, no, I didn't have a problem with it. But what do you guys think? Was Batman in that scene in the tower? Was he out there to? Do you think he was like, "I'm going to kill this guy," or do you think?
yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I really.
That
Yeah.
I mean, he
was
even
what I-
I mean, he even says it to me. I'm gonna kill you.
right. So
He's
why
out
it
there
makes
for
it more
revenge.
personal.
it's just.
I mean,
it's,
he shoot. Okay, dude. Okay, I like the movie a lot. I think still that I have so many issues with the third act. There's so many. Maybe they're nitpicks. I don't know. Like for example, when Batman after he gets rid of Joker's all his balloons, he comes back. He targets him right there, shoots at him, misses. How the fuck did you miss? And then Joker pulls out a big ass gun, shoots him once, and the bat plane
Well,
crash. What? That makes
do
no
that-
sense. That's
they
bullshit,
do,
dude.
hey, they do that in the Dark Knight
What part? It's like, right.
when he's gonna run Joker over, and then you just,
That's that's
Joker
completely
shooting
different though.
yeah, but it's still like
That's
a whole
completely
new-
different though. I can
It's
see the
still- it's still-
similarities, like if it's a showdown in the street, but the context is completely different though.
Well, yeah, because in the Dark Knight, Batman doesn't want to kill.
Yeah,
like,
that's
in that series, so that's why he turns away at the end.
And Joker
Where-
shooting it.
But that could be why he misses in this movie though, because
No, dude, he's obviously targeting him right there with he has his target
he's
right at
targeting
him.
yeah, but there's got to be a reason why he misses.
I always
Because-
thought this was my logical reasoning on that is because, like, the Batwing had such big firepower, it couldn't tune into that small of a target. That's why the bullets go around him.
Yeah, he didn't shoot it was just bullets. Yeah.
So that was always in my head. I always thought that, and I always thought the Joker's gun, in the comic bookiness of it, like the fact
Yeah.
that it had an extended barrel made it a more powerful gun, and that's how he was able to take the Batwing down. I'm just saying, like, those were my reasonings for that, why that scene was like that.
It just doesn't make logical sense.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make logical sense. I'm just saying, as in a movie, that was.
And
my
it's like
reason.
he lands right next to the church.
Typically, when
Yeah.
a gun has a longer barrel, it can you have more precision.
He shot. What's the thing? What's the thing in the Death Star in Star Wars where they shoot it like in the fucking hole? What's the thing?
The when they destroyed the Death Star.
Yeah, like it's like that. Like
a crossport or something.
he hit it right where it's in its weakness. I guess. You know,
He used the Force for that, though.
I
Wow, we're
guess.
getting way off topic here.
but like but okay, and then another thing. This is just this nitpick. When he lands when the bat plane lands next to the church, and Joker decides to take Vicky Vale to the church and up in the tower. I guess he just had henchmen like
Right.
like waiting there all the
Right.
what
All
like
those
it's like
henchmen were
it's like
already up
Joker
there.
planned all this. Like he planned to
Yeah.
shoot the bat plane right there in that moment so he can
the
land.
giant hole. Oh.
Yeah, you know.
Also,
That's
like
just one of the
I forgot to mention that too. I like the look of the Batwing. I really like the way.
No, that's
Oh,
cool.
yeah.
Yeah, I like
Yeah,
the shot where like he flies
I
into
meant
the sky
to,
into the moon
yeah.
and makes the.
I forgot
Yeah.
to mention that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even care that was like a dumb. Like, why would he do that? It was still such a cool shot. Like, I love that shot.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I want
cool.
to show
Now-
off.
Now,
want to show
now
off
I
the
can see
Batplane.
why how Batman Sub-Zero that Batwing was inspired by Batman '89.
Yeah.
Oh, so much was, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, my overall thoughts watching again. I think I like the Vicky Vale Bruce Wayne relationship more than I did before. Like
Oh my
that was
God.
one thing I never really liked that the movie about that much.
Wow, I was gonna
Uh-huh.
get mad.
Huh?
I still think I like.
But the thing is, like, the thing you guys are right about Vicky Vale though. It's like she did at the end of the day, she is just a damsel in distress.
No one
Yeah.
talks.
Like,
No
not
one
gonna
talks
lie.
about this. I think
But
he
same
has
thing-
the best voice out of any Batman.
Yeah, he does.
Like he has it. It's perfect.
I love
Uh,
Ben.
wait.
Subtle.
I love
personally.
Batfleck's too, but
No. Are you talking about in general?
all the
like,
Batman movies. Out of every
no.
Batman movie, I
Ro-
still
ro-
think it's the best.
To me, Robert Pattinson got that.
Robert
got
Pattinson's
the
close.
voice, yeah.
Robert Pattinson's close, but
If
Ben
I get
Affleck-
to give something to Robert Pattinson, best of it's the voice. To me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
Michael Keaton. No, Michael Keaton is better than most of the other Batman voices. I can't say.
Hey,
Yeah.
Freeze.
I'm
Right.
back.
Um.
Hi, Freeze. I'm George Clooney.
So yeah, I mean, like, yeah.
Sorry,
yeah,
are you done, Alex, or no?
I don't not like.
Oh my god.
He's not. He's not done. He's not done
No,
ripping.
no. Okay, but like,
Bleeding. Shut up.
He's not done ripping apart this movie a new asshole.
no. I was just kidding. I just had those issues with the third act. Like that's something like for years I always felt like that way. Like, oh, the movie's so good, and then when you get to the reveal, like the Joker's the killer of his parents, like the movie went like downhill for me a bit. But
What
like,
about
okay, like remember when we talked about Batman v Superman about whole Batman and killing, and I don't have an issue with that. Like generally, like
Right.
unless
That's
there's
what-
something more, to it. Like here, you could have done that. Like okay, he kills all those Joker's goons, and he even kills the Joker at the end. Like you could have made something out of that
Well-
in the next, even in like not at the end of the movie necessarily, like in the next one. Oh, go from there. How does
guess-
that affect Batman? Like. But no, not really. They don't even really acknowledge it. It's
Well, I
like
guess
he
technically
keeps
you could
killing.
say for the
He
Joker.
keeps killing, and it's like, oh, I'll get to it. In Batman.
Oh yeah, he definitely.
I mean,
I
he-
just
he meant
I-
to kill him once he. I
right,
think.
but I mean, if
Yeah.
you think about it, it's like Joker could have
Batman was sick of his
somehow
jokes.
got out of that.
Batman was
all-
sick of his
all I'm
jokes.
saying It's like it's like it was tied around his foot, so it's like he couldn't really do anything. But in a way, it's not like Keaton like just killed him like right off.
Yeah, Keaton didn't like drop him or anything.
He
It
didn't-
was almost like Joker.
he
The
didn't-
Joker just let go, so it was Joker's fault.
You know what he did? You know what he pulled? Batman pulled I'm not going to kill you,
Jigsaw.
but I don't have to save you either.
Yeah. That's what it was. It's like psychological. Like Joker
It's
didn't
like
have.
it's like
to
it's like
go,
when he
let
dropped
go,
when he
so-
dropped the joke. It's like
To
when
me,
he
it
dropped.
looked like the Jigsaw type of thing.
I just do not understand like why
That whole
for
thing-
years, and it was even me too. Like this movie got a pass with all the murders. Like
Because
no
they-
one cared.
because
they made
nostalgia.
good people out of it.
That's because it's nostalgic. That's why.
Yeah, but in the comics, the same thing happens.
Yeah, and some of the early comics he does kill,
Yeah.
but like that
Especially,
changed,
like,
that
Blood
evolved throughout time. Like now, like a lot of the comics.
But, like,
the
yeah,
Batman
like,
he doesn't have, he
That's,
has no
that's
kill
the
rule.
issue I have with the Nolan.
To me, but then no, to me, for me, I think for me personally, it makes Batman a more interesting character if he has no kill rule.
Nah, that's my problem with the Nolan films. We'll get to that.
What? I mean, he's not the Punisher, man. I mean,
No, he doesn't have to be. But the no kill rule is not realistic because if there's guys around you with guns and you have to disable, like someone's gonna get shot, someone's gonna get killed, someone's gonna get.
yeah, but
hurt.
when he's saying the no kill rule, like literally not actually like, fucking kill him,
well, no,
like
I'm not
purposely
talking
kill
about
him.
being a murderer. I'm talking about like somebody's.
Oh,
gonna
he's a
end up-
murderer in the next one. He's a complete fucking murderer in the next one. But we'll get to it. Yeah, but overall, I do like this movie. I think it's solid. And out of the first four movies, it's the best one.
Yeah, I would
Wait,
say it's my theory.
Are
out of the
we
first.
are we ranking these four, or are we gonna rank the entirety of all of them?
I mean, if you guys want to rank,
It's a different show,
just a-
though. I mean, we should probably rank per show, shouldn't we?
I would rather do a final ranking at the end.
Oh, okay.
Personally, that's me.
All right, yeah.
okay, when we get to all of them.
How
When
about
we're done
do
with
a-
the Nolan
Yeah,
show,
we
we'll
can
just rank
include the Nolan.
How about do like a mini
How about when we're
and
done
then
with
put it
the
all together?
Well, the only problem with that is then you're gonna already know like where your top movies are gonna lie, even when you're adding in the
That's
other
true.
ones.
Yeah, that is true.
We did that with Star Wars. So, I mean, does anyone else
Well-
have any more thoughts on Batman 1999 before we get to this?
No, I'm done.
Nah, I'm done.
Okay, I'll say one thing. We don't condone rape. Okay.
No, we
I
don't.
think this may change things going forward, but I think an interesting show would be to rank our Batman character orders and like rank our, like how we feel about like the villain portrayals and stuff. But if
George
you'd
Clooney.
rather cover that now,
That
we
would
can
be
too.
interesting.
But
George Clooney's the best. Period.
It would be interesting.
Okay.
not just
All
the
right.
movie review, but like a character review.
Yeah.
But
Rank
whatever.
the Batmobile.
Yeah, I think we're all done. You
All
want me
right.
to do stats?
Stats.
Stats. Come on, Dan.
I love hearing that now.
Oh,
We,
God.
we missed you
No,
here.
I do. I
We
love
missed you
hearing
doing this, man.
All right, so the budget for this movie was $48 million. It box office took in $411 million, so it was a humongous success.
Yeah.
Sorry
Rotten
about that.
Tomatoes score, the critic score is 72%, audience score 84%.
I thought the critic score would be higher than 72%.
I did Metacritic this time just to add one, and again, I don't know much about it. I just did it.
Right.
It only has a 69 for a Metacritic score, but the user score on Metacritic is 8.1. So,
So like audiences obviously like it more than.
right,
Critic.
yeah.
Yeah.
So if you look at Rotten Tomatoes and Metacritic, both audiences are in the 80%.
Okay, so now we get to the IMDb. We have to guess.
Right.
Yeah,
What
the
the score
All right,
IMDb.
so I'm going to write down your guys' guesses, and then
Okay.
we'll.
So who wants to guess first?
Well, you figure who went first? Like, since Dan's going, like, who went after?
Oh, Wes.
I'll
Okay,
do
go
it.
ahead, Wes.
I'll say 8.7
Okay, I'll write that
IMDb
down.
scale.
And then
All right.
okay, Rob, what would you say?
I'm gonna say 8.5.
8.5.
Yep.
Go ahead, Thomas.
I'm gonna say. I think I'm gonna go with a 7.4.
Okay. I'm gonna go with 7.1.
Okay.
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 Now that I say mine, Rob and Wesley, you guys were fucking way off, probably.
Probably, but
But it's a nice guess.
Okay, So,
So what is it though?
it is 7.5.
Fuck, Thomas got it.
So Thomas got it with
Got the point.
7.4.
Damn it.
Wow.
See, I thought the trolls were gonna vote it lower than that. That's why it's both 7.1.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, so Thomas, you get a point.
So
Well,
who was
you
more
know,
who was more way off, Wesley or
you
Rob?
never know with IMDb though. It could be like
Sure.
really high or really low, like
That's true.
depending on.
It depends on like what it is. Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
that's why this movie I thought was more just nostalgic
So-
to a lot of people.
Rob,
I
was-
mean,
sorry,
My
Dan.
look at IMDb, in my opinion, if it's 7 or higher on IMDb, that's a good score.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Even
So-
like 6.8 also has a pretty.
Who
decent
who was more way off? Was it Rob or Wes?
I think Wes had an 8.7.
Oof. Okay. So that's a -1.
Yeah,
For
I was
Wes.
12 points off.
Yeah, because it's been a while since I've seen that IMDb score. It's been years, so I knew Wes and Rob were way off. I was like, fuck. I didn't want to say anything though. All right, so Batman 1989. Overall, we all liked it, right? Minus the rape.
We all love it. Yep.
yes,
And Alfred. For
Yeah,
me.
fuck
Alfred's
Alfred.
good.
Yeah,
I like the actor. I just thought that was a.
Michael Go's a good actor. He is. I like him.
Okay, so like
Especially
Dan,
in, The Serpent and the Rainbow.
he was in that one, right?
In the very
I
beginning, he
I
was.
forgot.
Yeah.
Okay,
In the very beginning, he was. Yeah.
it's been years. So after that, like Dan mentioned, Batman was a huge hit, and of course, because of that, when your movie is a huge hit, you gotta get a sequel,
Yeah.
especially for a comic book movie, and we got Batman Returns. Simple title, Batman Returns.
yeah.
Tim Burton came back to direct this one, of course, and Mike Keaton came back as Batman, but we got 2 new villains. Oh, I should say 3. To be honest, 3. We got Michelle Pfeiffer as Cat.
Right.
Yeah, Michelle Pfeiffer as Catwoman, Dan DeVito as the Penguin, and Christopher Walken as Shrek.
Yeah.
Okay, so
And Leatherface, Andrew Brodowski.
oh yeah, he's in this one. All right, Rob, you can go first on this one. What's your
Okay.
overall thoughts on Batman Returns?
I really like Batman Returns. It's I like the first one more, but this was a nice sequel. To me, it feels like it's
Underrated.
much darker.
Mhm.
This movie's
I
much
feel
darker
like
than
it's underrated.
Definitely.
Again, I remember the marketing for this, like the toys and the cups from McDonald's that you could get and buy those. The McDonald's toys, obviously, but
and then they pulled it.
yeah,
Yeah, they pulled it. Yep.
I know there was some issues like with Michael Keaton thinking that the villains were more popular than him, where he decided to not be Batman anymore because of because he thought that the villains were like overshining his performance.
Yeah, he didn't like the script for the next movie.
That too, but I like honestly when I saw that they were doing two villains, I'm like that's cool, but like is it gonna make the movie like too full of too much story going on, or like just too much? But honestly, I thought this movie was balanced pretty good. Like Celine, Michelle Pfeiffer as Catwoman, like she gets some good like screen time as well as a little origin, which I thought they did pretty well. Penguin, the same thing. I thought his little origin story and like his little motivation for the film, like I thought they did a good job with that. So and even Batman, like what he's doing now, like where he's at in his life, like I thought all of that was like just here and there, like scenes like perfectly paced. Was what I want to say, like, and I had the hots for Michelle Pfeiffer in this, like when she was Catwoman. Like I just remember, like wow, like like man, that
She should have been in Cats.
I mean, I like it. Like, what do you think of like? Here's the thing, like her becoming Catwoman. It's like, yeah, she has like the 9 lives thing, but when she's like laying there and the cats are like licking her fingers and she's like going like this a little bit, it's like, I mean, I don't know, like
it was weird.
It's like it's not like she. That's the thing about Catwoman. It's so weird. It's like she really is human, and it's like she don't really have any powers other than knowing how to fight and steal. Like that's like a human thing. But I'm saying like she don't have powers. So it's like when the cats were doing that, it's like were they? I don't know.
I feel like
I don't know.
I feel like the movie was giving her the ability to have 9 lives. I think that's
You know what? To me, it's never explained.
It's explained in the Halle Berry version.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, but that's a
but
piece
not-
of shit movie.
Yeah, but in this movie, it's like it's not really explained.
It's not explained well, but
unless
it's
all the cats in Gotham have some like superpowers or some shit.
I guess it gets a pass because it's simple. It's you know what I mean. It's like
Right.
okay, he likes cats. The cats go to her, and then
they bit her on the fingers. That's the
Yeah.
venom. It had venom.
they had rabies. They were rabies cats, and yeah. So what whatever. That's just a little like I guess nitpick you should say. But as far as like Danny DeVito, like I thought he was kind of crazy looking as the Penguin. Like
yeah,
Danny DeVito's a short guy anyway, but he was like perfect for it. And
Yeah.
oh, he was great.
this version of Penguin is more like he's a penguin / human.
He's deformed.
Right.
So it's
He's
like
deformed.
it's a different version than what we're used to seeing. Now that I've seen the Batman and Colin Farrell's version, like I prefer that version over this. And
Actually, that's what it was supposed to be. I mean, the Penguin character is supposed to be what the Colin Farrell's.
right, yes,
take
he's
on.
more like a gangster mob boss.
Yeah, I happen to agree with Rob. I do prefer Colin Farrell's version. Although I love Danny DeVito as the Penguin, I still think
I think
like-
Dan disagrees with that.
I love him as the.
I
as the
think-
Penguin, but
I think Dan disagrees with that.
I don't know.
well, okay, going to the. I don't know if you guys have played the Arkham games, the Batman Arkham games.
I
Those are
haven't.
fantastic games. Penguin is in Arkham City, and again, he looks like Colin Farrell a little bit. Like he looks
Well,
like
the
he's
comic book.
he's got the the glass thing over his eye. He's short. He's like a gangster kind of guy. I prefer that version of Penguin, but this one, it was nice it was like a nice change, or so to say. Like it was a good version of him, I guess. But I prefer the other version. But he hit it out of the park. I mean, honestly, Danny DeVito is perfect. And I do feel like there was a lot more comic booky stuff in this, as far as like the penguin and his duck, riding around, the penguins with their rockets. And like, that was all just kind of like, I don't want to say cartoony, more like comic booky.
Well, it's definitely
That's a little
Tim Burton vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's definitely Tim Burton's vibe for sure.
So I think that kind of brought it down for me just a little bit, like as far as comparing it to the first one. Like it brought it down a little bit. But amazing soundtrack. Michael Keaton does great as always as Bruce and Batman. The whole thing with him and Selena back and forth was great. Max Schreck was, I mean, he was good for what he was doing. All in all, like this movie is a great sequel, and I don't think this movie gets talked about as much. Like especially
Actually, it does. I don't.
No, all I hear now is the '89 movie, and then Batman and Robin sucking, and Batman Forever. Like people don't like that, but I don't ever hear anything really about Batman Returns. It's just weird.
The only controversial
I
thing
do- I
about
do
Batman
hear-
Returns was the McDonald's toys.
Yeah.
That's like the only thing that was actually controversial about the whole Batman Returns is because parents were thinking that they felt that Batman Returns was too dark,
Yeah.
and they felt that McDonald's shouldn't have been
I mean,
promoting that movie.
the only thing I could say to that is like, have they even seen the first one? It's like,
Yeah,
Yeah. Exactly.
like too dark. It's like, okay.
where were they 2 years ago?
Yeah.
2 years before that.
Yeah.
They don't, yeah.
Honestly, like I'm finished with my thoughts. This movie is it's a great sequel. It's not one of my favorites, but it's my okay, I should say this. It's my favorite of the sequels. Like if we're talking about the Batman movies in order, Batman Returns, Batman Forever, it's my favorite of the sequels. So
Yeah,
that's
it's my favorite of the sequels.
To just mention that the controversy thing with the Happy Meal toys, like every time people complain about a movie like that, more than likely they haven't even seen the movie. So it's
No.
like, how you can
They
you take
probably
them seriously? Yeah.
I think I saw this. I want to say I saw this in the theater, but I can't remember.
Was this 92?
Yeah, it was 92.
Yeah.
Okay.
1992.
Yeah, I thought I saw this in the theater. I wish I could remember things. Sometimes I can't. Sometimes I can't.
Getting old.
I saw Batman Forever though. I remember that.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, Batman Returns.
Okay.
Yeah, really good. Amazing soundtrack.
All right. Wes, what are your overall thoughts about Batman Returns?
Batman Returns. I thought it was a solid movie. I'm going to start with what I didn't like. The Selena Kyle origin, the little take on it, I thought was fine. I just didn't like the whole penguin thing. They literally took him as a fucking penguin. He's not a penguin. It's like that was his nickname because he dressed up as a penguin. He looked like because of his suits he wore in the comic books.
I didn't like
He
the
was-
90 he wore.
He was called in the comic books. He's called the gentleman of crime.
Mhm.
I thought he looked stupid in his pajamas.
Yeah,
Like, I thought that was. I like him when he's wearing the suits. Like when he's wearing
the
he looks like
the
a
long
fat-
johns, whatever they called. But
Yeah, like those.
that was my major issue. Was they literally took the whole penguin thing as a literal thing, and
Yeah.
he's not a fucking penguin. He's
Well, no,
sorry,
I mean,
he's not a penguin.
A
He's,
humanoid.
yeah,
he had a
he's
flip-
a
yes.
low level mobster.
flimsy digits.
He was a low level mobster in the world of.
I'll teach you my flipper trick.
That's what he was.
Brent's flipper trick.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I
Sean.
thought it was.
Sean Urshan. Hey, what's up?
Hey, Sean.
Sean Urshan in here.
I thought it was a solid movie, though. I liked the city. The acting was superb. Even though I didn't care much for the actual penguin character, I thought for what he was given. I thought Danny DeVito did a really good job, as well as Michelle Pfeiffer for what they were given. I didn't care much for the Max Shrek character. He was okay. I don't mind the actor, but the character itself was whatever. Give or take. Didn't matter to me. But yeah, the movie was just odd also because like Rob said, it felt there was definitely parts that felt more comic booky than the first one,
Yeah.
especially when it came to the whole penguin side of things. But the music I thought was really good. The soundtrack, the instrumental stuff was really good.
Yeah.
The direction where he was taking it, Tim Burton, where he was taking it, felt like still like a continuation of the first one that he made, Batman 1989. But yeah, except for the whole penguin thing, I thought it was a really good movie.
Dan. What's your
Okay, so I saw this in the theater. I remember seeing in the theater,
Of course.
and
He has a better memory.
the theater was packed, and I was just blown away by this movie. I don't have a lot of negative things to say about this movie, honestly. I don't know why it resonated with me so much, but it did. I had like every toy for this movie, like every vehicle.
Yeah, he had everything.
So let me go over. I'll just go over I'm going to go over the things I liked first. So Danny Elfman's score, I think, was amazing. I feel like he topped himself from the first movie. I own the score to this one, and I listen to it all the time. I thought he improved on what was the first movie was great already.
I think they're both great, equally
I
great.
feel like he improved on that. I feel like he also brought over, Tim Burton. Again, I feel like he had a little bit more creative control on this.
He did completely.
And I was fine with that, honestly. I feel like he brought the look of Gotham back. I felt like it was still good. I mean, I'm not going to say it was better. Like, I felt like the soundtrack, the score was a little bit better, but I feel like it was equally good from the first movie. I felt like that was all good. I thought there were a lot of improvements for me from the first movie to this movie. For one, the action scenes. I thought the action scenes, there were more action scenes, and I enjoyed them more in the second movie. I thought, let me see here. Oh, like Bob was saying, like Michelle Pfeiffer as Catwoman, I had a huge crush on her, and I just felt she did such a good job with that role. And I always like it when you find out, like, okay, like she did all her own stunts in that movie. She spent months learning that scene where she whips off the mannequins' heads. That's her, and that was real. That was she actually did that. So that always, to me, like makes the actor stand out more. So yeah, like I don't know, man. I definitely was like definitely a big crush on her, and then she did a great job. And yeah, Michael Keaton, I feel like he improved in this movie. I liked his Batman in this movie. Like, and again, I liked him in the first movie too, but I felt like I think he stepped up his game. Danny DeVito was great as the Penguin, and we've all already said that. Just to bring this up because you guys keep talking about it, because Alex thought maybe I like this iteration more than like the
Well,
game.
judging from your reaction from that meme I sent you a week ago, that's what I'm saying.
I don't remember what I said.
It was that meme. It was that meme of like Danny DeVito's penguin with the duck coming from out of the fire chasing Colin Farrell's penguin, and you're like, go get him, Danny.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah.
The thing was, again, Tim Burton, like,
Which one's more comic book accurate?
That is true. When Tim Burton's iteration of him being like a sideshow freak, like really, those people exist, like people that have that. I thought that was interesting, and I didn't have a problem with it. Now, do I like that more than the gangster? I don't think so. But they still tried to implement into his character that he wanted to be a civilized person, and that is a big deal.
Did he?
In this movie, yeah.
Yeah.
He wanted. Remember Max? They were preparing him to be mayor. Remember he was.
That wasn't Penguin's idea. That wasn't his plan.
No, but he
That was
liked
Max Shrek's plan. Well,
Yeah,
Max Shrek convinces him, like,
Penguin
okay,
was-
you know.
Penguin was more the puppet.
right, but
But
he
you-
still he wanted. He
We
still
don't know
wanted-
what Penguin's plan was. Like, it wasn't to be mayor. It was to like kidnap all the
No,
firstborn children. That's
but-
why he was. That's why he was looking for like
no,
the
no,
firstborn
no.
children in like in the library when he was writing
yes,
them.
yes, I agree on that. But he also, but as a side plot, when Max Shrek got to him, he was like, "Oh yeah, like yeah, I do want to be a proper person." It wasn't until they turned against him that he was like, "My name's not Penguin, or my name's not Oswald, it's Penguin." Because earlier in the movie, he got mad when people were calling him Penguin. He was
Yeah.
like, "My name's Oswald." So that was a character switch. That was a character development.
Yeah, well, he was. You know what? That fucking CD scene where like, Batman recorded what he was saying. Like,
Right.
like, Penguin didn't really care about the fucking people in the first place. You know,
No, I'm not saying he cared about the people. I'm saying he
he had an
didn't want to look-
agenda.
He didn't want to look like a freak, is my point. He wanted to be a high society person. That's what I'm getting at.
Okay.
He wanted to be kind of accepted.
Right. But in any case, I don't prefer that over the gangster version of him. I'm just saying. Like I think they're both fine.
Okay.
Let's
Give me
see.
1 second, guys.
I talked about
Right.
Batman, Penguin. Oh, the darkness of the movie. I mean, it was dark. It was. I feel like it did.
I mean, it opens. The opening alone is really dark.
But I liked it. But I liked that. Like I remember being like, man, this is like awesome.
Yeah.
You know, like and Batman like killing people. Like I thought that was great. And I'm a teenager.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
We're not going to talk, Kenny. We're not going to talk about the Catwoman movie. Nope. Sorry.
No.
That's it. And then Sean, yeah, Sean says Penguin came out on the duck thing, looked like a float in the Macy's parade.
Oh, when he when he invaded the party. Yeah.
Yeah.
I lost my train of thought. What were
Oh,
we talking
you're talking about the Penguin interpretation.
Oh yeah. So
No, you mentioned the Batman killing thing.
yeah. So listen.
Psychopath.
No, listen. The majority of Batman lore, has that he has the no killing rule, and I think that's great. But Alex, you brought up many times about how artists can do different interpretations of what's in the written word, and you've even said that before. Like
That's fine. Yeah, I know. But
Right,
it has to make sense. But it has to make sense in the context of your own interpretation, which I don't feel like it does here, and I'll explain why.
Okay, but yeah, I mean, but this isn't new. I mean, like I said, he killed in the Burton movie or in the first movie.
Yeah, the first one. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, and again, this is me, kid. It was like I thought that was like badass.
You're like Milhouse in that one episode. It's like, yeah, kill him, Itchy, kill him, Batman, kill him.
I wasn't that far. But, anyway, so and I think the only thing I haven't talked about, Mac. Yeah, I thought Christopher Walken. I thought that was an interesting character. I mean, they actually developed him enough to where you hated him more than you did Penguin.
Yeah. He was the true villain. He was a scumbag.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Max Shrek was a piece of shit. Yeah.
So yeah. Oh, anyway, overall, like there were so many positive things about this movie. The only nitpicky things were like the Penguins raising Penguin like in the underground. I mean, like he was a baby and the Penguins raised. Obviously that can't happen in real life. And then the Catwoman origin that Rob already mentioned, like bit in the fingers and now you have 9 lives. Other than that stuff, I mean, I thought Batman and Selena Kyle's relationship was way better than Vicky Vale and Bruce Wayne, in my opinion. I like that duality that they always have. So yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
All right,
Their
Thomas.
back and forth was a lot better.
Thomas, what's your
Wasn't
overall
great.
thoughts on Batman Returns?
It wasn't raped as a cat.
Thomas,
Uh,
are you with us?
there's so much shit going on in my house right now. People are trying to talk to me, and
Tell him you're doing a show, man.
That's what I'm trying to tell them.
Okay, but
Really,
wait,
motherfucker?
yeah. What did you overall think of Batman Returns?
One of the things, I mean, I really I stand by this. I think it's one of the most underrated. I think it's one of the most underrated Batman films up there with Batman Begins. I would say.
Oh,
Because
definitely.
I think this and Batman Begins are the most underrated Batman movies because I feel like they don't get. Even though you alluded to like that, people do discuss this film quite a bit.
They do.
I don't think they do enough.
But I feel like though it doesn't though. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I feel
Maybe
like
I'm on social media more and I see people talk about almost every Batman movie. Every
I feel
Batman
like
movie gets
though-
discussed, honestly. Because
I
so
feel like
girls-
this movie has picked up momentum in the last few
Yeah.
I
years.
just don't
Hey,
get
yeah,
the
you're right. You're right. it does.
generalized terms.
Yeah, but I
in
feel like
general.
though, like it doesn't get brought up as much as the first one, or I feel like even Batman Forever gets talked about more because of like Jim Carrey and all that stuff. But this one, I think it's the most underrated of the first four Batman films, without a doubt. Now this one, this is definitely more of a Tim Burton vibe film. Like this is
Yeah.
definitely Tim Burton's fingerprints all over this because you figure like the first Batman, Tim Burton's fingerprints were a little bit on there, but he was kind of with training wheels on because they were watching him and because they wanted to make it profitable and marketable for kids and adults and you know and it was profitable. It made well over $400 million, as Dan alluded to.
Yeah.
And
He didn't allude to it. He said it right there. It's a fact.
that's what I mean by yeah.
Yeah.
So then
I made up those numbers.
they greenlit Tim Burton. They're like, okay,
Liar.
Tim, okay,
Money
Tim.
laundering.
And then they said, like, when they greenlit the sequel, okay, Tim, do your thing. You have creative control.
Do your
whatever
thing, Tim.
want. Do whatever you want. And Tim Burton had creative control and made it his own film. And I think,
And then they saw it like, what?
Zack Snyder's just-
honestly, this is the style of Tim. This is the style of Tim Burton that I miss. I miss the old Tim Burton that does this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I agree with
Hold
that.
up.
getting on to the cast, like Michael Keaton once again returns and does a great job. Hence the title, Batman Returns. Does a great job once again. Honestly, and Michelle Pfeiffer does a great job. Danny DeVito does a great job. Christopher Walken does a great job. And I honestly would say too, I like the love story between Michelle Pfeiffer and Michael Keaton better than Kim Basinger and Michael Keaton. I think Michelle Pfeiffer and
It's definitely more sexier.
She
Well,
gets,
I think it has better. I like the chemistry better between the
she
two.
gets
of them.
treated badly in this movie. Like you think about it?
Selena Kyle?
Yeah, like
Oh, yeah, she gets fucking killed. So-
But I mean, like he throws her out the window or pushes her
Yeah.
out the window. It's like, God, man, throughout this movie, it's like she just gets. Like
Yeah.
I feel so bad.
She gets-
And I love like and
Oh,
one of the best scenes in the whole movie
He
is
drinks the milk.
the circus gang and Batman's just taking him out with all these gadgets on his Batmobile and
the Batarang?
yeah, like I like the whole action sequences with the circus gang taking over Gotham
Yeah.
and with the clowns.
I got
and
issues with.
everything.
Dude. Okay, no, shut up. I'll shut up. Go ahead. Sorry.
Alex hates this.
You know what I realized too, watching this again recently,
Hmm.
and I didn't notice this until now. Remember the scene when Batman, like the guy has the bomb strapped to his chest, and Batman looks down and smiles at him and punches him.
It's become a meme now.
You know who I realized who that guy was who had the bomb on him?
Ooh,
Bull
who's that?
Hurley.
That's Bull Hurley from Over the Top.
Nose
Uh,
hurt Hawks.
Uh-huh.
Keaton.
Is that the one with breadsticks?
Yes.
Yes.
Breadstick.
I think your breadsticks.
Yeah, I forgot. I'm like, I looked at him like, holy shit, that's freaking Bull Hurley from Over the Top. Holy
The
shit.
face he makes is actually pretty funny though.
Yeah.
It's very
And I didn't allude to this though when we talk about the first movie, but I really like the way Michael Keaton's suit looks. I especially really like
It's
it.
different in this one.
You know what? It is, and I never knew that for years.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that much
It's
different.
not.
Though. It's like little.
Yeah.
in the first Tim Burton, like the under, like the bottom of the bat symbol,
It
was
looks
kinda, like,
cleaner.
curled up. It looked curled up a little bit.
that's something I forgot to mention. Is I love Keaton's suit. Like,
Yes, Keaton's
out of
suit
all
is
the
great.
Batmans that are out, I think Keaton's is definitely on up there. Like, I think,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
because the symbol itself, just awesome.
And I really do enjoy the way the style that Tim Burton brought this. I really like the way it's like it takes place around the holiday season, around Christmas and the snowing, and
Nightmare Before Christmas.
I don't know.
and it's I just really like the way Tim Burton stylized this film. I now, in my opinion, do I prefer this style more, or do I prefer the style in the first movie? I mean, it's kind of hard for me to decide which one I like better when it comes to style of the
I feel
first.
like they're real similar.
But
Yeah,
like
so Tim Burton-
but
But like the
one-
difference is like this one has it takes place during Christmas. It's got the snow and the Christmas vibe and all of that. But the
Oh, I
kind of
see.
Christmas vibe and all that.
I see.
Yeah, but it's like,
Yeah.
do I like the Gotham City darkish vibe in the first one, or do I like the snowy set of Gotham City and Batman Returns? I mean, they're kind of two different kind of styles.
Yes.
They're two different styles. I like both styles for different reasons, but and
Right.
one guy we didn't allude to was Pat Hingle. I like Pat Hingle as Commissioner Gordon.
Yeah, but he doesn't do anything.
Not really, no. I when it comes to like
He's
He's a good actor. No, like he's a
When it
good actor, and his
when it comes
performance.
to, like, Commissioner Gordon, I still think Jeffrey Wright did better. I think.
They give him more to do. They give him more of a role, more of a
And
character.
I think I like Gary Oldman a lot more as Gordon as well.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, I love Pat Hingle. I really like him as an actor, but like his Gordon's not really much of anything to write home about.
And like as every movie goes, he becomes more useless. Like
No,
honestly,
who am I saying? Gary Oldman. I actually
Honestly.
like.
right, Thomas? Like, would you agree with that?
Well, the Alfred becomes more and more.
No, Gordon.
Gordon.
In these movies, he like with every movie that goes, he becomes more useless.
He becomes even
He's completely
more,
fucking useless.
My
in the
Batman
Schumacher-
toys.
he gets completely like even more useless.
My
in
Batman
Batman
toys are in the basement.
I got to bring something up about Gordon, but we got to wait till later on.
I mean, like he's even more useless in Batman and Robin when you get to that.
Well, yeah, the Gordon character just doesn't seem like.
You guys,
Why is he even there?
an important part.
And then there's kind of no excuse because and this was during like when the anime series started, and like Gordon and that show was really good. So it's like,
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, he was.
so
Bob Hostings.
Not only that, but Batman was the best
yeah.
Yeah,
in that.
and I still think to this day too, Michelle Pfeiffer is still the best Catwoman.
I agree.
As much as I like, I mean, I do like Anne Hathaway.
That's debatable.
In The Dark Knight Rises.
I don't like
but-
Anne Hathaway as Catwoman.
I mean, I like Anne Hathaway in The Dark Knight Rises, but she ain't no
Double
Michelle.
Zoe Kravitz, baby.
Zoe Kravitz
Kravitz
is
kicks
great,
her
but
ass.
for some reason though, Michelle Pfeiffer always got me as Catwoman. I really like her suit. I really like
It
the
got
way
me too.
I like her mannerisms. I like
To give you a little scratch.
a little cat scratch fever.
Boing!
Yeah.
Boing!
Oh, we got a little visitor.
Hi guys.
Hey, Mama.
Hi.
Right.
Everybody doing okay?
Yes.
Yeah,
For now. For now.
don't make me laugh like you did last time. God,
Yeah.
Really,
I
motherfucker?
about died.
Oh, were you farting?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Rob almost died. Yeah.
I almost did. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Rob almost died that day.
Yeah. You can watch the stream. It was there.
I showed her. I showed
Yeah.
her.
Which episode is that?
That was the last episode.
Texas Chainsaw
last
Massacre. is,
Yeah, at the
last-
very end. At the very end.
Yeah, it was our last
Yeah,
show.
I
It
know
was our
Wes
last
was.
one.
I know Wes was commenting on that, saying like, he's gonna have to play back.
I was trying to end the show and you kept laughing.
Yeah, I saw the first
You-
part.
you
I
took
saw
one
the
of my
first
funny ones.
first.
I think the Joker smoke got him.
Now, when it comes to like villains
Bill,
between the first and the second Tim Burton Batmans,
Mhm.
I still think Joker is far better. Like as much as I love Danny DeVito as the Penguin, I still think Jack Nicholson's Joker was better.
Mhm.
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah.
and I mean just overall, Batman Returns just I don't think it deserved the backlash that it got.
I love that poster.
That's my personal opinion. I don't think it deserved the backlash. I think it was I know. At one point, I know Roger Ebert said that this film should have been rated R.
What
Nah, I mean PG-13 works.
I don't agree with that.
I think the PG-13 rating works.
I mean, the only part that I would consider even close to being rated R, like the only was when he bites that guy's nose,
Right? Yeah. When
which
he
is a great scene, by the way. That part still gets me.
yeah, it's a good scene, all right.
Yeah.
And one thing we didn't mention before, or you guys haven't mentioned about this film yet, is that in the very beginning, when it's talking about Penguin's origin story, you know who's his parents, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Pee-wee.
Yeah, Pee Wee Herman and Simone.
Yeah.
Yep, from Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
Yeah, Paul Rubens and Diane Salinger.
It all connects.
Hey, Forka.
Yeah.
Hey,
Forka.
Forka.
Better late than never.
Kim Basinger is a national treasure.
I mean,
I
mean, I
she
like Kim
was.
Watch the streams if you feel like you
I like
She
Kim Basinger.
was. She was. You know.
And you know, just coming off the Chainsaw Massacre,
Yeah, Kim Basinger is another one that I had.
coming off of Chainsaw Massacre, I mean, Andrew Bernarski's in this.
Nine
as
and a half
well.
weeks.
Yeah, but he was useless in this movie.
Who was
Yeah.
you? Who?
Andrew Bernarski as Christopher Walken's
Max
son.
Schreck. Yeah, Christopher Walken's son.
Yeah,
Wait.
That's Chip.
Yeah, Chip.
Yeah, Chip.
Chip.
Pretty lame.
Chip should have died.
I like the skeleton
Yeah.
motorcyclists.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, that's very Tim Burton-ish.
But I mean, overall, I think this is it's a great sequel. It's underrated as hell. And Michael Keaton once again knocks it out of the park. Danny DeVito does. Michelle Pfeiffer, Christopher Walken, like the setting, and the musical score by Danny Elfman is fantastic in this. I love the soundtrack to this film. I would probably say I like the soundtrack in this even more than the first movie. I think the soundtrack.
They're both equally great. I don't
I mean,
know why
like,
you guys are
you
saying
know,
this one's better, much better.
I feel like that without the Prince song, it's probably even better.
I'm talking about just the score, man.
Well, like, in this one though, didn't have like those Prince songs. And
Yeah, but I'm
everything.
just comparing the scores, not.
But it fits. But I think it fits. I like.
Oh, whatever, dude.
Everyone hates
Oh,
Prince.
fuck you, Alex.
The score was improved in my opinion, and I like.
This is live.
The best score is in Batman and Robin. Okay, that's the soundtrack to get. Now everyone, shut the hell up.
Damn right we can.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Alex.
No, it's fine. I just want to trash this movie right now.
I think Thomas, are you done?
But overall,
He's
love
almost
it. Love it.
Nice.
Okay, so but you don't think it's as good as the 89?
Do I think it's as good? I mean,
Don't rank them yet. I thought that was.
No, fine, never mind. Okay, you're done. 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 You like the
I
movie.
still like the first one better.
All right.
Hi, Thomas, and I'm just gonna say it. So there.
I didn't hear you, bro. What'd you say?
Oh,
said,
I
"Shut
said,
up."
I said, so do I, and I said I'm just gonna say it.
I was gonna say, he said, Thomas, I was gonna say, Rob said, shut your fucking face.
No.
I'm just kidding.
Go out to the garage.
I'm just kidding. It's a joke, guys. Anyway, so cool.
God.
Are you the last one to go, Alex?
Yeah, I'm always the last one to go because
LA
everybody always spinning what I gotta say. Anyway,
Alex, you said you saw this one first, right? Or no?
yeah, this is the first Batman movie I saw.
Oh, good one to watch first. Good.
Yeah, I mean, as a even though it was like I was like, dude, I must have been like 5 years old when I saw this movie. I was freaked out by it, but I enjoyed it. I was like fascinated by its weirdness and all that.
I like when they dumped the kid over into the
Oh, the
creek.
baby
Oswald.
Oswald.
Yeah, they just dumped him over there.
They couldn't they couldn't like take him to take him to an orphanage. They had to
That'll
fucking
never
kill
fly.
him. No,
That never fly today, man.
no, like they couldn't take him to the orphanage or an orphanage or
How dare you do that to little kids?
or leave him at the or leave him at the doorstep of somebody else's house. Like, no, they had to fucking kill him. You know. Like, yeah, we're gonna let him drown.
Yeah, don't do that.
I always like that scene. If you watch that scene when Oh, never mind. That's later in the movie. When Penguin's running, remember he jumps off the bridge to escape the.
Oh yeah, he jumps off the bridge.
If you watch, he pushes two people out of the way, and the woman she like hits her head on the cement.
Oh yeah.
He goes. "Arrgh!" He
And
makes
like
that noise.
she gets like devastated in there. I would be like,
God
oh.
damn. He didn't care at that point.
Yeah.
You're
Sorry.
telling me
Like,
his
you know
fat
what's funny?
body disappeared in the little water that was there?
It's
Where'd
a
he
movie.
go?
It's a movie.
No, you gotta think about it.
I know. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of things that don't make sense.
They could not live with a deformed child, so they'd abandon it. Well, pretty much.
I know. Yeah, I know we get it, but it's like still, what the
Shouldn't
fuck?
be parents.
It's funny because like when I watch this movie, I'm always entertained by it.
I just don't
But-
understand.
But I have so many fucking issues with it. I don't know if you guys would consider nitpicks or just a major.
Wait.
It's-
Okay, wait.
Wait,
We're not talking about. He's deformed, but why the hell does he look like a penguin?
He doesn't.
Because
His nose is long and his fingers are what do you call that?
the flip like
That's like a real thing. So
Yeah, I get.
like it's called like claw hands. So the only real penguin thing he has is a long nose.
So the parents were ugly.
he likes to eat fish.
Anyway, Alex, to answer your question, you said you didn't know if it's nitpicks or not. This is how I look at it. If
You guys have brought some stuff up like the Catwoman origin, and here's the thing. This is a perfect example of how I feel about this movie. I think the acting elevates the story because I don't think the story's that strong. Personally, I think they're both Danny Devito and Michelle Pfeiffer. They're both amazing in the movie.
I think Penguin story.
To me, they're so much better than the actual material. I mean,
The acting is great. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Michelle Pfeiffer when she has that freak out in their apartment, she's amazing.
Oh yeah, she does
Like,
a great
so
job.
much more
Yeah.
yum.
It's it's more casual.
Oh, you King Shark, yum yum.
Yeah, King Shark.
Yeah.
Really.
No, yeah, I feel like to me, I think Danny DeVito and Michelle Pfeiffer,
It's not like Anthony Common.
they play the role so well that even though it's the material on the paper is not great, they make it great.
Yeah. If besides a movie's faults in the end, if you still enjoy the movie, then that means
Yeah, I still enjoy the
those
movie.
are nitpicks. I would say that's how you look at that.
I mean, I think that's why I feel like it's not a disappointment, but it's like it's not a strong sequel as I think it could have been, because
Okay.
you have all these interesting characters, but it's the end of their acting. The actors are all really good, but like both Penguin and Catwoman's plots, like they start off one way and they both get sidetracked and do something else, which I don't feel they make sense. Like especially Catwoman, like her whole thing is she wants to get revenge on Max Schreck because he killed her. He made her this way. He's the one that literally pushed her off the edge, so to speak. But like, and then like she's wrecking his stores in it that has his company name and everything. That makes sense. But then like she just hates Batman out of no reason.
And Penguin actually kills too.
I mean, yeah, that's true. Yeah, he does.
Yeah, Penguin does kill. Yeah, he kills the
That girl that
one of the-
falls
one of
off the
the- one of
Oh,
the
yeah,
clown-
that seems
one of the
fucked up.
clown henchmen.
Oh, okay. That's funny you mentioned that. Like he kills her with throwing the umbrella and all the
Throws
bats.
the
And,
umbrella, yeah.
and then she falls. Like, why
Because
doesn't
he's-
fucking Batman jump and save her? He just stands there like, oh shit. Well, you're dead. I was like, what the fuck?
Well, Batman.
You can fly, dude. Like he has the glider, he has the thing, he has wings.
In the Tim Burton movies, though, he wasn't really a rescuer, Batman.
Well, he only rescued Vicky. That's it.
But what I mean is like I'm talking about in deathly situations, like he was more about taking out the criminals than rescuing people.
Yeah, he could have.
I know, but he could have
saved Joker, or in the beginning before he got.
Oh yeah, okay. You know that it's funny you mentioned that. That scene always was weird to me. Like it makes it look like he
let go.
Yeah, but like I'm always confused about that part. I don't know.
Probably
when he's holding Joker.
I don't.
The way it's shot, the way
his
shot edited,
face?
it look, yeah.
Yeah, you see Michael Keaton's face. He's just like
You're too heavy. Get out of here.
yeah.
There's
I
like,
don't-
do you
I
think
don't
like that
really-
look on his face, like realizes like who this guy is?
Man, I don't know.
I would love to hear Tim Burton's answer.
But I
to
mean,
that
he didn't
question.
know he didn't know that.
Who he
that
was at the time,
his
yeah, I know.
Parents, though.
But the way it's shot, it's so weird.
Yeah.
It's kind of confusing. But like going back to Batman Returns,
I do agree with you though. Like he should have saved that girl. I mean, he could have just died. off the
he
edge.
flies right after anyway. So it's like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? It makes
He
no
don't
sense.
care. Batman's ruthless. See?
Okay. Yeah. So like Catwoman gets mad at Batman, and that's when she decides to join up with Penguin. Like, oh, like Batman's a thorn in Board's society. Like, hold on, you started fighting with him. He wasn't attacking you.
He
Yeah.
made
You didn't get
her arm,
like
remember?
yeah,
What a
like,
stupid
like,
bitch.
who the
Catwoman. Like, what a stupid bitch.
no, because like it's not like he got in her way, she got in his way, so that doesn't make any sense, you know.
He cock blocked her.
The Batman.
Yeah,
But she's kind of crazy now, so
I guess
He
cat
got-
bites are gonna do that
Got
to you.
cock blocked.
Yeah,
She got.
that's another thing. Like the whole like which is a great scene, like where the cats are biting her and all that, and it's fucking like fucked up and all that.
Oh
But it's
yeah,
like,
well,
yeah, but it's like, and she does. Oh man, like Michelle Pfeiffer's just like she's so much better than the material for me. But like she but like that gives her 9 lives and she can fight all of a sudden. It's like, huh? Where did that come from? Because she's a timid woman secretary. It's like it's a 180 switch. It's like
Saved by kitty litter. Oh.
yeah. Oh, there just happens to be Kitty Litter just driving around in Gotham. I guess.
it was not real kitty litter.
I know, but it's still funny.
kitty litter.
Um,
This ain't a joke.
yeah, and the whole yeah, and the whole 9 lives thing makes no sense because it's like
Penguin's smelly.
yeah, yes, like because like Max at the end, Max Shrek is shooting her like, but in like in the legs, and, like one shot doesn't kill you. It's like what?
He's a murderer.
So
So
you're okay with the 9 lives thing? You don't like that, but you're okay with a vat of chemicals turning someone white with ruby lips and green hair?
Ruby lips.
I mean, he did had surgery done on him.
When his
So that's
hand comes up, it's white.
Yeah, I know.
Mirror.
He should have come out like all like fucked up, whatever. You know.
Jason.
You should have been the Elephant Man.
The elephant man.
I am not an
No.
animal.
Uh-huh. But okay, my big thing, the whole Batman killing thing, is like, dude, he's fucking killing people left and right in this movie. Which fine, you could do something with that, but then like I don't know where he tells Catwoman, no, you can't kill Max Shrek. What do you think you are? Like, dude, you've been fucking killing people. What are you talking about? Like, who are you? Like, oh, you.
That's a good
it's-
point.
It's,
That's a
okay.
good
Maybe
point.
he feels like killing him isn't going to bring what happened to her. It's not going to change anything.
Because he specifically says, "Shut up, you're going to jail."
Like,
he
where
said
did
that
this
line.
change come from? You know, you need to have a natural development with what he thinks about killing and going people to jail. Like, what? It's like it makes no sense. There must have been the scene. They must have cut a scene out or something.
No, they
Well, there is
didn't.
deleted scenes.
That
I don't
makes
think
no
they
sense.
cared. I just don't think it was. No one cared back then that
It
Batman
wasn't
killed.
thought- it
No one
wasn't-
cared.
Yeah, but then they do care at the end. It's like, oh no, you can't like we gotta take him in jail. You know, like what?
Oh, because maybe because he wasn't a murderer.
Listen,
He only
the
killed
whole-
murderers.
The whole Batman killing thing, I think, is really it's blown out of proportion.
He did kill her. though.
Batman is human, okay? People get emotions during certain things that happen. So it's like, even though if you're sitting and saying to yourself, well, I'm not going to kill anybody, I'm going to go with the persona. It's like, that's not always going to happen in situations that Batman's in. I'm sorry. It's just not. So, like, I don't see why people make a big deal out of the whole killing thing. It's like,
I mean,
Like I said, it's like
in the beginning he burns that guy, and what the fuck?
in the majority mythology, the majority of the time he does have that no killing rule, but
right.
that's not all the time.
It's okay that he has the rule, but you can't carry that on without something happening. You know what I mean? Like there's always going to be something unexpected. There's always going to be something that's going to
Well,
happen.
there's always that argument where it's like, oh, well, Batman, you keep capturing these criminals and they keep getting out and murdering more people.
It's not like Batman comes up to a criminal and points a gun at his head and just shoots and pulls the trigger and kills him. It's not like he's doing that. You know what I mean? It's not like a forceful.
I mean, he does. He did burn that one guy in the beginning of this movie. So
And he did put the bomb on that guy.
He put the
and then put the bomb on that guy. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, he smiled
Oh,
at him.
yeah.
I loved it. I thought that scene was so cool in the theater when the Batmobile caught fire to that fire guy.
He's like, yeah, kill him, Batman. You're that kid. Like, yeah, you're Millhouse.
I was that kid.
He
You're
picks
that
and
kid.
chooses.
Yeah, I feel like if they're murderers, then he can kill. He's okay with it. Maybe that's the answer.
But Max Schreck is a murderer, though.
He doesn't know anything about Catwoman getting pushed out a window.
Yeah, he doesn't know anything about all he knows he's like a con man.
But
Right.
it's like,
About it.
There you go, Alex.
It's-
We answered the question,
it
but
doesn't-
nothing.
no,
Well,
it's like, but I grew up watching the movies. So it's okay. That's what it seems to be.
He's a
No, it's
con
just-
artist.
but you know what I'm talking about, right? Like, why is Batman all of a sudden like? It's like, oh, it's just his
No, I agree.
his point
it
in
is
life
odd.
is different.
I
Makes no
didn't.
sense.
Yeah, like it's funny because you forget about that. What I'm saying is like when I was watching as a kid, like when he was killing people.
But you're not a kid anymore.
It was just cool action.
What I'm
That's all
saying
it
is
was.
like you see action and like I never dwelled on he killed someone, but then I remember at the end when he's like you're going to jail. I was like, oh yeah, Batman does that. So it was like,
Oh yeah, but the other thing.
yeah, but it's a good point. It is a good point. Like yeah, it is. It's out of sorts, and I don't think there's anything deleted. I think it was overlooked.
Oh, that makes it worse then. Yeah, there was nothing deleted, you know.
That's why the
Yeah.
first movie is better.
Well,
That's what it happens a lot when you're like, wait, this doesn't make sense, and then you find out, oh wait, something was deleted. Okay, but if you're saying that there's nothing ever there, like, ooh, that's just bad writing then.
but what I'm saying is Tim Burton already had him killing, so it didn't really matter.
That's true.
I'm saying it's a throwaway line. That's what I'm saying.
But throwaway lines are still lines.
We need to ask Tim Burton
You know.
what's going on.
I don't know. Maybe Tim Burton's a psycho. I'm just.
Why'd you do this, Tim Burton?
Alex, have you seen anything good about this movie yet, or have you just?
No, I said the acting's really good.
Okay. What about it? What did you think of the action?
Oh, the action's good. Like I liked the chase scene, like the whole like penguin takes over the Batmobile. Like that whole
Great
chase scene's
scene,
really
yeah.
good. Yeah.
Great scene.
Despite all that shit around it. Yeah, another thing. I guess this is a nitpick. How the fuck does the Penguin's goons get the blueprints to the Batmobile?
Yeah.
It's a good,
Don't ask.
it's a good question.
Yeah, it's hanging up in the inner layer.
Details not important. You know, it's
On
like
the internet.
bad fucking writing, dude. I'm just saying.
The internet back in the 90s.
Man. And I know this was just it's meant to be a joke, a funny moment in the fight scene, but like when he's throwing the batarang at all the goons and he hitting them one by one, the fucking dog, the little poodle or whatever.
Yeah.
What? Oh man. I think
Gotta
this
have-
one's
Wow,
I
that
think
is
this,
a nitpick.
You gotta
like
ask
yeah, I do like maybe that's when the
Then you don't like
campiness-
animals?
that's when the
what you said?
campiness started. That's when the campiness started.
No.
A dog bites the batarang, and you know what? It's funny because like that's actually a plot point. I don't
Right.
know because they take away the batarang and they use that
Right.
to attack
Yeah.
the chick. You know,
Well, that was the goal.
so they knew the dog that poodle had the sharpest and fastest mouth. That well trained poodle. You know it's funny how all Penguin's goons have just abandoned him at the end. They're just slowly just walking away.
Well,
You're
they were
on your own, man.
Help.
Mhm.
Huh?
Remember that they were the Red Circus Gang or Triangle Circus Gang?
The Triangle Gang.
Triangle Circus Gang. So it was like
Yeah.
he wasn't part. He like paid them to work for him. So
Yeah.
Mhm.
it wasn't like his gang.
Kenny just comment that she's no longer gonna be in the stream. And that's the only thing we'll say. All right. So moving on, move along.
Move along.
Yeah. And you guys already mentioned the soundtrack. I think it's great. I don't think it's better than the first one, but I think it's as good.
It's good.
I mean, usually Danny Elfman's really good and scoring
Yeah.
films. Especially when he
Mhm.
does Tim Burton
It
films.
fits. It definitely
yeah.
fits the movie.
And I do like the snow. I actually really love those Christmas aspects
Yeah.
of the movie.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, when the Batmobile's driving through the snow,
That's
like
pretty cool. I like that. Yeah,
That's
Yeah.
a really cool scene.
So does
Uh-huh.
so the question is it a Christmas movie?
it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Consider
why
it a
not?
Christmas
You
movie.
know?
It is. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just see that and Die Hard are the two
Hell
movies
yeah.
we see
Gremlins.
every Christmas.
Hell,
It's
when we
always,
did
it's always Die Hard. It's always Die Hard. Like everyone always brings up like
hell, like when
Yeah,
when we did our top 5 favorite Christmas movies, Die Hard was my number 1.
yeah. Uh-huh.
I mean, if it's Christmas
that's-
themed and it's around Christmas, I mean, why not call it a Christmas movie?
It
I mean,
is.
Hell, Lethal
Even though the
Weapon was-
movie came out in the summer of
Weapon was
1982.
my number 3. Lethal
you
Weapon-
know,
Because
It's
the
funny.
movie does the movie that's where it more or less takes place is during
Oh, hey,
season.
there's a Chucky doll or Chuck Transformers fan. How's
Yeah,
Oh,
formerly known
yeah.
as Chucky Doll. Hey man, how's it
What's
going?
going on, man?
Like,
hey,
Bat-
I haven't
yeah,
seen him in a while.
when it's Batman, like yeah, we get people coming back to the chat. Yeah, the mayor shit thing, like it could have been a cool, like that was pretty much like an homage to the Batman 60 show, right? They had an episode where the Penguin became mayor or was trying to become mayor.
I think so. At least they
Yeah, I believe
us
so.
that way.
Yeah, even like the pictures like in the background on the walls, like the look of the Penguin was like more like the Bridget Meredith version, and they even had the little smoke thing. They give him and he spits it out. Like I like that
Mhm.
part. yeah,
Yeah,
when he bites at the guy's nose.
yeah.
Yeah, like I said before, like that scene still gets me. Like when I watch it, I'm like, we all know it's coming. Like when I don't know, dude. Like damn. And the people still wanted to vote for him.
Yeah. I felt bad for him though. Like
I didn't.
there are some scenes that you kind of feel like
No, I felt bad for him. Like when he saw the
you feel like
tomb- when he saw the tombstone of his parents, and like, oh, he didn't really have any closure in his life. Like, okay, yeah.
I mean, his parents threw him away pretty much, and it's like
he never got an explanation.
you feel like you kind of feel for him and why he's acting the way he is, but
Mhm.
then there's certain things where what he does, you're just like, he's an asshole. Like,
But that kind of gives you an idea of what's driving him,
he's a
Yeah.
flawed
what
character.
he's doing.
Right.
He's a
Yeah.
flawed character.
Did you guys like that?
okay,
That he Did you guys like that he was like having like black goo coming out of his nose like every time he got like really emotional?
It was
Oh,
gross.
it's creepy as shit.
When he was eating the fish, that was gross.
I don't know. That's how I eat fish.
You do?
Wow.
That's how he grew up because the Penguins raised him. Remember?
Yeah, yeah.
I know. I'm just saying it was gross, like the way he was doing.
Oh,
it.
when he was chewing on it, like,
Yeah, when he was eating
Yeah.
the fish. Yeah, it was
dude,
like,
I used to imitate that scene, but with an orange though, because the
well,
fish.
then that's not really imitating. You need to get a fish. And
I
do
know,
it.
right? Yeah.
You have a fish and you're
No.
available. Do it.
No, I need to
I
buy.
got frozen fish in my
Like,
freezer.
it was just, and it was just a, and it was just a skin too. It was like,
Oh my god, I want to see the black stuff come out of your nose.
yeah. he's
Your
like
mouth.
Jeremy. He's like Jerry Milton,
Yeah, really.
bleeding in his
Oh,
nose all
yeah,
the time.
Jeremy Melton from Valentine.
Yeah, yeah.
God.
Mhm. But like, it's kind of what makes me sad, but is that they let Catwoman live, but they never brought her back. It's like, oh man, like that, like I would have liked that storyline to continue. Maybe it would improved.
Well, it's a different.
It probably would have
It
if Tim
probably
Burton would
would've,
have been
yeah, but-
involved.
You
Yeah,
know?
but she's still out there, alive.
I'm glad
Yeah.
she lived. I mean, that's,
Yeah, that's cool. Because they killed off Penguin at the end, and Joker was already dead. So it's like, damn.
yeah, Arkham is going to
yeah,
be
but-
empty.
I mean, overall, I enjoy watching. When I watch it, I enjoy it. But it's like all these problems I have with the movie brings it down for me. So, and like the darkness of it does, like, that's not even an issue, dude. Like that's
I
never an
love
issue
the
with
darkness of it.
the bad movie. I don't like. It's not
Who
the
has an
darkness.
issue with the darkness? Oh,
Well, the
okay.
parents back
Yeah,
when this
yeah,
one came
okay.
out, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
And they're making their kids say like, this movie like affects me. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like,
which is why when we
I
go
saw
into
this
the
movie
next-
at 5 years. I saw this movie at 5 years old, man.
Which is why,
who
why
cares?
when we go into the next movie which is why that it's kind of
Yeah, I
getting
know,
brought
yeah.
up again. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
Yeah.
So
So, I mean, that's it. I got nothing else.
All right, let's do the stats then.
Stats.
So, for whatever reason, this movie's budget they They don't have it nailed down. They're guessing anywhere between
It's 80.
65 to 80 million.
Yeah, it's 80.
Is what I saw.
Yeah.
So let's
Say
just
80.
call it that. Box office intake was 267 million. So that's down
good.
411 million
But that's still good though.
from the
Still
first.
good for a sequel, yeah.
Now, what do you guys think about this?
Mhm.
Rotten Tomatoes, 80%. That's higher than the first movie. The first movie has a 72%. Audience score, however, is 73% for Batman Returns, whereas in the first movie it was 84%. Metacritic score is about the same. Batman was 69, this is 68. And the user rating is the same, 8.1. So I'd say generally,
Tim Burton fans.
it seems like most people feel
Love
the
Tim
same
Burton.
way. Seems like most people feel the same way about both of these films. But it didn't make as much money. So
They feel the same way about it now.
well, yeah. I mean, this is as of now. So
Yeah. So,
okay. So you guys want to make your IMDb guesses?
yes. I'll go first. I'll say 6.6.
6.6 for you?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Feels like this is the Price is Right.
I know. What about you, Wes?
I'd go. Maybe 7.1.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, we're doing
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say. Oh, who's
Thomas
going?
is going. Then
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
say, you know what? I think I'm gonna be in the ballpark as Wes, but I'm gonna go 7 exactly.
okay.
I'm gonna say 6.8.
All right. Well, one of you guessed exactly right.
Who?
What was it?
Wes.
What?
I just learned
1.
from the other one
Wow.
when you said that.
Well, you didn't cheat, did you?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Okay. It's funny.
So
I've been staying away from IMDb.
Okay.
just slightly down from the first movie.
Wow.
First movie was 7.5. This one's 7.1.
Okay.
There you go. So right now,
So
Wes.
I was the one that was the most way off then.
You said
I said 6.6.
yeah. You were the way off one.
Damn. So I get a -1. And Wesley, I guess, goes back to
0, I guess.
0.
Well, I was just. I didn't know how we were.
Oh, okay. He got a point, and Thomas has a point for Batman '89, and Wesley has a point for Batman Returns. Okay, just
Right.
take that away. I'm thinking golf. I don't know why. -1.
Did you say golf?
Yeah, golf numbers or scores or whatever.
Oh God.
Yeah, under par.
Yep.
Bogey, an eagle,
Mhm.
a birdie.
So, well, Dan said because of the controversy with the darkness and all that stuff, the studio decided to basically fire Tim Burton as a director, and they hired Joe Schumacher, and they changed actors. We got Val Kilmer instead of Michael Keaton.
And that's because Michael Keaton had was clashing with Joel Schumacher.
I don't think
Right.
he just didn't want to do one without Tim Burton.
He went in in a recent interview. He said he went in and read the script and he approached them. So I mean, like he was definitely in negotiations and he was like he wasn't happy like with the script. And then like Joel Schumacher and him, the tone he wasn't liking that.
Different tone like altogether.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, but yeah, I think all in all, what Bob mentioned earlier is a thing too that he's brought up. You know, he thought the villains were getting more time, which makes sense.
He did say that in an interview.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and then I think with Tim Burton leaving, there was just all this stuff.
Yeah. So, I'll let Thomas go first on this one.
This was actually the second one I saw.
Yeah.
I saw this one after I saw Batman and Robin. I watched them kind of backwards.
Mm-hmm. What, you backwards man?
Pretty much, yeah. But I mentioned this movie before too, and when we did our top 5 guilty pleasures, this was in my top 5. I still think
this movie is gonna be have divided opinions on here.
I don't think it's like one of those so bad it's good. I actually think it's now that I think about it, it's got good elements in the movie, and I think it's a pretty decent flick. And I think I think one of the reasons why this film has a lot of redeeming qualities about it because Tim Burton was a producer on the film.
Mm-hmm.
So there are hints of like Tim Burton sort of like vibes, like the whole scene when the bat's flying toward the screen, like that's pretty dark. Like I gotta admit, when I was a kid, like that imagery always scared the shit out of me. Was that bat flying?
Yeah, yeah.
Like that always scared the shit out of me. I feel like that could have been in a Tim Burton movie. And going on to like going on to the characters. I think Val Kilmer might be the most underrated Batman. I think.
Agreed.
I agree. He's good. Like I
think Val Kilmer does do a good job. He does. I do think he does a good job. I think he also does a good job as Bruce Wayne.
I mean, look at who you're comparing. You don't really have too many to compare to. So it's like, I mean, of course, George Clooney, but it's like Val Kilmer is, he does a good job.
The main reason why Val Kilmer got this role because Joel Schumacher was a big fan of Tombstone.
Right.
And Joel Schumacher really liked Val Kilmer in Tombstone. They were like, I'll get this guy to be Batman. And Val Kilmer does do a good job. Unfortunately, though, I know Val Kilmer is known to be a prick and an asshole to deal with. Like,
I've heard the stories. Yeah, this movie is not the only one he was hard to work with.
Yeah, I mean, have you heard the story about the island of Dr. Moreau?
Yeah,
that story, yikes. But that's all explained in that documentary. But Joel Schumacher hated working with him too. I know Adam Marcus hated working with him too. Yeah, because Alex mentioned that Adam Marcus about
another movie they did like in the 2000s.
Right. Yeah. I think it was called Conspiracy. I think
something
it was
like that.
Something like that. But other than like that,
Val Kilmer and Joel Schumacher weren't the only ones that were clashing in this movie.
Oh yeah, well, I was gonna get to that. Tommy Lee Jones and Jim Carrey as Two-Face and the Riddler.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. Like the reason why they were clashing because Tommy Lee Jones was a fucking asshole.
Yeah.
He was a fucking prick. And the whole thing behind that is like, I know that around this time Jim Carrey had Ace Ventura.
Yeah.
And
the Mask.
Tommy Lee Jones around this time had Cobb, based on Ty Cobb. And unfortunately, Jim Carrey's Ace Ventura did a lot better than that. And then Tommy Lee Jones got pissed, and that's why he hated Jim Carrey so much. And it's like, fuck you, Tommy Lee Jones.
Yeah.
Like, fuck you, buddy.
Yeah, I heard that.
Jim Carrey can't control what the box office does. Like, no one expected Ace Ventura to be as big of a hit as it was.
And then he had to work with him. Like, damn,
Yeah, and then Jim Carrey's like, I got to work with this fucking asshole.
Most of their scenes are them together. So it's like,
you suck my.
It's funny. It's funny when you see the scenes with them together again, like knowing that. I'm like, that's kind of funny. Yeah.
You can tell in the film that there's something going on, even if you didn't.
Oh
no,
that's my hearing.
It's like you never hear anybody complain about Jim Carrey. Like Joel Schumacher complained about Jim Carrey because Tommy Lee Jones was such a prick and they were always clashing.
Yeah,
but it's like Joel Schumacher never worked with Tommy Lee Jones ever again, but he did work with Jim Carrey on the number 23.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So it's like Jim Carrey wasn't
which is a terrible movie, by the way.
Yeah, it's a bad movie. But you never heard anybody say bad things about Jim Carrey, like the guy that worked on Liar Liar and Bruce Almighty. Like he worked with him multiple times.
Called the Bat Ski Boat.
Oh,
so Thomas, like, you have issues with the movie, right?
Yeah, I do have issues with the film. Like, first off, I don't like, like the first, like it's the first bat suit that he has the nipples on the bat suit. Like, I don't get the idea of having nipples on the bat suit, and the whole the shots of the crotch and the ass and all that shit. Like, like is that
why it's in there, dude. Don't play dumb. Like
necessary. Like, come on.
It's not necessary, but you know why it's in there.
That's what I want to see.
Like,
Um,
it's really, I don't know why it's in there. You know why it's in there. I know it's not necessary, but you know why it's in there.
and then
I mean,
yeah,
look at who directed the movie.
Another issue I have,
Who directed the movie.
is unfortunately this guy right here, Tommy Lee Jones.
Yeah, it's Two-Face.
Yeah, granted, I love Tommy Lee Jones. I think he's a great actor. Love Under
Restore the Burton verse.
I love Tommy Lee Jones. I love him as an actor. Under Siege and lots of other movies. But and granted, this is not Tommy Lee Jones's fault. Like, this is just the way he was directed to play the character.
Yeah, it's not good.
It's basically Joker 2.0. Is pretty much what he's playing.
Yeah,
But more way over the top than Jack Nicholson's Joker.
he's just like
It's like
jumping around and
Jack
laughing a lot.
Nicholson. It's like Jack Nicholson was the right kind of over the top. He kept it in line. Like, this one is just going way overboard.
Yeah,
And
If we
oh,
did,
Kenny, I would have to disagree with you on the one point you just commented on here.
Oh, stop.
Chris O'Donnell feeling out of place as Robin in this. I like Chris O'Donnell in this one actually quite a bit. I don't like him in Batman and Robin, but I like Chris O'Donnell's performance in here as Robin because
Yeah, I thought Chris O'Donnell's good in this.
yeah,
Chris O'Donnell does a good job in this because what I like about his character in Batman Forever is like the scene that is like one of my favorite scenes of the movie is the circus scene. And when his family gets killed and like the way that it's shot and the way they're falling to the ground, it's shot very well. It's like you get the emotions from the crowd, like they're gasping when they fall to the ground and they hit the ground. And then like I think Chris O'Donnell sold his emotions, like when he finds after he gets the bomb out of there and he finds his family dead, like the way he looks, the way he's about ready to break down. Like I think Chris O'Donnell sold it. And I think Chris O'Donnell does I think Chris O'Donnell does a good job, and I was never one of those people that hated Chris O'Donnell. I think Chris O'Donnell is a pretty decent actor.
Bringing
Robin
into this franchise is a little risky due to the '60s Batman. How everyone thought he was kind of like the Wonder Boy, like kind of, I don't want to say like gay, but like
you don't want to say gay, but gay.
Oh, Kenny said he felt out of place in Batman and Robin. Yes, I agree.
No, but you get what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, Batman doesn't really need a sidekick. And
no, I mean that's why.
But he needed a partner.
I like
bringing him in is kind of risky.
Yeah,
that's why I prefer the Michael Keaton ones because I like Batman by himself. So
here's the thing, though. It's like every time they bring Robin,
and another.
Yeah, every time they like this and the '60s Batman show, it's got to be campy.
Yeah.
It's like they don't know how to implement it.
I know there are some people that don't like Jim Carrey as the Riddler. I think he's very entertaining to watch.
I think you should use your real name. Rob.
I think Jim Carrey is a ball of energy to fun to watch. I think but still, like when I think of Riddler though, goddamn man, Paul Dano, whew, fucking,
or the animated series.
Yeah, the animated series. It was actually voiced by John Glover.
Yeah. Who's a Batman and Robin?
Yeah, as the crazy doctor. Yeah,
I like Robin in the animated series.
But I think Jim Carrey is entertaining to watch. I think he's a lot of fun. I do like his Nigma.
Yeah, but there are some moments where okay, come on, tone it down, Jimmy. That's
during Jim Carrey's heyday, though.
That's true. That's a nod to the Adam West show.
Yeah, he's playing
Riddler
that.
Was over the top there too.
Yeah, that's true.
Not quite as bad as Jim Carrey's though.
Not as bad, but he was still kind of like
yeah, definitely.
Jim Carrey was known for that, so I think they wanted him to bring that to the role.
Yeah.
Well, and it brought a lot of people to the screenings and all that because Jim Carrey was a high item.
He even says lines that are he has said in his other movies, which is funny.
Yeah, it's like Jim Carrey around this time was a hot item.
Yeah.
Especially after Ace Ventura,
Yeah.
Like he was a hot item. He was like one of the top comedians around this time.
I don't think.
And this was another huge hit for him too.
Yeah.
Another big hit for him.
Your name was on the hiring slip.
I have it.
And Nicole Kidman plays the sluttiest psychiatrist I've ever seen.
Oh, dude.
What a fucking pointless character.
Hey, wait. She
what?
Was, listen.
She's
pointless.
Between her and Catwoman, like I still think I want to say she's the hottest. I don't. Oh, Nicole Kidman.
Wait,
is so
you
hot.
think you think
You
you
think she's a
Nicole
pointless
Kidman's the hottest?
character?
Oh yeah, yes.
No, her
I-
whole point in the movie is bringing up like Bruce Wayne opening up his trauma back up.
I thought that plot was
Moving forward.
retarded.
What, dude? That's oh my, come on, dude. Are you kidding me? The whole his going back to his backstory and like discovering more about
Yeah,
himself.
but she didn't really.
Did it change anything? Did
It
that
didn't
change?
fit the script. It didn't fit the story in this movie.
Didn't
I'm
really-
saying, Alex, if you thought it was so important, at the end of the movie, how did Batman change?
They cut the scene out. You see the deleted scene.
Yeah,
There actually is a cut scene.
yeah, I got you.
There is.
I
You
got
can
you.
find it. You can find it on. They actually did cut scenes off. Like, he was supposed to have a resolution after they kidnap her, and then
Well,
he was supposed. And then you get the whole rubber. But they cut the.
In the
Dude.
words of you, if it's not in the movie, it didn't happen.
But the scene exists though.
True.
I don't know
They
what to tell
filmed
you.
it. They filmed it to have a resolution.
It's not in the movie.
But
Whatever, dude. You're a hater.
you're a hater of Chase Meridian.
Yeah.
Chase Meridian's a beautiful lady.
Yeah, I tell you.
Yeah, no, but I agree. She's a little slutty though. Towards
Yeah,
Batman.
she
What?
Like-
We have
Of course,
sluts
Batman.
all over this Batman universe.
No, but it's not. That's not a false statement though.
Vicky was a slut, so
She was Vicky 2.0, basically.
Chase Meridian was even sluttier than Vicky Vale.
Yeah, no.
Well,
she
you
wanted.
know-
She wanted the rubber. You know, the black
Oh,
rubber.
all right, let's continue.
I was
Yeah.
waiting. I was waiting for her to smother Batman's face with her tits.
That's what she was trying to do at the.
Yeah, I was
top.
waiting for that to happen.
When she
Suck
called
some
him with this bad signal.
this is a
suck some
PG.
blue, suck some
Yeah,
blue
how the hell
titty-
did she get up there? That's dumb.
suck some blue titty milk out of there?
You know. She's just so.
Um,
She's fascinated by his black rubber.
Hot entrance.
Who wouldn't be?
Oh yeah, what a great written character, Alex.
I didn't say. I said she wasn't pointless. I don't know what you trying to allude here.
Chucky doll. I'm always just saying Chucky doll, a Transformers fan. Yeah. So there was going to be a fifth one after the.
Yeah, we know.
Transformer
Robin,
show
yeah.
coming soon.
I thought it was good. I thought it was.
Oh God, no.
I thought it was going to be. Yeah, Batman Triumphant. Yeah.
I'd have nothing.
So
against-
Thomas, other than
I would
Two Face,
do that,
like
though,
what other? Did you have any other issues other than Two Face?
Other than like Two Face, like I didn't care for the way the way they. wrote it.
Oh, the
Tommy
bat
Lee
suit too.
Jones-
The bat suit too.
Oh yeah, the bat suit, like
Bat
with the
nipples.
nipple. Like I like the bat suits, like later on in the film when him and Robin team up. Like there's no nipples on it, but like it's just like I don't know what
Yeah,
kind
there
of. Like,
is.
no, like no, not the no. Like in the first bat suit that he has nipples on it. Like
They all have nipples.
and like in this
I
one,
didn't know.
I didn't see any nipples.
No,
on
no, they don't. And Thomas trying to be in the no. No, don't.
no, I swear to God, there's no nipples on the second bat suit.
Well, that's
We
it.
gotta-
I'm gonna pause the movie and
You
see.
gotta
if there's
rewatch.
any-
You gotta rewatch the movie.
It's kind of like when I watch Batman and Robin. Like the first
You gotta watch
suit
it in
that-
4K.
the first suits that Batman and Robin have in the sequel, Batman and Robin, is like they have nipples and asses and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But later on in the film though, when Batgirl's with them, like I don't see like
Why we keep
nipples.
talking about fucking Batman and Robin? We're not even there yet.
I'm just saying like I don't remember seeing
You gotta
like
keep
it's not like Batman Forever, like the suits they wear later on. I don't remember seeing nipples, but I remember that there are definitely nipples on the first suit they wear though,
Nipples.
and
Wow.
cod pieces.
Yeah. Okay.
What a dumb word.
Dun,
Cod piece.
dun, 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 dun,
Now,
dun.
one thing too, I know people
That
don't.
score
like-
is great, dude. I like this music.
I like Akiva Goldsman's score.
It's not Cuba Goldman. He's
Oh,
the
I mean
writer.
Elliot Goldenthal.
Yes.
I mean Akiva Goldsman wrote the script.
Yeah.
I always get those two confused. Now Elliot Goldenthal did a good score,
Yeah. I liked it.
but is it good as Danny Elfman's score? No.
I think I'll say this. All the Batman scores are all good. All of
I
them.
think they all are. Yeah.
All of
Oh
them.
my god!
What, you disagree?
I think it's,
You disagree?
I
Which
like
one you
this-
don't you like, Dan? Is
I like
this
the
one?
movie that did a guilty pleasure, but I don't really care for the score, to be honest.
What? Okay.
I don't. I really don't. I
When
don't.
you get to me, I'll explain myself. In
Okay.
great
I mean,
detail.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll get to you
Other than
next
the-
then.
Other than the
You're
nipples
next,
on-
buddy.
Other than the nipples on the first bat.
Okay. Enough of the nipples.
Tommy Lee Jones and I still think this movie has, and I mean, the look of Gotham, it's more like colors and more.
Yeah.
I thought Gotham was
Neon.
stupid in this one.
It's kind of more like
Neon.
The
Yeah.
beginning
more like
shot when it
disco.
goes like
I
this,
hated the city.
when the beginning
It was
shot when it
too
goes like
neon.
this, looked like a fifth grader went on a computer.
Who colored
And
that
put it-
goddamn picture?
Like honestly, I
Yeah,
thought
when you watch it now, it does look bad.
I thought Gotham looked like trash. It looked like fucking.
Well, it's. I think Joel Schumacher said
didn't
before
like-
once in an interview that like he was supposed to make it look more pop.
Yeah.
What NSYNC?
Yeah, pretty
Yeah.
much.
The you didn't like the
But-
glow in the, you didn't like the glow in the dark gang.
What was with the neon colors and lights and stuff?
Well,
Oh, that's
more
90s.
colorful.
That's why.
It's just 90s, you know.
And you know who was the leader? You know who was the leader of the neon group?
What was it?
The Don the Dragon Wilson.
Oh, okay.
Cities.
Who's a famous martial artist.
Stupid.
And a good
I like
actor.
that part is funny when the actually Batman does show up. He's like, "It's Batman! Oh God, run!"
Batman! Bastard! Should have been you. It
I
should
like
have
when
been
the whole
you.
thing was going on with the robbery stuff, and he's like, Batman's on the ground. He's like, Two-Face.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
like he like guessed it right away. Like Two-Face. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
You already know he's a villain.
By the way, nice Batman voice.
Another nitpick that I have
What?
that
Yeah, his
fucking,
voices.
that fucking annoying ass security guard.
Oh, yeah.
It's acid. It's
What did he
boiling
do with the
acid.
hearing aid anyway? Like, what did he do with it?
He
The
used
earpiece?
to open the safe.
Oh yeah, so he can hear the safe, so he can unlock it from the.
That's
outside.
stupid.
Hey, that's my
Wow,
that's
great
my
detective
fucking
work.
hearing aid.
That's great detective work.
You should have like a welding tool in your belt.
And people like the
That's not-
Batman with detective work. Come on,
You just need an earpiece.
he's MacGyver now. I guess.
And another thing is,
Okay.
I don't know if you guys noticed this or not too, but like the scene when he's going after Two-Face and Two-Face, he's standing on that platform and it collapses under Batman and like all the rocks fall on him.
Yeah, what is that? It's like sea salt.
Yeah,
and he's
but
covered in like dust and everything,
Kenny-
and then Robin saves him. When you look at Val Kilmer, he kind of looks like Michael Keaton.
Kenny, like as far as like
Makes
your
funny
color
faces.
thing with Joel Schumacher, like the falling down didn't have any of that shit. You know?
Oh yeah, falling down with Michael Douglas.
Yeah, people misinterpret like his style. Like he other than the bad movies, he didn't really have that kind of like that
No.
look to his
It was
movies.
just because he wanted to make this Batman more appealing to like the younger audience, and
I mean, that's what the studio told him to do. You know, you
Make
gotta
it
make
more,
it this way.
make it more
he
kid
wanted to
friendly.
make it more comic booky too, like comic bookish.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, make it more
Cartoonish.
like, kid friendly.
Yeah,
yeah.
You can sell like lots of merchandise and toys.
That's
and
why you got this
McDonald's.
over the top bullshit with like the characters.
yeah, with the villain.
And hell, McDonald's was a huge hit with this movie. I'll tell you that.
Oh, I remember that. Oh, do you still have those glass mugs? He
Yeah.
still has the glass ones with the Riddler symbol.
Oh, so you-
I have the McDonald's glass cups from
Yeah.
this movie.
yeah.
So you like the movie then? You want to keep doing memorabilia?
Yeah, but
Wait, you're gonna say I don't know. I get it.
Like,
other than some flaws with the
I collected
film-
all the McDonald's stuff.
other than some flaws,
Okay.
I still think
I
it's
had
a
this
pretty-
poster in
It's
my
still a decent flick.
He's
I
gonna
still think it has enough redeeming qualities that I can call this a pretty decent.
Mhm.
he's gonna replace the Rocky Room with those cups.
I can't wait.
So yeah, that's my overall thoughts.
So
on
Thomas,
that.
you really enjoyed the movie.
Despite some flaws, I do.
Yeah.
I still think it's pretty decent.
Okay.
Okay.
I still
Right,
think it has a lot of
All
redeeming.
right, let's get to the. I want to hear the negative opinion. Dan, go ahead.
All right. Well, I saw this actually with Bob and another kid, and I remember watching it.
I want to hear what was the other kid's opinion.
I don't know.
Who cares
We
about
don't.
that?
I don't
cares
talk
about
to that
him?
kid anymore. But
Okay.
I remember sitting there watching it. I can remember watching it, being like, "Okay, this is different." And I remember when I left the theater, I was like, "Oh, I'm like, it was good, I guess." Like, I mean, I was like, "Yeah, it was good." I didn't think right away it was better than the first two movies, but as time has gone by, like, yeah, I do not like this movie. I don't feel like there's hardly any redeeming things about the movie. I will say, to give some positive notes, I did think Chris O'Donnell did a good job as Robin. I feel like he fit that role really well. So I want to give kudos to him. I thought that was good. Jim Carrey, I'm a big Jim Carrey fan. It's hard to say with that character for me because he was way over the top. And here's the thing. It is true, like the Riddler in the 60s was over the top too. But in the comics, he's not really like that. But again, we've already talked about different iterations.
And the animated series.
Yeah, in the animated series, he's not crazy like that either. So my point is some of the stuff that Jim Carrey did, I liked. Some of it was a little bit too much. So those are positive things.
Which part was too much for you? I'm curious.
Well, like when he's saying like joygasm and like
that's Thomas' favorite line.
You sunk my battleship.
Yeah, like stuff where he's just like that,
To me, it's when he does the baseball bit. Like that's ridiculous.
Yeah, just
With
there's so
with
many
the cartoon sound effects and shit. Yeah.
But when I'm saying like the scenes where he has dialogue or like a monologue, like he's good there. It's when he adds his Ace Ventura-ish type things, which I love those movies. It's just like, okay, like now you're just doing it. You're doing your shtick that people like. It doesn't fit the character.
Right.
But man, I'll tell you, other than that, like I don't really think I wrote a bunch of stuff down. Like we've talked about some of this. So okay, like Val Kilmer. I don't have anything bad to say about him, but I'm just like, oh, he was Batman. Like he didn't do anything really to impress me, but he didn't do anything either to make me think he did a bad job. And he even said so in the Val documentary. He's like when he filmed the movie, he's like, when you're in the bat suit, he's like in that movie, they didn't give him anything really to do, character wise, like, for development. I kind of agree with that. But yeah, I just felt like he was bland, neutral, I guess. I didn't dislike him. I didn't think he was good. I did not like Gotham, the new look of Gotham. And again, this is all, I cannot fathom why Warner Brothers, they took Batman, they made him cool by going a darker route, and then they thought it would be a good idea to like backtrack and maybe more like the 60s, because that's essentially, there's so much like Adam West type feel in this movie, and not Gotham necessarily. Gotham was a step back, but it wasn't that far step back. Yeah, I don't care for the soundtrack to this movie. Like again, it's too campy. Like, and here, let me just prove this. If you watch the trailer for this movie and Batman and Robin, they use the Danny Elfman score.
That is true. Yeah.
Yeah, that is true.
Why do you think they do that? Because it's better. Two-Face, oh my God, what a terrible representation of that character.
Yeah.
That movie actually kind of made me. Thomas already said Tommy Lee Jones is kind of an ass in real life, but there are a few Tommy Lee Jones movies that I really like, but I do not like him. I don't like him. I don't think anymore really as a person. The character is nothing like Two-Face. And again, it was like you guys said, like he totally was like the Joker, like how he acted, perfect. And like I hated the fact that the coin, like they talk about how that's like his decision maker in the movie when they're in Wayne Manor.
Yeah. I hate that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, like when he flips the
flipping
coin.
it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
That's not how he is.
That is nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing like
No,
this.
it's not like the comic books at all, or even the animated series.
Any iteration.
He's supposed to make a decision based on his flip.
Yeah, he's supposed to like accept the decision no matter if he likes it or not.
And so it's like he's got his warehouse where he's got a good and bad side, and it's like I didn't feel like he had dual personalities at all in that.
No,
like, at all. Like he did not seem like he didn't even bring the coin out hardly at all. Like sometimes he'd flip the coin and just be like, I flipped the coin.
It's always a super close up.
How about the explanation in the courtroom?
Oh my God! Yes.
So Batman is on the stand. What?
Yeah. With the fucking bat suit. Yeah.
And they have it televised.
I know, right?
He's like jumping.
Batman tried to save him.
Funny.
Yeah. Batman tried to save him, but he was too late.
Yeah, that was dumb. Oh, and he held a folder across his face. That's how he protected the half of his face.
Yeah.
Oh, the folder.
Yeah.
The folder saved me. Oh man, like so much. So yeah, I mean, gosh, there's so much more Two-Face garbage that's in this movie.
That's like the worst part.
It-
Yeah,
it's
it's Two-Face.
terrible.
It is the worst
And
part.
yeah, you can tell. I think Alex is the one that said it. Like when they're doing their scenes together, Tommy Lee Jones and Nude Carey, you can just tell. Like,
Tommy Lee Jones is annoyed.
yeah,
Yeah.
he don't. He's okay. Riddler already covered. Chase Meridian. I mean, come on. Like they needed a female character in the movie. It was like they wrote that part in just to have him have a love interest. Like I kind of feel like
not every Batman movie needs a love interest.
and that's
I do
Yeah,
agree with
yeah,
Dan, like,
yeah. Every Batman movie has a love interest.
I do
Every
agree.
single one.
I agree with Dan. Like her character did kind of go nowhere though.
yeah. So why we had to show? Remember when he went into her office? She was like kickboxing or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who cares? Like, what did that mean? Like, you're tough? It's who? Like, you didn't.
Not
you
really,
didn't use
because
that-
she gets kidnapped at the end anyway. So it's like
Yeah.
She turns out to be a damsel in distress.
Yes,
anyway.
exactly.
Well, yeah.
It was like basically. I swear to you, when they wrote the script, they're like, "Well, we need a female role," and then they created this psychologist role for Bruce to do the sub story, which went nowhere, in my opinion. Anyway, I don't need anything else to say about that. Batsuit we've already talked about. It's stepped down.
Right.
Didn't care for it. Joel Schumacher. He just, I don't know. I don't like Alex said. I think Warner Brothers was kind of pushing in the direction, but he could have been like, he's still the director.
right.
I know he has fans of this movie, and I know some of you guys are still okay with this movie. But yeah, I just don't. I just don't care for it. Like, there's just so much things in it that I don't like. It turns me off on it. The whole Riddler plot with like
Sucking the brainwaves.
sucking the brainwaves. What the hell? I don't know. It just seems so campy.
It
And,
is campy.
That is a plot that would be in the '60s show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to point out that when this movie came out, I didn't feel this strongly about it. Like, this is my opinion now. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like, when
yeah.
this movie came out, I was like, oh yeah, it was good. I had this poster in my room. I watched the movie. Let's see. Yeah, I already talked about the coin flipping. Right away when the movie starts, like, the tone's gonna be different. When Alfred's like, "Oh, can I make a sandwich?" He's like, "I'll get drive-through." Like,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
I can drive through.
Man, I
Like,
just wait to
okay,
get
like,
the
see,
sandwich
right
with
away,
you,
I'm
Jeff.
just like, oh my god, and like the gadgets in this movie, I didn't think the gadgets were as good. Like, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, what about the Batmobile?
Yeah, I didn't like the Batmobile look.
I
at
thought
all.
it was fine.
No, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't like it.
Coming off of
The Burton one, yeah, it's
Burton
stepped
ones,
down,
I
but
mean, it's kind of like, it's all right.
Yeah,
yeah, like it didn't have it looked like it had wings at the end or something.
Yeah.
The main song, "Kiss from a Rose."
Great song. I love that song.
I used to listen to that.
No,
all
good
the
song.
time.
I did like that song. I did, and I feel like I don't know if it got
As a
overplayed
as
or
a
what.
past tense.
I did. I did like that song a lot. I don't know if it just got overplayed or whatever, but now I'm just kind of like, eh. I mean, I guess if I listened to it today, I'd be like, it's fine, but like, I'm not a fan of the song anymore, like I was.
That's kind of like the Godzilla soundtrack from '98. Like I used to
Right,
listen
with
to
Puff
all
Daddy.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really all I have. I know I didn't mean to sound so angry, but like things just
Dang, you're angry, man.
It
The
makes me
passion.
when I think about how they could have proceeded and they went backwards, like, it just bothers me.
Wait till the next movie.
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right. Wesley, what do you think
I
about
didn't like it.
Trevor?
I just was bored
Oh,
of it.
direct, aren't you?
I didn't like it. It was over the top. The
Yeah.
acting was over the top. You could tell there was issues with the actors, especially between Jim Carrey and what's his name?
Tommy Lee Jones.
Yeah, Tommy Lee Jones. You could tell that there was some issues, even if you
Yeah.
didn't know exactly. There was,
Easy. What's up?
but even like what someone was saying. Who was it in the comments? Yeah, Forka84
Yeah.
said that helped with the chemistry, and I do believe that to some extent.
hmm
But I just didn't care for it. I didn't care for either character. Two-Face, he's supposed to have dual personalities. What dual personality? He was crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
he's
man-
just
he
a
was
Joker.
fucking crazy. There
Yeah.
was no
We
dual
never had, like, an
personality.
emotional moment with him. Like,
Yeah, like where's that bond between Bruce? They barely touched on the bond between.
Like,
Oh,
Mark-
at the end, he's like, "You always been a good friend. Thanks, you, Bruce." Whatever.
the
Once
Jim
the-
Carrey character, the Riddler, it was Jim Carrey.
Yeah.
It wasn't the Riddler. It was Jim Carrey. I think, like you guys were saying, the producers, the studio was pushing to have Jim Carrey as the headline name to it. Even though I know Val Kilmer, he's a really good actor. He's had really good roles.
He's a good
I
actor.
think
Yeah.
they put
yeah, it's fantastic.
Carrey in it because none of the others were out there at that moment. Because Carrey was just coming off of
The Mask.
the
Mask.
mask and Pet Detective.
And Dumb and Dumber.
Shoot.
Dumb and
Yeah,
Dumber,
he
yeah.
had those 3 hits all in 1 year.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly. And so I think they tried using him as this vehicle to try to sell tickets, try to get butts in the seats.
In which they
But it
did.
was just based, and they did. I'm sure they did to some extent, but I just didn't like his character. The Riddler to me seems crazy, but not crazy stupid.
Right. Or cartoonish.
Yeah, and Carrie's really good at being cartoonish. Me personally, I never cared for those characters, but the few scenes that he was serious, I think it showed Carrie's ability to have more serious scenes because as his career expanded, he did very well with some of the more serious characters. For me, the cable guy was one of them.
Mm-hmm.
I actually liked
So-
him. I actually liked him as Edward Nygma before he gets the suit.
Yeah,
I
agree.
thought he was better at that.
I agree.
Yeah, and he did really good with things like The Truman Show and
That's a good point.
So yeah, that I think the city itself is like
It's like a rendered.
who threw up the neon colors?
It's like
What's
someone
with all the
rendered it
neon?
on the computer. Like,
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like what the hell?
yeah.
It's like this is definitely not a Tim Burton film. And
No.
yeah, while Thomas did say something about Tim Burton being he wasn't actually the producer. He got top billing, but he was not involved at all.
Yeah,
You
and I
Let's
gotta
put a
say,
Tim Burton
just to
production,
add to that
though.
real quick, when
One-
people are producers on movies, they really have no say in anything.
Most of them don't.
Yeah, so like that's
people,
Or they're
people
not.
have
Yeah,
a-
they're not. They're not there on the set. Really.
no, they're
have
not
a
the
very good
hands-on.
misconception about
They're the producers in movies are more of the like, hey, Mr. Producer, this is what we got, and they're the more or less the ones that kind of like
Or they're like the ones that pitch it to the studio.
They inform
they
the
can.
director and
they're the ones that decide okay what will be greenlit and what will be not greenlit, what will be accepted and not be accepted. Tim Burton, I don't think had anything to do with this movie. I
Yeah,
think
the
that was
director has
another.
final say no matter what. I mean,
Huh?
unless the director has final say. I mean, the producer is under the director.
No, the director doesn't
Well,
have
like the
complete
studio's
final
the one
say.
that final say.
The studio
The
is
studio.
the ones
Yeah.
that have the final say. Yes, some of the bigger directors like your Steven Spielbergs, your Tim Burtons, your George Lucases, these guys
James Cameron.
James Cameron. They have push.
Yeah.
They
wow.
okay, fine. You don't want to listen to me? Fine, I'm out. And they'll be like, okay, fine.
No,
We'll
what I'm
do-
trying to
we'll-
say is that producers are to produce things for the director.
They're the ones that are
They
the
don't,
ones
they
that
don't
have
make the
to do with
decisions for the director.
they're the ones that the producers are the ones that say what can be used what because they're the ones that has to do with the money budgets. That's what I'm trying to get at is that
Yeah, like
can they do that? Can they produce that kind of scene with the budget that they have?
Right, but the producer doesn't get to make an opinion. They don't get to say, "Well, no, I don't like the way this scene looks."
Unless they're like a
No,
very
yeah, you're right.
unless
you're
they're
right. In
unless
that
they're
sense,
a very powerful producer.
Right.
In that sense, yes, they don't necessarily have those types of saves. But if say you want a scene that's going to take a lot of CG animation, and your budget's only say
Sure.
$50
Yeah.
million, and holy shit, this scene here is only this scene's going to take 30 million. No, no,
It's
no,
their
no.
job. It's their job to come up with a solution.
Mhm.
Yeah, in a way, yeah.
Anyway,
So Tim
yeah,
Burton had nothing to do with this movie.
yeah, okay. Anyways, the only thing I really liked was the origin story for Dick Grayson. I always thought that was really cool.
Yeah.
And the scene,
which
of
is the real
scene-
origin story,
Right.
Except that it's not Two-Face.
Right.
No, in the actual origin story. After watching that movie, I remember trying to look it up, and it is definitely different. But at least they tried to do it. At least they tried.
In the comics, who actually is responsible for Dick Grayson?
I
Family's
don't. It
death?
wasn't Two-Face, but it was
That was
a.
his henchman, wasn't it?
Tony Zuko
Yeah.
was in the animated series. I think that followed the comic book.
Okay.
He was a crime guy.
Right.
And I think they all did die in the circus, but
Mhm.
it wasn't Two-Face.
Mhm.
Right.
Well, actually, in the comics, it's just well, no, that's not true. I don't know. Never mind.
Okay. We don't know anything.
I'm not gonna say if I don't know for sure.
Yeah.
The music was okay. The song "Kiss from the Rose," yeah, it didn't seem like it really fit.
That's why it was in the
Okay,
end
yeah.
credits, I think.
Yeah, put in the end credits. I like the song, but I just didn't. Not
Yeah,
Batman.
imagine that song playing during the movie. You'd be like, "What?"
Yeah,
What
It's like
song?
it's like Prince.
Oh, well, that's when they're in the bed. He's in the bed with Chase.
but my issue is that it feels like the movie's just over the top,
It is. Yeah.
way over the top, and I
Jim
just didn't.
Carrey even says that. Was that over the top? I can never tell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that too, it's like
He's talking about
are they-
himself though.
Are they trying to be? Are they trying to? What do they use? What phrase do they use? Like they know that they're trying to be serious or not. Does the
Well,
movie
they're very
realize
self-aware.
that? Yeah,
of the tone,
self-aware.
Yeah.
I think
yeah,
the movie.
I think so.
I think they do know. I think that they know, this movie knows what it wants to.
Especially with that scene when Jim Carrey's like, yeah, is it?
Just from the beginning alone, like as the movie
And-
progresses, it's over the top and just
And the
a very
and-
corny.
yeah, and the Robin joke when he said when he says "Holy rest of metal, Batman."
Yeah,
Yeah. It's like, huh?
I
It's like,
laughed
the-
in the
the-
theater,
yeah.
and now when
I mean the
think-
fact that we
I
have,
laughed in the theater.
the
It
fact that we
didn't
have
take
Jim
itself
Carrey
seriously as a Batman movie.
The fact that we have Jim Carrey doing his thing, it's like that sets the tone already. So.
Yeah. Okay.
Kenny asked a question here about Robin Williams originally going to be the Riddler.
What do you
Well, would have
think
been a
of
completely
Robin
different
Williams?
performance.
Would have
Yeah.
been awesome.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know if he would have been able to fit in that movie.
I mean,
What
it
the
would've
tone
been
they were going for?
different,
I don't know.
Yeah, no.
Batman sucked as a detective in this movie. He walked right into that stupid Riddler brain trap, and they found out he was Bruce Wayne.
And that was something else that we none of us have brought up. None of the movies. Batman is supposed to be considered as the greatest detective of all time.
Right? Yeah.
None of the movies have really shown that side of him.
Until the
How
new
about
one.
the fact that
Except-
Drew
The new one, yeah.
I mean, yeah, a couple of scenes here and there, but
He figured out the riddles really easily.
it's not like
Well,
say,
he did in the Batman too.
I know. But these ones were kind of like kiddie riddles.
Drew Barrymore was my favorite character. Whatever character she played, I don't know.
The
White
hench-
I don't
good,
even remember.
the
white good, and red bad. Devil angel.
Oh,
Uh,
Find a donkey meat.
the
Oh no!
Donkey meat.
It was originally going to be leather and lace.
Lucky me. Oh yeah, I remember that part. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't care for the movie.
It was going to be. It was.
She was the
supposed
side
to be leather.
chick, you know. The
Yeah,
prostitute.
really.
Yeah, it was her and Debbie Mazur, right?
Yeah, yeah. They were two faces sluts. I mean, that's what they were. So it's...
Hey, I also want to point out though that this movie did continue the tradition of Batman killing people.
Oh, he does kill Two Face, right?
What?
He kills Two Face technically.
Well, yeah, and he killed when the Batmobile chase when that rocket goes off.
Yeah.
he dodges the rocket and it blows up the other.
Dodging a rocket and having someone else die doesn't matter. But like, yeah, the Two-Face thing, he does kill him though.
What do you mean? He dodged the rocket knowing they were behind him. He could have. It's Batman.
It's their fault.
Well, you could say that by a lot of his killings. Murderer.
Yeah, no, he kills Two-Face. That's the thing that doesn't make sense. Like,
I'm glad he killed Two-Face.
he knows Two-Face is on the ledge.
Schumacher.
The thing, he knows Two-Face is on the ledge, and he throws all the coins at him, and he knows he's gonna like freak out and shit.
That
'Cause
was
that's his
fucking
killing.
stupid, though.
That's
What did
his
he
killing-
get?
Ah, my coins!
So did he actually kill him?
Which one's mine?
Did he literally actually
No,
kill him?
no, he
You
didn't
don't
kill
care
him.
about his friend.
No. He didn't kill him. He just didn't save him.
Exactly.
That's his MO.
Yeah. Well, it's your fault. Why you're on the ledge,
He wants his
Two-Face.
Personal possession.
Harvey Dent.
Coins.
I also like that they shot at him in Wayne Manor and the bullet grazed his stupid forehead and he lived.
He doesn't ever talk about how it's his lucky.
Yeah. I remember as a kid, I always thought that he actually did shoot him in the head. You know?
Yeah.
He just grazed him.
Basically.
Yeah. Okay.
But, sorry, I didn't mean to go off on a tangent, but I had to bring up more stupid things.
Okay. Stupid. So Wesley didn't like the movie very much.
Good job, Wes.
How about we
So
just chill?
yeah. So Rob, you haven't gone. Go ahead.
I'm not going to spend a lot of time. I just want to say that this is one of those films that I can have fun with. I call it like a guilty pleasure, like The Room, like a guilty pleasure. I could just pop this in and just not take it seriously because we already have 2 good Batman films before this. So I'm just like, I just have fun with it. It is stupid. It's corny over the top. The city looks like garbage. I
But
think
Gotham City is garbage.
He
this
means
is
it looks like garbage.
This is neon
metaphorically.
garbage. This
Okay,
is neon
neon
garbage.
So you
garbage.
say it's your guilty pleasure. What kind of redeeming qualities do you get from it? That
I do agree with you. I do like the Robin storyline. I think that was really good. I do like Chris O'Donnell. Val Kilmer as Batman. I think he's pretty solid as far as like I don't like the bat suit, but I do like him. I do like his portrayal.
Yeah.
Let's see, some of the fight scenes aren't too bad. There really aren't a lot, to be honest, but the ones that are happening they're fine. Alfred, he's Alfred, I guess. There's really
He does the same thing, kind of,
He
where
does the same-
he's like, Bruce, you should go marry that chick. Damn it, I'm trying my best.
I do like Jim Carrey as the Riddler. I know he's over the top and stuff, but it makes more sense than Tommy Lee Jones as Two-Face being over the top. That is absolutely ridiculous. When I first saw it, I just thought he just didn't.
No, yeah.
He did not fit. I was like,
Why can't you just die?
being like the Joker? Why is he being all like, I'm like, oh, that's just the music I don't really care for, but other than that, like I just find this to just be just a fun movie just to sit down and watch and just even if I have to laugh at it or whatever, like it's still fun. Yeah, that's all I have to really say.
Okay. Did you like the Batman smile?
The what?
The Batman
When he
smile?
smiles after he kisses Chase.
No.
When she says,
Why does he have a lisp after he says circus? That always bothered me.
I never noticed that. I don't know.
You like the circus? It's like, well, you know what? She's probably there to fix his speech because he can't fucking talk. She's not no. Yeah, she's not no.
That whole scene, he's acting a bit odd because like when he breaks down the door, he's like, "I'm sorry, I thought you were
She should have yelled at him.
You're in trouble."
She should have called the police. That's break it entering. Yeah, they did it.
Technically, yeah. In the Batman suit.
Batman always had good luck.
Yeah.
Touching his rubber.
Yeah, she's all over that rubber, dude.
Kicks off. She's like,
she even says it herself.
She's like, I'll bring
the silverware or something.
I'll bring the wine or whatever.
Oh, my scarred psychiatrist.
That's
okay.
Well, yeah, she like.
No, she even says it.
She undresses right there.
Yeah, she even
That's
says.
crazy doctor
She even says.
problem.
She's supposed to be the smart psychiatrist or whatever, and she's
Yeah.
why is she acting like a whore?
She has a bad fetish, Wesley. She
Where'd
has
she
a bad
get
fetish.
where'd she get her?
Her
PhD?
PhD. No, she even says it herself when she touches
If Batman was
her
such a good detective and he's so smart, he shouldn't fall for this horror. These
I mean,
horror.
like at first he tries to like reject her, but she keeps coming on to him.
She keeps
And when she's
calling
trying to like
me.
process his thoughts and being like, "Oh, what happened?"
She
Oh, no, when he
keeps-
says like try fireman, easier to take off, and she goes and she
Dan
starts
is right. When he went into that machine, he should have known better. In Riddler's machine, like when
No,
he-
but
Yeah.
Drew Barrymore does turn it off, and then she turns it
Yeah,
back
but-
on when he goes in again.
yeah, but if he was such a detective, he should know that.
Oh
These,
yeah, let's
these women are.
let's
with,
trust her.
Yeah,
I know,
really.
right?
How about the fact that in that scene when Riddler is dressed as Edward Enigma, his hair color is back to normal?
It's a wig.
I don't.
It's a wig.
It is.
I guess.
I don't like at the end when he had too many thoughts. As he looked like the Elephant Man then.
He did.
They had to do that to him and kill Two-Face because they knew Bruce's identity. No one can know that.
Yeah, that's true.
Robin should have died.
Uh,
Robin was trying to be a sneaky little boy, trying to sneak into
sneaky
the
little boy.
He was trying to sneak into that door, and Alfred's
Yeah.
trying to make sure no one is around, and he does all these acrobats.
Yeah. He gets
I like
there.
when he was washing his clothes.
Dude, that part is so.
He did
okay.
a big scene about him washing his.
Yeah.
He's like doing all these things with his clothes. I'm like, really?
That part is
Where'd you
so.
learn that skill set?
That part is so 90s.
He learned it in the trapeze.
It's
When
like-
Alfred sees that, he's like, "Yep, this guy.
It's-
This is a good
Yeah,
prospect here."
it's washing and drying your clothes to the extreme, you know. That's what it is.
Whereas Alfred just doesn't let anyone go down in the Batcave. Anyone that visits.
Why not? Hey,
To the extreme of rock like a vandal.
we have the security around that.
Because
place.
Dick Grayson is supposed to be young and hip, and you know, and shit. That's what it's supposed
like
to be.
all joking aside, like Chris O'Donnell did do a good job.
Yeah.
No,
I-
yeah,
Yeah, he did.
in this movie.
That's not probably the only 100% positive thing I can say about that movie.
Yeah, I'm done.
And that's the only thing we're gonna agree. You know, everybody is Chris O'Donnell was good, and
Yeah.
it's funny because like over the years, he's the one that gets like hate. You know,
Yeah, well, you know,
that's Robin. I like this movie. Personally, for me, the 4 films, this is the most underrated.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think there's a lot more good things about it than bad. Yeah, you guys already mentioned some of the bad, like the campiness, the over the topness,
Yeah.
Two-Face. Okay.
Would you think it's a guilty pleasure for you, or
No,
do you
No,
more than-
I think it's a legit decent movie.
Okay.
What?
When we get to the other one, the other one's the guilty pleasure. The next
Oh, what?
one. Dude, calm down. I said guilty pleasure. I didn't say masterpiece. All right.
Well, you find any
So-
pleasure
Oh,
shit.
so like you guys were mentioning the Robin storyline. That's really good. I think the Bruce Wayne backstory is good too. It's a shame that it didn't get a proper resolution. You know.
Well, what is it that you like about it?
I like how we finally get to know Bruce Wayne as a person.
No, what? Wait.
And
didn't
why
know him
he just, you know, in these movies, you it's more about the villains and all that. This movie is a lot about the villains too, but like, you actually get to see, why he even became Batman in the first place, and why he keeps going.
We already knew that from the first movie.
Yeah, they do. They go.
Not really. I mean, they don't really go into depth, you know. I kind of
Well,
like
I
how they.
want to know specifically what you thought. What was good about the plot in here?
I kind
that
of
was
like how he has guilt. He has guilt over his parents' death. You know,
Right.
they never bring that up in the other movies, like because of the diary he finds about his dad. Like, oh, like there is more to it in the deleted scenes, but I don't, like you said, like it's not canon. The lead scenes are not canon. So
Wait, what was in the diary? I don't remember.
about like how Thomas Wayne was writing about like, oh, like the night he died, they died. that earlier that day he was trying like I'm gonna we're gonna stay at home. We're not gonna go out, but Bruce really wants to go out and go to wherever I think the watch a play or a movie or
Theater.
something. Yeah, theater. Yeah, to the theater. So they take him there, and then that night, that's the night they died. And so that's why he has guilt. Like, oh, he blames himself. Like, if I didn't ask to go to the theater, my parents would still be alive, and I wouldn't have this fucking life as Batman. All that.
Well, see, that's a change.
That's why.
of backstory.
That's why he connects to Robin there. Like he understands how he feels, and that's where you get the whole how Robin wants revenge for on Two-Face, and Bruce was like, no, if your whole life's revenge, you're not gonna have much of a life. I like that stuff. Like their scenes together, like those scenes are like the most serious scenes in the movie. Like those scenes are the most serious in the movie.
But he got revenge on Joker.
He got revenge on Joker, and he still has a life though.
Yeah,
so it wouldn't matter if he killed.
Yeah, but like this movie, kind of in a way, like, it doesn't even feel like it in the same continuity. Not just because of the tone.
Just let him kill him.
No, I agree. Like I kind of feel like it's supposed to be in the same continuity,
but it's not. It's a very loose continuity. But like I said, I mean, they tried to do the whole Noel killing thing, but he killed Two-Face at the end. So like, what the fuck? The attempt was there. The attempt was there. Yeah. And you guys really.
Wait.
What?
Remember when the Batmobile drove up the wall?
Yeah.
That henchman vehicle crashed into the wall and exploded, so he killed those people too.
Does that car have no brakes?
He got out of their way. Like he knew there was a wall there.
Yeah, but you hit when you're driving and there's a wall nearby, you hit the brakes. They're bad drivers.
Batman is supposed to prevent death, not create it.
You're just being nitpicky now. That's fucking nitpicky as fuck,
He's
dude.
a superhero.
Yeah, right. You're like, I wanna nitpick the fuck out of Batman forever.
Well, no, I want to know. You think it's a good movie? I'm just trying to point out things, but that's fine. Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no, that's fine. You guys already mentioned Jim Carrey. He was funny in the movie, but there are parts where like I already said like tone it down a bit, like the whole, like when he's like destroying the Batcave, and like that part, like whatever. What else? Oh, the music. Okay, I'm now thinking about it. Like when you talk about the score, like I like the score, but there are parts where like it's over the top. Like
they do the trumpet where it's like.
Yeah, no, that and like when Edward Nygma's meeting Bruce Wayne for the first when Edward Nygma's meeting Bruce Wayne for the first time, and he's like and then like and he's saying, but some people are trying to keep us away. Like when he snatches his boss's armor off, there's like that sound like that stuff like a little too much. But like I like the sound like the score, not the score, but like the soundtrack with the songs from like you guys ever mentioned "Kiss from a Rose" from Seal. Yeah. I also like U2's song "Thrill Me, Kill Me" or whatever it's called.
Oh,
that's good. Like, and the Flaming Lips, that song that plays when he goes to the apartment, dude. I love his apartment in the movie.
Oh yeah.
When I first saw that, I was like intrigued by his as like a palace. I like
that was cool.
And I always wanted that freaking like the Riddler dummy he had like in the like that was cool. I like that. Yeah.
The costume from that mannequin.
Yeah. I like that stuff. But you guys mentioned like that the look of the movie. With the neon lights, like it's okay. I don't hate it, but like it is a step down from the Burton look of Gotham.
Oh yeah,
yeah, it is a step down. It feels like to me, it felt like any typical big city, and you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it felt like typical New York in the '90s or typical Los Angeles in the '90s.
I was watching a PlayStation game. From the PlayStation 1.
But yeah, I always have fun watching the movie, dude. Like,
Alex, did you watch this like very recently?
I did. I saw all these recently. Do
you, out of curiosity, has your opinion lessened or stayed the same since when you originally saw it?
No, this one has stayed the same the most out of any of them.
Okay.
Yeah, there's some in my opinion that really changed on it. But it's funny, like you mentioned Tommy Lee Jones not getting along with Jim Carrey, like that specifically that scene where they meet each other for the first time. I think that was the scene that if you've seen that interview, Jim Carrey talked about like when he met Tommy Lee Jones for the first time, and Tommy Lee Jones told him he hates him and all that. Like they met each other a day before they filmed their first scene together, and I'm guessing it was that scene because it's like a first big scene, and you can just tell Tommy Lee Jones like is annoyed. You just if you just concentrate on Tommy Lee Jones' facial expression when Jim Carrey's just talking, he's like that, you know.
Yeah.
When he's just like, is everybody paying attention? You can just tell Tommy Lee Jones wants to punch him in the face, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, I mean, like overall, I enjoyed the movie. It's not as good. Well, I'm not gonna say that, but because we're going on rankings. But I mean, I can see why Dan and Wesley don't like it. It is cartoonish, and like you guys prefer the darker.
Yeah, it's definitely.
And I honestly like when it comes to Batman stories, I prefer darker Batman, honestly. But like, I mean, I guess you could chalk it up as to like nostalgia because this is nostalgia with me. I mean, so
Yeah.
Sure.
I definitely remember when this one came out, like in theaters. I didn't see it in theaters, but I remember like the marketing, like the toys and the McDonald's stuff. I remember I got like the Joker, the Riddler. I don't know what the fuck were they like the thing he was wearing at the end, and the cereal box.
The headband
Yeah, I remember getting that in the cereal box.
or the eye band.
Yeah, that. Yeah. But yeah, overall, I enjoyed the movie. I think it's entertaining.
Hey, Alex.
Yeah.
Where did you find the headband, and what box of cereal was it?
I don't know what brand of cereal, but it was a cereal box. That's all I remember.
Okay.
I lost it, but I lost it. I don't have
I will say I used to like the poster too. The I used to have that too.
It's definitely more Jim Carrey's movie.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, he kind of takes over the spotlight from
The
everybody.
Jim Carrey is the biggest, is like the highlight of the movie.
Yeah. That's true.
Like he steals it from everybody.
I would have been okay just to have him as the villain.
Yeah. I think that would
Yeah.
You get Two-Face out of there.
Yeah, they started to overcomplicate it.
Yeah. Like
when you guys said like Wes, when you were talking about like
At this
you weren't sure if the movie like if you kind of knew what kind of movie it was. I think they do because there's even a part where Jim Carrey says like when he's yelling at Two-Face like, well, why didn't you tell me you're gonna interrupt my party? Like we could have planned this, pre-sold the movie rights. Like that's like you're breaking the fourth wall at that point, you know.
Yeah, and that's what I think Dan was saying earlier.
This was better.
Yeah.
They,
I actually
they,
like the line there.
they were definitely it was self-aware.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah, when that one guy, when Batman busts through the ceiling, that one guy's like, "Yeah, Batman, yeah,
Batman.
yeah,
They do that in Spider-Man too, and like,
Yeah,
Spider-Man.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's true.
Yeah, people
Alright.
actually make fun of that sound effect. Batman.
Yeah, Yeah.
I'd be one of them.
was that the same guy from the beginning of the movie with the ear?
No.
I thought it was. That would be funny if it was.
Hmm.
Yeah, but yeah, I like the movie. I mean, this is the first like kind of like divisive opinions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, all right, cool. I mean, I'm done.
All right.
Stats.
Time. Okay. Okay. So this movie's budget was $100 million, and it did better than Batman Returns. But not as good as the first movie. It did $336 million.
Mhm.
Rotten Tomatoes score, critic score is 40%.
Oof.
The audience's is 32%.
Oof.
Metacritic score is 51, so that's down from the last two, and then user score 6.8, so that's a little bit higher than the audience score on Rotten Tomatoes.
Mhm.
All right, guys, what do you want to do for your IMDb ranking?
This ought to be an interesting one to guess here.
Okay, I'm gonna guess 5.8.
Okay, got it.
For me, I'm gonna go with 5 point. 5.4.
All right.
I'm gonna go with 4.8.
Damn.
Don't be surprised though.
Wes.
I guess I was about to say what Tom has said, but so I'll do 5.5.
Okay.
All right. Well, there was someone got it perfectly again.
Who's
Oh,
What was
that?
it?
Thomas 5.4.
Whoa!
Damn. That's 2 points for
Wow.
Thomas.
Yep.
Wow.
Thomas gets one. So. Oh boy. Okay. So. Oh shit! I haven't even set it up yet. But before we get to the next movie, I want to just
Go over the sponsors.
yeah, I mean, yeah, sponsors. Want to sponsor Coca-Cola here? Drink Coca-Cola, please. It's springtime is coming. You need a cold drink. Drink Coca-Cola because we're
Crystal
sellout.
Ball.
We're sellout whores.
Mega stuffed Oreos.
What the fuck was that?
I did the same thing.
You sound like fucking me.
I was
You're like
stretching.
someone having a fucking
you-
orgasm.
You sound like fucking you.
What are you saying? Watch your fucking mouth.
Wesley died.
I think Batman Forever was too much for him. Um,
Mega
So-
stuffed Oreos, they're fucking good.
yeah, so 2 years after Batman Forever came out, it was a big hit. We got Batman, the infamous, hated, trashed, Batman and Robin.
At least
Also-
I didn't have a psychiatrist, dumb female role in this movie.
Also directed by Joe Schumacher and what the completely different.
Well, I guess you could say at least.
Well, the new Batman, George Clooney.
At
this
least she
time.
did something, but
Yeah.
it
That's
was
true.
pointless.
That's true.
All right.
She discovered
What?
that.
Okay. Who hasn't gone first on these
Well,
movies?
this was actually the first one I saw.
Okay, Thomas, you went first already on Batman Forever.
No, I did, didn't I? Or wait,
no, just
I think Thomas. did.
I went first, right?
Thomas went first.
Yeah, I went
Dan-
first.
Dan went first on Batman '89.
I
Yeah.
went. Did I go first on Return?
No, I think West did.
Was it Wes?
I don't know. If Bob-
No, I think it was Rob. I think.
I
Oh.
thought I did Batman Returns first.
Well, you know more than I.
You have
Okay.
the better memory. I don't know.
No, I
Well, neither. Well, it seems we can't figure it out. None of us have a good memory.
Well, Alex. Oh, you don't want to go first, right?
I'm gonna have to because Wes is offline for a bit, so I'll just go first. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, you haven't gone first yet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Alex
I-
liked
yes,
it.
for sure. I go first in this one.
It's the fourth movie. He likes fourth movies.
I enjoyed it.
Wes, did you go first on Batman Returns,
No,
or was it Rob?
it
all-
was. I think it was Rob.
Yeah, I think I did.
Okay,
Yeah, it was
fine.
Dan, Rob,
What-
Thomas.
Okay. Yeah, Thomas and Dan all went first. Okay, I'll let you go first on Batman and Robin then,
Batman
then I'll
and
go.
Rob.
and then I'll go.
Another one I didn't care for.
That's nice to say. Like usually it's like the worst movie ever.
I wouldn't say it was the worst movie ever, but again, I didn't.
Is it the worst
I didn't
comic
like
book
the
movie
Freeze
ever?
character. I did not like the Freeze character.
Okay.
That was my biggest thing. George Clooney, I didn't feel George Clooney was very much of a very good Batman.
Hi, Wes. I'm George Clooney. I'm Batman.
I smile at everything.
Well, get your
And I bobble my head too.
From Dusk Till Dawn, my favorite George Clooney film.
Hell yeah.
Easily.
I really
Well-
didn't care much for this movie. I was just,
You can't think
You're not alone, Wes.
you can't think
I was
of
actually-
one good thing.
I was falling asleep. Okay,
Oh damn.
I was bored with this movie.
The fact that you're falling asleep during a Batman movie, that's not a good sign.
I just didn't care for it. I didn't like the acting. I didn't like the set pieces. I didn't like the storyline. I as I guess as a character with like say Freeze, I did feel bad for him because the reason why he became the way he did was was he was trying to figure out how to keep his wife alive to find a cure for her disease that was killing her.
Yeah, wasn't it McGregor syndrome?
Yeah.
And then
Conor
in
McGregor.
that he
Burger.
I guess his experiments one of his experiments blew up literally with him in it, and that's why he became
Oh, he fell in the icy
what he
cold
became.
water. Yeah.
Okay. Man, I really don't have much to say about this movie.
Okay. You know what? It's funny because like this is the first time I ever heard someone call this movie boring.
I didn't
Yeah,
like it.
you never really hear many people say this is a slow, boring movie.
To me, it was boring. I liked the Batman better than this one.
Well, that's
A little bit
Oh, yeah.
of course.
I
hope
love
so.
Not even
actually I love
close.
that one.
That's not even close, yo. Okay. So okay, fine. You don't got nothing else to say about Batman?
Not really.
Okay. Well.
I was like I said, I was falling asleep. Maybe it was already I was already tired, but it didn't help me stay awake.
Mhm.
Kenny makes a point about the Peacemaker being a good one.
The show?
No, the Peacemaker
No, the
movie. There was a movie called The Peacemaker with George Clooney. That's a
All
pretty
right,
good
Alex.
movie.
Go ahead, buddy.
I think this movie's hilarious because it's so
Wait.
stupid
Oh, in a good way or a bad way?
in a bad way, in a
Okay.
so bad it's good way. You know,
Oh my
this
god.
movie's fuck.
It's campy.
Wait, you think it's so bad it's good?
It's hilarious, man. It's absolutely funny.
Like The Room, kind of.
Like The Room, yeah, like Troll 2, and that way. You know,
I was
Um,
about to disagree with you, but you might be right.
yeah. Whether it be Mr. Freeze or Poison Ivy or Batman and Robin's dumb one-liners, it's all bad. It's all, it's all a disaster, you know. But it's funny though because it's so over the top and it's so ridiculous. That kind of is part of the charm of it. But at the same time, and everybody's talking about this movie. Everybody has said why they hate it and all that, and it's nobody's wrong. Everyone is pointing out all the flaws with the movie. It's absolutely correct. But I look at it as in like, oh, it's just ridiculous, and it's like I just kind of laugh at it.
Yeah.
And everybody who worked on this movie knows it was bad. Like
Mhm.
they've all admitted it, you know. I mean, even Joel Schumacher has apologized for it. Like before he passed away, he apologized. He was like, "I'm sorry. You know, I was just trying to make an entertaining movie, and if you weren't, I'm sorry." You know.
Gotta give respect to the guy, though.
Yeah. I mean, he admitted it. The despite all the awfulness about this movie and the campiness and all that, there's actually like one or two scenes I thought that were actually legit decent, and that was the scenes with Bruce Wayne and Alfred, where they're just talking. Like those and both Batman Forever and Batman Robin, like the best scenes are like when it's nothing campy is going on. There's actually like
This is why Superman
Seriously.
works alone.
not that scene. Not that scene. So like I know that's like try and find something legit good about it, which is not much, but like you get what you get, you know. And like the biggest reason why this movie was a failure because like it just took what Batman Forever did and just like expanding on the campiness and the silliness and the
Yeah, at least Batman Forever,
yeah,
like maintained it was campy, but it wasn't overly campy.
right. This is like from beginning to end, just like
This is just
pretty much 95% campiness.
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing makes sense. Mr. Freeze makes no sense at all. Like Poison Ivy and Mr. Freeze.
I didn't mind her. I didn't mind Poison Ivy.
I mean, she knows like she playing it up all campy and that makes sense. But I'm saying like her teaming up with Mr. Freeze makes zero sense because
No, it doesn't.
they cannot coexist.
Freezing kills plant life.
I know it makes no
Yeah,
sense.
exactly.
Yeah.
At least
There's
Poison
some-
Ivy had some sort of like way about her that seemed like like I want to say a little bit of origin
Mhm.
story. Like at least she
Yeah.
had something with plants and stuff. Like it makes sense, but yeah, teaming up is stupid.
It's dumb. Like, no, why? Like, why? Did
I,
she
I
want
thought
to-
Uma Thurman did a good job. You know, she was fine. She's,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, I mean,
she was having.
she's over the top, but
You could tell she was having fun.
Yeah, she was. I mean, so was Arnold Schwarzenegger.
yeah.
Like,
he-
those
yeah,
two were the only ones having fun.
Yeah, Arnold.
Uh-huh.
Arnold was kind of a good choice for Freeze, but it's just the way they executed it.
I mean, he just says the
He's big and intimidating, but it's like
and
It's like-
and Schwarzenegger can do good performances too.
yeah, but like all he did was just say mostly just ice puns and all that.
Too many
Right.
stupid
Listen,
puns.
just to reiterate with what Bob just said about Arnold Schwarzenegger,
Mhm.
really it was a great choice because Mr. Freeze is supposed to be really emotionless most of the time, and Arnold has played emotionless so
Yeah.
good.
Terminator.
Right.
So
Terminator.
really, it was good casting, but
But
yeah.
I agree with you,
Yes.
Kenny. I feel like Robin was out of place in this, or at least Crystal
And
Dunn.
Chris O'Donnell was a whiny ass bitch.
He didn't seem
yeah,
like
he was.
he didn't seem like himself in this. It
Supposed
just-
to trust me, Bruce.
Yeah, it's
It's Batman and
Robin, not Robin and Batman. I'm
I suppose
sick
if
of
I
it.
had to work with George Clooney as Batman, I'd probably be like a whiny bitch too. Like honestly,
Yeah, and I'm not gonna mention all those all those infamous scenes like the bad credit card scene. Like we all know it's bad, and we all know
Never leave the
it's
cave without
dumb.
it.
It's we all know it's stupid. You know.
yeah.
Um.
I always remember the nostalgia.
I mean,
credits.
that's really my only defense on this movie is it's funny. You know,
Well,
makes me
yeah,
laugh.
I mean, goofy, yeah.
yeah, it makes me laugh. It's a clown and it amuses me. You know, it's just, you know, it's just
Well, Alex, you forgot the most probably important thing that you would love about this movie is that Batman doesn't kill anybody.
it's funny that he doesn't kill anybody, but like it doesn't save the movie at all. You know,
Nothing
So-
saves this movie. Nothing.
so. I mean, that's just my opinion on it. Like, it's been like that for years. I think it's funny and it's fun time watching it. Like, it's good. To it's definitely that kind of movie where you can like watch with a group of friends where you can all just laugh and just have a good time. It's not a good movie, but it's a good laugh riot. So that's what I gotta say.
Yeah.
All right. Dan, I want to hear what you guys say about.
Oh boy. Well,
Yeah.
I think Batman is smiling on that poster. If you look at it,
Yeah.
Yeah, he's smirking. Yeah.
it's like
Yeah.
seriously, like, oh, what a terrible choice. Like, wait, well, okay, not even that. It's like George. Why does he smile all the time in the movie? Like,
Yeah,
I don't get it. It's like from the get go. It's like right at the beginning of the movie. I want a car. Chicks dig the car. Like this is why Superman works on. It's just like, oh my god. And then they're driving out of the Bat cave, and Commissioner Gordon comes up there, and he's like, "There's a new villain in town." Like, oh,
Batman, we have
that's
a
how
new villain in Gotham City. He's calling himself Mr. Freeze.
Yeah,
he's throwing
yeah,
he's
Which doesn't
frozen the
make.
cars
I
in
want
blocks
to
of
interrupt
ice.
you.
Mr. Freeze.
This is what doesn't make sense about it. Right there, he just said there's a new villain in town, so they're not prepared to know anything about this villain. But yet they go there and they have skates on.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
come on, man.
I always like that part when he's like, "We have a new villain in town, Mr. Freeze." And all of a sudden, Batman's like, "Mr.
Mr.
Freeze."
Freeze.
Like he acts like, "Oh, here we go again." Like,
Yeah.
oh, another guy we got to take care of. Like, oh, you what? Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
And then in that scene, it's like they go up in the rocket into space and they're able to breathe. Remember when they're rocketing up?
Yeah.
and it's getting cold?
A lot of people argue that they're not up to the atmosphere yet, so they can still.
It's still stupid though. They
It's
surf
like,
for
how many
they're surf.
thousand feet are you? You know what I mean?
You
Like,
still like the
you can't-
oxygen levels are still
right.
too low.
You're seeing space.
They go
So-
they go surfing. Yeah.
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 I probably should. We've already talked about not breaking the movie down, so I'll try not to do that. I want to.
We all know it's bad. You know. It's like.
I want to bring this up though, because you guys said like you were talking about how Gordon is in all these movies. It's like he actually had the most important part in this movie because
Yeah, he did.
he saves the day by turning the coolant off.
Yeah. Wow.
He actually has something to do.
I find that part so that part is so funny when Mr. Freeze turns the cooling on. All the cops like immediately they're like, okay, I can't breathe. My lungs are freezing.
They finally gave Gordon something though, even though he still sucked as Gordon. I'm sorry. Pat Hingle did not do a good Gordon.
I mean, it wasn't his fault. I mean, the character it was not written.
Yeah, you guys already said Robin's bitchy. Gotham looks even more terrible. How about the fact at the end when like he's shooting the freeze gun and you see the doors open and like
it's rubber.
Rubber.
When I saw that in the theater, I pointed it out.
I'll get into it on the stats, but the production cost of this movie, they gave them a ton of money. They couldn't make that
look cheap.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Freeze, we already talked about. Like, yeah, he's just like.
We mentioned Batgirl.
I'll go into that, but yeah, Freeze. It's like all he is like. Again, it's almost like they're trying to make all the villains funny. It's like they're trying to do that, and
it's like the blueprint for them is only like let's have them act like Joker. Let's have them be funny.
Well, that too, but like Batman Returns, it's like ever since then, it's like let's have like two villains.
Right.
Like it's always been like two villains.
They always got to team up together too.
Yeah.
And we already talked about how bad Two-Face was. Let's get into Bane. Holy crap!
Yeah.
Bane is supposed to be a what do you call that? A strategist. He's a smart individual.
He's the Hulk.
In this movie, he was like a retard.
Yeah,
like,
basically.
Oh my god!
He was Poison. He was Poison Ivy's like lapdog, practically.
Yeah. Oh my gosh! Like that was terrible.
That's Jeep Swenson,
who passed away because he took too many steroids.
Poison Ivy, I will agree with Bob. I feel like probably out of the cast, she probably did the best job.
Yeah.
However, like I feel like Uma Thurman was miscast. Like, and I mean, and that's even saying that I think she did do a good job, but
for the character she was playing,
I feel like they could have gotten someone else that seemed more, I don't know, like. Poison Ivy is supposed to be a seductress, but it's not always the pheromones. It's like in this movie, it's like she had to use the pheromones all the time.
Right.
I feel like they could have done more on the beauty aspect of it, but that's not her fault.
They should have got Kim Basinger.
Kat Dennings.
Yeah, Batman.
Dennings.
Alex, you talked about how like the touching Alfred storyline. I mean, like I'll give you that, but again, like George Clooney ruined those scenes. He's like. I love you, old man.
Yeah, but like you see.
I love you, old man.
I love you. Okay.
Yeah.
Get out of my face.
Yeah.
See, scenes like those, like I totally see. Like you have scenes like those in other Joe Schumacher movies. You don't have the campiness shit, all that. So that's what I mean.
Wow.
Yeah.
That if he wasn't controlled by Warner Brothers, maybe he would have made like a legit good Batman movie. Who knows?
So Batgirl. I mean, I feel bad for Alicia Silverstone. Do you guys know the backstory on all that? But regardless of that, like it was a point. It was again, they're just shoehorning more and more characters in. That's not good. Her character development was dumb. It was pointless. I didn't like that she was a relative of Alfred. I mean, that's totally made
with
up.
no British accent, by the way.
Huh?
With no British accent, by the way, and she came back from London.
And then all of a sudden she just knows how to be a fighter. Like at least Robin was a trapeze artist. It's like
who made her suit?
Oh,
Alfred.
Well, Alfred, which is stupid because
he's a tailor.
How did he plan for that? And not only that, it wasn't even that. Like Alfred, it was like he did other things, like some of the equipment. It was like, oh yeah, I knew. Like
so he did that behind Bruce and Dick's backs. Like
yeah,
they didn't know about it.
Fox who?
I do like when Batman's like, she's trying to kill you, Dick. It's like, because that's his name, but like the way he says it, like I did think that was kind of funny. Anyway, yeah, I mean, McGregor.
I remember as a kid, I always found that funny. Like,
you know that ain't even a real disease, McGregor syndrome.
Conor McGregor.
Colin McGregor.
Oh my God.
Ewan McGregor.
Ewan McGregor.
I think that's all. Instead of we can tear every scene down, but that's Real quick. So I saw that in the theater with my parents and my sister, and I remember when I left the theater, I was mad. Like I was mad, and like I was starting to tear the movie down. I was like, "Why is this? Why is this?" And they're like, they had no argument. They're like,
Oh
no,
yeah, you're
it was
right. Yeah.
fine." They're like, no, it was fine. And I'm like, well, what about this? They're like, oh,
She'd
don't.
be like, what the hell do you know?
I know. I was like, from day one, like when I left the theater, I was like tearing this movie down.
Like what for you? What killed the movie? Like was it the opening line?
Just like from that, everything, all the things I mentioned, like this is not like everything. Unlike Batman Forever, when I saw that movie back then, I was like, oh, it was good, like I like the other two better. And like now watching it, like I definitely like. I'm like, you know what? It's not a good movie in my opinion. Like this movie, everything I've talked about, that was all the same for when I saw it, and it's the same now. So that's it.
It's just definitely weird. Like when you start from Batman '89, you get to this. Like, whoa, it's not even the same world anymore.
No. It's so colorful. Look at the poster.
Yeah. All right. Rob, go ahead.
Let's just sum this up. It's basically this. That's what I think about this. Like honestly, this movie is yeah. I understand what you're saying, Alex. Is like it's kind of like just funny to watch. You don't take it seriously.
Yeah.
I kind of agree with like you and Wes at the same time. Like the plot to this is boring. It really is. It is kind of like a boring plot.
It's a lame story,
especially when like Alicia Silverstone enters. It's like I'm not interested in her story. I'm not interested in what they're doing here.
You didn't like the motorcycle?
No.
race?
Oh, that scene.
With Coolio. With Coolio.
Hey, she makes Batman and Robin look stupid in this movie because she figures out the whole heat warmer things that she uses. She figures it out, not Batman.
Oh yeah, sure.
They make him look like he's just off his rocker in this. Like he's not.
He has no skills.
He doesn't. Like even when he fights, he sucks at it. But like I've already touched on like Arnold and all that in this movie. It's just like all the characters were just they just seem like they weren't written as well. But then again, coming off of Batman Forever, it's like, what can you expect with this? It's like, it's the same. Right. It's like Batman Forever and this. It's like they're connected in some way, even though I think this is more over the top.
Yeah, it feels like those two are like the most connected.
You can watch Batman '89 and Batman Returns together,
right.
And then you go to these two together. Like it's like, I don't know.
It's like when you're marathoning it, when you go from Returns to Forever, it's very jarring.
Yeah.
I really don't have nothing else to say other than everyone knows the bad stuff in this movie. Everyone knows the behind the scenes. Everyone knows. Stuff. So there's really nothing more to say other than, this is definitely the weakest out of these four.
Yeah.
And it's definitely the one that I would probably ignore. If I had a choice to watch the other ones, this is the one that I would ignore. Just to watch those. So
retcon it.
Yeah. Yeah, it is what it is. That's So that's it.
All right, Thomas.
Yeah, I'm actually the one that has history with this movie.
This was the first one you saw, right?
First one I ever saw was this movie. Yes.
I'm sorry.
So a little bit of history. A little bit of history with this movie for me. When I was 3 years old, because this came out in 1997.
Loved it.
I did as a kid, yes.
I did too,
I did, yeah.
I can see kids liking it. I can see kids liking the movie.
So, long time ago, on family vacation years ago, back in 1997, Ocean City, I remember that it was a video store called Bayside Video. And they were selling off a lot of their VHS tapes. Like, they were actually selling them. And one of them they had was Batman and Robin. And my parents bought it for me because they knew how much I was a Batman fan because I liked the animated series.
Mm-hmm.
and this was like my first introduction to live action.
All the other Batman movies were sold out, so they got you that one.
I don't even remember the other ones being in stores.
Yeah, but they're probably sold
Um,
out. They're more
And
popular.
then I remember this was like a film I watched constantly as a kid on VHS tape.
No, I did too.
I watched it constantly, and I'm thinking to myself like how can people hate this movie? It's bad. It's
I
a
didn't know.
Batman
I didn't know people hate this movie
movie.
till like
It's a Batman movie, and all.
till I
So
went to the message boards like in like 2004, 2005. I was like, whoa, it's got a fucking low rating. What? Oh my
and
god.
then now when you watch
Yeah, you see it
watch
now.
these
Yeah. Like,
days, it's like
oh yeah.
this is what they're talking about here.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. It's one of those movies that it's so funny. I mean, it's a piece of shit movie. It's an awful movie, but it's
Yeah.
funny. It's funny to watch.
It is. Yeah.
It's funny as hell. I mean, Schwarzenegger with his ice puns and what's a shame is like you guys said before, like Mr. Freeze, like Arnold Schwarzenegger can work as a sympathetic Mr. Freeze. Because
You guys keep saying that, but I think he's just miscast.
No, I think
To
I
do a
think-
serious Mr. Freeze? I mean,
I
I
think
see.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
They hired him. They hired him to be the funny.
And the thing, well,
That's what he did.
If they weren't going in the direction of a campy Arnold Schwarzenegger, like I think
Because-
Arnold can do a serious
He was
role.
trying.
I
He was
mean,
trying to do more funny movies like Jingle All the Way and this one.
Right. I was saying about the serious tone was the fact that he can play an emotionless character. Which
You know what though? Here's the thing. He actually has that one moment when he's not silly and when he says, my name
Find a
is
cure
Fr-
for
my
my
name-
wife.
Huh?
Find a cure for my wife.
No. When he's talking to the guards, he's like, my name is Free. Learn it well,
Oh.
or else you're chilling sign you're doomed. Like
Yeah.
that's actually not silly. It's like okay, he's actually
Yeah.
kind of.
and
He
it was
could've
also
done
not
that.
silly.
He
is
could have
when-
done that the whole movie.
Yeah, I mean
What's
maybe that
also
would have
not
been good.
silly is when
That's what I feel like about Jim Carrey. Like he has that one moment in Batman Forever when he tells his boss right before he kills him, and he was like, "Oh, I don't think so." Like you see some darkness in there, but
Yeah.
then he starts acting like Ace Ventura again.
Yeah.
Where
Right.
he's like, "Hold on, Sir, probably big kahuna, whatever he says."
Surf's up, big kahuna.
Yeah. Ooh,
Uh,
nice form, little rougher than landing. He might settle for the bronze.
That was the last movie.
I know, but I'm just comparing.
Yeah, I think I was alluding
We
to-
start talking about Batman Forever again, Rob.
Well, it's kind of funny, like Rob. I was saying that, like,
We kept doing that. We're talking about Batman Forever. We keep talking about
really
Batman Robin,
do
and we're talking about
Arnold
Batman
Schwarzenegger could be a good, serious, sympathetic character.
Maybe,
They could have made him that way.
but like I said, like they hired him just to be funny.
If they got rid of all his one-liners and kind of made him
Hey,
motionless, like Dan said, like
Like, more straightforward.
so
I think people who like get mad over this movie need to just chill.
it's
No.
not the production itself. It's not.
I know,
meant to
but
be
like
a serious film. It's
I
really
know,
not.
but
Louder, come on,
maybe
sing.
if something if this movie came out today like this in a franchise, let's just say like they make 3 or 4 sequels to the Batman, and then if something like this happens, I will be
Listen,
I'll probably be
if
mad
they were-
too.
if they were trying to go the Nolan route and then it turned out to be like crappy, like cheesy, like then there would be something wrong. You know what I mean?
You made up a good.
Right.
You actually brought up a good point, Alex, because like you just said, like if they would do this now, you would be like, "What the hell?" But it's like
Yeah.
because you were young and Thomas was young when it came out, you were like, "Oh, this is cool," because you hadn't seen. That's just you were kids, and that was your childhood.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. You
Even
like
though
it.
I'd seen a darker Batman film, but like I kind of accepted it. Oh, it's Batman, so it's good. You know,
I expect this to be your number 1 on your ranking.
it's not.
yeah.
Don't lie to yourself.
So Thomas,
But going on
Yeah,
to my
that's-
I would say the best character out of all the like you guys alluded to was Uma Thurman. I really like her. I really like Uma Thurman as Poison Ivy. I think she is the best. Alicia Silverstone is just forgettable as Batgirl. I mean, there's not really much to her character, and
you're about to become compose.
my vines have a crush on you.
Yeah.
God.
And you see George Clooney's bat ass.
He's upside down. Hey! This French became full circle. He was upside down again.
Yeah. You got to see his ass.
Dude, that part where Bane grabs him and he's like,
Brandon staying here?
he's trying to choke him.
Are you staying
Like,
here?
dude, Bane's veins and his hands is like all over his fucking face. He's like,
Um,
come on, Dan, how can you not laugh at this movie? It's funny.
um, I say the most annoying character was fucking Chris O'Donnell.
Yeah.
Chris O'Donnell annoyed the absolute.
She wants me, not you, and that's what makes you jealous.
It's Batman and Robin. It's not Robin and Batman. I'm sick of this.
Yeah.
Which is sad because in Batman Forever he was like the highlight of the movie.
Yeah, that's the worst thing.
It was the turning point of it.
And what's another great moment of Robin that is like,
Yeah.
I can make it. I can make it.
I even like the Sub-Zero movie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was good.
You know what's always a question for me with
Cool,
this
that came in
movie?
that box
What?
I never understood it as a
That's a
kid.
nice little
Remember when after
edition. Yeah.
Batman stops the Robin motorcycle
Yeah.
and Mr. Freeze is the only. Remember, it's like Mr. Freeze and his two goons in the
Yeah.
car.
Mr. Freeze makes it. Yeah.
Yeah, and the other guys, and then like Batman's Batmobile gets frozen. He launches himself out of it.
Yeah.
And what's funny is like he swoops down, and I'm like, what the fuck was he doing with Mr. Freeze underneath his cape?
Yeah, that's a weird edit where like when he crashes into his vehicle and then it just.
And all
cuts
you
right
see
into-
is like Mr. Freeze, like
Oh. Yeah.
Mr. Freeze's face. He's like,
It's funny you mentioned that part. How the hell did Robin get out of that there without the motorcycle?
I don't like in this movie how Mr. Freeze is always like one step ahead. You know, like whenever Batman and Robin are always closing in on him, he's always got like an escape route or something. Like
you know what's kind of funny too? You
Like
know
he's
what
got
I
a
always-
parachute.
you know who
Come
I
on.
always keep forgetting? You know who I always keep forgetting was in this in a small role?
Coolio.
Well, no, I mean like an act. She has it's a Vivica Fox.
Made love to Mr.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Vivica A. Fox.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vivica A. Fox from Idle Hands. She's in here as Mr. Freeze is like, you know.
Oh. I
Side
was,
chick.
I was talking about Batman's love interest.
Oh yeah.
a fucking love interest.
Oh,
Ellie
you're talking about the Ellie McPherson, yeah?
Yeah.
What
That's-
was her name in this?
I don't know.
Who knows? But right there, like
She was
oh
just
my
like
God.
there, and then like she wanted to marry him, but he was like, I don't know, and then she disappears.
What a dumb. Why do they have to have stupid?
Oh yeah, like, she's like,
movies.
I know you're a day, Kate Blanchett. I know you had your wild nights.
Ivy, who's Ivy?
It's like,
I know,
well,
dude.
Be on par with Catwoman. We got to come up with some.
I wish I knew. He didn't even say Ivy. She just said she lied.
Gangbang.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. But Dan, you're right. She's pointless. I agree with that.
Yeah, that's a pointless love interest.
That's a pointless love interest.
Bane crushed her.
See, there's a
Monkey work.
yeah. He does say that. Yeah.
Exert. Oh.
They just kick his tubes and all his venom spills over and he dies. I guess I don't know.
Used her vines to get what she wants.
How about when they beat up the glow in the dark gang? Neo.
How
like-
about it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Wasn't that a classic
we
scene?
forgot to mention too. There's a special cameo in here by someone else.
Corey. Haim.
Corey Haim.
Yeah. He's in the scene where the motorcycle race.
Yeah.
What about Bane's venom?
What about it?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Did you like when he was fed the venom? He got stronger.
And
It's funny. We mentioned John. Okay, we mentioned John
I'll give
Glover.
him props for trying to
We
be
mentioned,
accurate.
we mentioned John Glover did the voice of the Riddler in the anime series. He's in this movie, and he has like
Yes.
one of the funniest parts.
He's Dr. Woodrow.
Yeah.
That's actually a character from the comics. I can't believe they
really?
tried to do that and then they did what they
When
did.
he was like,
I'm
like-
afraid you'll have to die.
he
He was a great Riddler in the animated series.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he did a
Great.
good job voicing the Riddler in the animated
The
series.
animated
Yeah.
series makes these films look
Okay.
stupid.
yeah, that's true. I didn't. I know this is Batman Forever, but I didn't ask. Did you guys like the riddles in Batman Forever?
I don't care.
It's a mat.
I mean, they're just riddles.
A
It's a-
mat.
Like find number 1 through 12, and you won't see 13 anywhere in my face or something like that. It's a clock. Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Now
They had to make it for the audience.
what once was red is black instead.
scratch my head and blah blah blah.
Scratch my head.
Scratch my ass.
Yeah,
It's a match.
Riddles or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah. We got nothing else to say about Batman and Robin.
Nope.
I mean, it's funny as shit to watch. It's a piece of shit movie, but it's fun. It's funny.
Okay, here's one thing. Okay, and the before Barbara finds out about Batman and Robin,
Right? Yeah.
Alfred gives her a disc. He thinks he's gonna die, so he gives her a disc. Okay, give this to like my brother. Like only he can see it. But she breaks that promise, puts the disc for herself, and she figures out
She's
the
a Brit.
password. So like, but yet he still built a super her. So he planned this whole thing. Like, how does it make sense?
Look me up, Uncle Alfred.
How does it make
He's a-
sense?
He's a Jedi. He sees things before they happen.
He's clouded.
I like how when after they confront Poison Ivy,
The bitch.
and Batman's like, "And you are Bruce? It's me. It's Barbara." How the fuck do you not know that?
Yeah, I know, right? Or
That's
like
just the way they had to write it in because it would be if she was like if he was like, "Oh hi, hi," and she was like, "Hi," then everyone would be like, "Well, what?"
the it's what's funny. I mentioned Gordon being useless. He is because
He
gets-
wasn't.
he gets mad at Batman and Robin like, how did they get away? Like, dude, you're the fucking police. It's your
He's
fucking
the-
job. anyway.
Yeah, like
He's
what
the
the
hero
fuck?
of the movie now.
You guys were freezing. You guys were freezing your asses off doing nothing.
Yeah, fuck you, Commissioner Gordon. You
Yeah.
fucking asshole. You're a
All right,
fucking.
are we
you're
doing
a fucking
stats on this
cop,
one?
You ass. You're a
Uh,
fucking cop, you asshole.
There's nothing
Stop
more to
being
say.
your
It's
fucking
garbage.
self.
Yeah, but it's
Stop
funny
being-
garbage. It's
Stop
funny
being your
garbage.
fucking self, Gordon. You fucking prick.
Okay,
Alright,
stats.
Listen to this budget.
Oh wait,
It's budgeted-
did
it's budgeted-
Dan and Rob go yet?
They did.
Yeah,
We all went.
Oh
we all
shit,
talked
that's right.
briefly.
Yeah, that was when you're away.
The budget is
Oh, that's
anywhere
right.
between 125 and 160 million,
Okay.
and it made 238 million. So it made the least amount of money of all of them.
Yep.
Rotten Tomatoes 12%.
Oof.
It's justifiable.
Audience score 16%.
Oof.
Justifiable.
Metacritic 28. User rating 5.8.
Okay. So I'm gonna guess the MDB is
There we
3.8.
go.
I'm guessing. I'm guessing 3.8 for IMDb.
Okay.
3.8.
3.8. Yeah.
What about you, Rob?
I'm gonna say 4.1.
Wes?
4.3.
Me? I'm gonna go with 3.7.
Okay. Well, Thomas guessed correctly again.
Oh, that's bullshit. Kenny put it in the chat.
Wait, he did?
Yeah. Oh, you didn't see it?
Oh shit, he did.
Okay. Well, if you,
That
as
I
long as
wasn't
you-
even looking.
That was
Shit.
after. That was after.
okay, as long as Thomas didn't see it, then
I wasn't even looking. I'm like,
Okay,
oh,
okay,
shit, he
okay.
did?
We all said it, and then he put it.
okay. But, no, he said it before. He said it before Thomas said it. So that's why.
Thomas, I
I
gotta
was
say,
like looking over here. I'm like, oh
I think
shit, he actually put it in.
This game is rigged.
wait, because Thomas, you won 3 times. 2 of the times you guessed perfectly, and 1 of the times you were only 0.1 off.
Dude, I smell rigged. But now, okay, so if we're gonna do this game again, we're not allowed to look at IMDb before we do the other show, at all.
I don't even have my phone on me.
I mean, for like you can't go IMDb at all. We're all banned from IMDb, except Dan.
So like when we do the Nolan show.
Except for Dan. Dan's the only one to look.
Oh yeah, because he has to look.
Yeah.
All right, so Thomas, you get to pick out what they have to say is something good or bad
So,
about.
neither me or Rob got it right at all. Any of them. So
Yeah,
who's
but-
the?
Right. I'm saying the win. I'm saying all the losers. have to
Oh, okay. I see. All right. So Thomas, you're the winner.
So like, so how does this work again? Just to explain
Okay,
to me one
so
more time.
okay, so the game is, since you won,
Okay.
you get to, so Wes, Alex, and Bob, you can pick a movie and make them say something either good or bad about a scene that is really the opposite of what they feel,
Oh,
and they have to.
We have to pick the movie for Thomas, and then we have.
No. He can pick it.
Okay.
He has full control.
Okay.
So,
So
as an
I can pick like any movie like they think is shit, and then they got to say the opposite.
well, yeah, or
Or
about
vice
like
versa.
a certain scene of that movie, not necessarily a whole review, like more of like a specific
Okay,
part. Like
I got
something
one for
Yeah.
one for Alex.
Okay, go ahead.
So can I do like one separately for each one?
Yeah, everyone.
Yeah.
It's your show. You
Um,
won.
Okay, I'm gonna go with Alex first. I'm gonna say the scene with well, that's not really a scene, but it's a segment.
Yeah.
The segment in movie 43 with Chris Pratt and Anna Faris wanted to take a poop.
Oh, that scene was. I think that scene was genius in the way it was set up and delivered. I mean, have you seen the movie? I mean, all Anna Faris wants to do is for Chris. And I know all Anna Faris wants to do so she can accept his Chris Pratt to marrying her. Is all he has to do is just take a dump on her chest, but he goes over the top and he takes a lot of what's the thing called laxatives. Yeah, and then and then she doesn't like that, and then she runs off, and then he gets run over, and all this poop
And
goes everywhere in the windshield of the car, and and those. Yeah, I think that's just genius. I think that's just genius writing, like the setup and the excution.
How do you think the acting
when
was in that scene?
I mean, huh?
How was the
No,
acting?
both Chris Pratt and Anna Faris had great comedic chemistry talking about poop. You know, it's-
Oh my god.
I mean, when it comes to toilet humor, that's one of the best of all time.
That's one of the best ones.
Yeah, all time.
Okay.
All right.
Rob?
I hope that was convincing enough for you guys.
Oh, that was great.
And Thomas, just to
Rob?
throw this out here, it could be the opposite too. It could be like if someone really likes something, you can have them tear down a scene that they really like too.
I got one for Rob.
Okay.
The scene in The Shining when he says, "Here's Johnny."
Oh.
That scene sucks. Honestly, look, who does that? Like, okay, you're gonna try to kill Wendy, but then you just got to make a joke about it. I mean, I know you're crazy, but just be, just break down the door and do your thing. Don't have to stick your head through there and be
Do
like,
you
"Oh,
think,
you're
Gus?
not-" You're already over the top enough, the whole movie is over the top. I don't know if I would put that as my favorite horror movie. I'd actually probably put that as maybe almost my least favorite when I think about it. I mean, there's so many great horror movies out there. Anyway, yeah, that scene.
Yeah, how was Nicholson's performance?
You know what?
in that part?
Like I said, he was over. He started to get over the top too much. It's like, okay, this is where from there. That's where the Joker was created. But it's like, I mean, I really didn't feel like Shelley Duvall did a good job there either. Like, her screaming was really forced, and it kind of felt like that would never really happen. If someone was beating down the door with an axe, she wouldn't be that scared.
You just get out of there.
Yeah, there's a little window there. She let the little boy, Danny, go out the window. Why didn't she just try to fucking fit through there? She didn't. She just stood there. So whatever. You know what? I'm glad you mentioned that scene, Thomas, because I'm really mad about it. So
There's that.
Now for Wes,
thank you, Your Grace.
I don't really know like a lot of Wes's like favorite movies though.
Well, wait, we just did the Batman movies. You know what one he liked? You can name something from there.
Okay, how about the scene when in the first Tim Burton Batman, where let's see, what scene could I pick it? Oh,
Pick
okay,
any scene.
okay. How about the scene in the Tim Burton Batman when he fights the two criminals on the roof?
Oh, you mean the two idiots,
The opening.
the opening scene?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Overacting, or actually underacting. I mean, come on, a big black bat comes and scares the shit out of you, and you're like, where's the shit and piss? Pants. Come on, guys, make it believable more. Make it more believable.
How about Wes? How about when Michael
Rob,
Keaton?
are you okay?
Yeah, I'm all right.
How about when Michael Keaton's holding that guy over the edge and he's like, "I'm Batman." Like, what did you think about that part?
Oh, I think why would you need to even announce yourself as Batman? I mean, don't they? You're being
Yeah, just fucking look at him.
you're all over the news. I mean, come on, take one look at you and yeah, I'm Batman. Well, no shit, Captain Obvious. We know you're Batman.
Man, Rob, and Wesley got it easy. I had to talk about a movie stuff I hated. What the fuck? I think it's more fun when you have to tear down something you love. Personally,
Yeah, Kenny makes a good point about Dan has one to do now.
Oh my god.
no, he's part. That's part of the game. Dan is
Yeah,
safe.
give him something to do. Give him one.
He's got to lose though.
Well, okay.
Hey, I don't care.
I guess
Like
just
it.
for
Well,
fun.
it's all good.
Okay, you still want to give him? Okay,
It's all
Okay,
good.
just one. Okay, just one for fun. Okay.
okay, fun,
Okay.
fun.
Okay. So.
It's
Okay.
very good.
Okay. How about the fight, Rocky IV, the fight between Drago and Rocky?
All right, listen. For one, Sylvester Stallone, he can't. He acts like a rock in that movie, and in that scene, he's supposed to be good at choreography and also like physicality. I mean, it was unbelievable. All the punches were missing, and like when Drago's going like blah blah, it's like all like come on, and like Rocky, he's like sitting in the scenes getting knocked to the floor and then like getting right back up. Like that ain't realistic. Like that's stupid. And then right, in the Russian premiere, they would all of a sudden be chanting like Rocky, yeah, let's get behind Rocky. No, that ain't what would happen. They'd be like, boo, boo.
Yeah.
And yeah, and come on,
They bombed the place.
Rocky, like
Topical.
Rocky,
Topical.
he trained, but Drago was using steroids, and you saw that the 1,850 pounds of pressure. Like one punch, he would have been dead. So, yeah, that it's not entertaining either. Like the whole time you're watching it with all those stupid montage cuts, it's like that. Like that's dumb. Like no one wants. I want to see the whole match. I want to see a 4-hour boxing match. I don't want to see a montage where you see, round 1, 2, and then you go right to round 10. Oh yeah. Oh, and then Rocky's got brain damage that he can give a good speech at the end about like let's all change everybody, and they're all like, yeah, let's change. It's terrible. The whole thing is dumb. Let's add comedy too. Like, I see 3 of them out there. Hit the one in the middle. Oh, you're fighting for your friend, you idiot. Like,
You do.
Sly wrote dialogue bad in that scene. Like, oh, you're supposed.
Dialogue bad.
You did make a realistic point, though. He does have brain damage at the end. He does talk like he's smarter than everybody.
Well, yeah, it's stupid.
That's actually. I mean, realistically,
Well, it had the opposite effect. And he punched him to when he's got
in
smarter.
Rocky 5, he's calling Adrian Mick. It's like he's stupid. Brain damage doesn't kick in until he gets in the shower.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right.
I tried.
No. I think all you guys were way more convincing than I was. I had the worst task. Okay.
It was a fun game.
yeah, it's good.
Oh, now Kenny's saying, think of a scene for myself.
Well, no,
no,
you
no,
won.
you can't. No, you
Yeah,
won,
you
Thomas. You
I'm about
can't.
to say, like Kenny was saying,
No.
that's only if I
No.
lose, though, Kenny.
You got Thomas has to lose.
Yeah,
I have
Thomas.
to lose the game.
Maybe next time.
We'll do the game of the next
Get you.
stream too.
Okay.
Yeah,
You get you
we'll be
next
doing this
time.
from now on. This was actually a fun idea.
And then
Yeah.
watch Thomas win all the time.
No, I just think today I just had a stroke of luck or something. I don't know.
We just had a stroke.
I mean, we could always switch it up and have someone like each time have someone else do the reading, and then that way, yeah. Because I mean, I don't think it's, I don't, you know, I had fun doing it, but like I think more the gaming part of it, like I think whoever's reading the numbers should not have to do it. I don't know, but I was fine.
That's
doing
what you
it.
do just for fun. Yeah.
I gotta admit that was pretty damn fucking funny.
I have no problem doing the ratings each time. You know,
That was great.
Okay. So yeah, that was our thoughts on the Burton Schumacher era Batman.
Yeah, that was all of them.
Yeah. So I think like with the Burton movies we mostly agreed, and then
Right.
the Schumacher ones were kind of split. So
Schumacher was kind of more divisive.
yeah. So there's that. Hope you guys. Wesley, can you stop breathing so loud? That was like too loud. I was like, whoa.
He's got a good mic.
I can't even hear myself.
I honestly thought that was the wind.
I can't even hear. Okay, Vader.
Sounded like Vader with throat.
I can't even hear myself think.
Sounded
Okay.
like Vader with throat cancer.
All right. Oh, everybody enjoyed watching the stream. We had a lot of fun doing this.
Oh, this was great.
Yeah,
yeah.
Hey, I'll tell you what, this was a great first episode back for Dan.
Oh yeah.
This
Yeah,
was
it's good to have
fucking
things back
great.
to normal.
This was
Yes.
fucking awesome.
Thank you, Kenny. Thank you, Forka. Thank you. Who else do we have in the chat?
Transformers fan, Chucky
Yes.
Doll.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
been a
yeah.
while. Yeah, visit us more, Transformers fan.
Oh, and also thanks to Steven.
Lex is
Steven, yes,
green
thank you.
for birth.
And Sean Urshan, he was here for a
Yeah,
bit.
and
Thank
Sean
you, Sean.
Erskine came in here too. Thank
Yeah.
you guys.
Everybody.
The horror corner.
Everybody. Yeah, the horror corner.
Good evening,
All right.
folks, and welcome to the horror corner.
All right. So next week we're gonna tackle the Nolan Dark Knight trilogy.
And
This-
Wes will be on for that one too, right?
Will you, Wes? Okay. So
Yeah, we're just going to talk about the 3 films.
yeah,
then.
3 films.
right.
So that's gonna be an interesting discussion on it. Yeah. All right.
Yes, it will.
Till next time.
Bye, guys.
Bye bye.
So tune in next week. Same bet channel, same bet time.
Holy Dickens.
Yeah. That's the Adam West reference. Wait, hold on.
How's the soup?
My thumbs up.
It's cold.
Give it a like. I can forget. Give it a thumbs up. Give it a bad like.
Bernard.